Do you want to be a part of the CoCo community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, CoCo thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, CoCo commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or CoCo Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJB Chris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy color computer, its siblings, cousins, and red-headed stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation, and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation Show, episode 359. My calendar says 3 weeks to CoCoFEST.
Woo! So
little
let's
time
see.
left.
Yeah, it's coming fast.
I'm worried.
And let's see, out there's two events going on today. Hopefully we'll get some live reports from them. See, the Indie Computer Festival and VCF East, I believe.
Yeah, one in New Jersey,
Okay. And
where we have an attendee actually in our panel at the moment.
Yeah. Well, he still has a red wall.
It's orange. Burnt orange. Very 70s.
Mark's colors are like his pronouncing names.
There's only the 8 basic colors. Well, I guess orange is one of them, isn't it? Jeez.
Well, it's actually light brown. Or brown is dark orange, however you want to do it.
Well, it's actually light orange from where I'm sitting. Very orange. This entire room is very orange.
It's NTSC orange.
Ah, yeah, very true.
That's it.
That's it.
Canadian shirt orange.
It can be any orange we want.
Wait a minute. Now on the inside of an electron tube?
Oh, Mark's got it right. Never the same color. It's some orange. Whichever orange you see is the orange you get.
Like
All
your
right,
geek on your chest.
Do not adjust your set.
Right?
All right, let's see who we got it with us today. First up is yours truly. And next we got Ron Delvaux, and we're twinsies.
Yes, happy Star Wars today and until our show.
Next over we got Rick Euland
Greetings all.
and Ken Waters.
Oh, wow. I'm on the top row again.
You are. And next up we got Henry Gernhardt.
Hi, folks. Welcome to the CoCoNation. And today I'm at VCF East.
Nice.
And we're hoping you'll take a walk.
Take a walk, would you?
Show us the show. Let's see. Next over, Brian Weasler.
Hello, welcome to the show.
That wall behind you begs and screams for that CoCo 2 blow-up poster.
Yep, that.
Something, yes.
I was going to put that up there, and then the poster of the that comes with the Atom game. I got that, and then I also have the poster that comes in the Rainbow magazine, the Dragon. That was done. So I want to get all 3 of those up there. So yep.
Cool.
Cool.
All right. Next over, we got David Kroeker.
Hey everybody, greetings from Central Canada, and I have a blank wall behind me as well. I'll have to figure out something for that too at some point.
And we got L Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to show everyone. And you can see I don't have any space in the wall at all behind me. So,
And that monitor is still going to fall off one of these days.
Right, as it jiggles and wiggles up over your head. There.
Just the slightest earthquake.
At least it's not an earthquake.
I live in the prairies. We don't get earthquakes.
An earthquake. He's got cats.
Right.
All right. Next row, we've got Marko.
Hi, y'all. Glad to be here as usual.
Okay, and Bob Emery.
Howdy, folks. Welcome aboard.
And Jason, the CoCoMan.biz.
Hey, everybody. It's Saturday. It's time for the CoCoNation. And yes, my retinas survived the full solar eclipse, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to survive Henry's wall.
Yes.
Oh, let's see. In the chat, let's see who's dared to show up today. We got Jim Rye, David Ladd, Frederick Pravancha, J.E. Jones, 3141, Exile in Paradise, L Curtis, Mark Siegel, Tom Eric Gunderson, Sixy, S Penny 108, Carrie Shug, Brian Walsh, Dave and Sharon Veery, David Ladd again. Let's see, Julian Brown, gang's all here. All right. Check that off the lists. All right, next up, let's do project updates. Tell you what, let's start with David Kroeker.
All right, let me just get my screen set up here.
Because you actually signed up 3-4 days ago.
Cool.
Gotta get first in line, eh?
Yep.
Apparently it worked. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yep.
Excellent. So I'm letting the cat out of the bag on the very first slide. That's like the biggest mistake in presentations, probably. But yes, you can buy light phasers and CoCo interfaces. This is the worldwide product launch, actually happening on the CoCoNation first. I'll be making announcements in other channels shortly after this, but you can go to rfishack.ca. There are only 4 light phasers and 4 interfaces available. So if you want to get one, you've got a head start on everybody else. Now's your chance. With that being said, let's talk a little bit about them. I can get my slides to advance. There we go. Let's go back in time to September 1987 and look at this amazing cover of the Rainbow magazine from that month, with the floppy disk being inserted into somebody's brain. I think they were kind of ahead of the times, kind of doing something like the Matrix would do, where you're inserting information.
I was just going to ask, was this painted by Elon Musk or something?
Exactly. This is the education issue. And then the
Only
education
my brain
issue in
can hold
1987.
180K.
But they're putting it in sideways.
Yeah, they're not inserting it correctly, are they? They don't know how to use a floppy drive. But if we open the front cover and look inside the front cover of this issue.
So we see that artificial intelligence is being run on OS 9.
Typical.
That's what it said there.
Let me go back and see. Yes, artificial intelligence, OS 9. Actually, that's a separate topic. OS 9 programming is a different topic. I must admit, I did not read that article to prep for this presentation. So I don't know what else to say.
Squirrel.
Yeah. But anyway, inside the front cover, you see the very first appearance that I can find of R Forest in a Dicom Products ad. And the right-hand side of my slide here has a bit of more close-up view of it, if you want to look at that one. This was the debut of the R Forest game, which required a Sega Master System light phaser and an adapter to connect it to your CoCo 3. It doesn't require the 512K upgrade either. It works with a 128K. And they mention in the text of the ad there, this is the first in our series of light phaser games. You've just been teleported to a strange land. As the mist clears, you find a light phaser in your hand and yourself deep inside the R Forest. And I remember seeing this ad back in the day and being really attracted to all the colors on the screen, right? I had a CoCo 3 with a lot of CoCo 1 and 2 software, like I'm sure many other people did. And I really wanted to get some games like this that could use those 16 colors on an RGB on the CoCo 3. So this was kind of my first glimpse of it. I was tempted by it, but I didn't spring for it at the time. And if we jump forward a little bit more, 1 year later, in the September 1988 issue of Rainbow, this is again the annual education issue. The cover's not nearly as cool as the other one, but it's okay. We go and look inside the front cover of this one. Again, we've got our Dicom Products ad. R Forest is now on the left-hand side in a bit of a smaller window, but it's still there. They're still selling that. But on the right-hand side, this is the first mention that I've found of Medieval Madness, the second in their series of light phaser games, and the last one, unfortunately, that they released. This one, I'll just read a little bit of the blurb here. You've been asked by the king of a mysterious land to rescue his daughter, the fair princess, from the clutches of an unknown evil. Armed only with your crossbow, you set out into the unknown land on your quest. As you enter the mysterious land, you find yourself surrounded by swarms of odd creatures that inhabit the land. And I won't read the rest. You can do that on your own. But has anyone got far enough in this game to know, is there actually a princess in it somewhere?
Yep.
Yes.
There's a dragon. You got to shoot in the heart at the end.
Cool. I have to play this a little more. I have never got nearly that far yet. I've been too busy trying to get everything to work to actually spend a ton of time on the game. But these are sort of the two ads for the two games that really I wanted to play them after seeing these, and I never did. And the interface has become a pretty difficult thing to buy. I think a lot of people probably didn't buy these back in the day just because you had to pay a fair bit to just get entry to play one of these
Dave
games.
had excellent sales at the fest. So I got mine right after the Chicago CoCoFEST in May of '88. So the one that's actually reviewed in this issue of Rainbow.
There
And,
should be some out there then, you would think, but
yeah, I have one.
Fine. Yeah, I remember trying to find one on eBay and just missing out on it before I tried to build my own. So that was sort of what started me wanting to build my own. Was I wanted to try playing these games, and I didn't find any way to find the adapter that was working for me. So
now you based yours on the research that Tim Linder did, right?
exactly, which is
He's in the chat actually.
Right here.
So
You have excellent timing, and Tim's here. Awesome. Maybe you'll have some comments to make along the way too. And definitely, I can't see the chat right now, so let me know if he says anything that we want to respond to there. But yeah, I've got Tim's site linked right in the bottom left corner of this slide. I just did a Google search on Diacom light phaser interface and found his site, and he had a blog entry about the interface, and I'm not going to go there. You can go look at that for yourself, but I'll show you a few little highlights that I gleaned from it in a moment. But that was sort of the thing that got me thinking I could actually build one of these. This is a picture I found. I think it's in an old Facebook post that I grabbed this from. This is a picture of the original interface. It should look just like the one Curtis has at his place.
yeah,
with
except mine doesn't have tape on it.
Even better, yours is improved. I don't know if the tape is maybe holding the lid on. I'm not sure what that is.
It's peeling is what's going on.
Yeah, just the label's peeling.
I think that's what it is too. But you can see the 9-volt battery clip hanging out. To power it up, you had to clip on the 9-volt battery. And then when
I bought one of those universal Radio Shack power adapters for batteries. You could plug into a variety of things, and actually has a 9-volt. So, because this thing will burn through batteries pretty quick if you forget to unplug it.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You got to remember to unplug the battery at the end, otherwise it just keeps running and draining the battery. So having that adapter was definitely a good idea. And you'll see the plugs at the top, and of course the DB9 plug at the bottom to plug the light phaser into. So this was the original product. This is the inside of what the circuit board looked like. And I'm not sure if I got this from Tim's site or if I found this somewhere else. Yeah, I don't remember for sure, but it is the inside of the board. You can see the 6 7400 logic ICs on it, a couple transistors, there's a crystal at the bottom, and then the wires going out to your various connectors, and just a quick shot of the underside of the board and what it looked like. And yeah, just to give you a bit of an idea, some people have never seen this thing before. So. This is definitely from Tim's site. It's just a diagram of the layout of the board showing all the traces. And look at the next one. This is a schematic that's also on Tim's site, which was the one big piece I needed to be able to do this, right? And it says at the bottom, the schematic has not been tested. Well, now it has been tested, and it does work. The only thing to remember is there's a couple of ICs on here that are not drawn as individual ICs. They're drawn as the individual gates inside the ICs. If you look kind of in the middle, there's IC5, C, B, and A. And there's some connections that aren't drawn on that. Like you'll need to, of course, ground the IC, and you can find the pinout online. So that's just a little tip I'll give to anyone who wants to build these. But otherwise, this schematic is awesome, and it was the thing I needed to get mine working. And that brings us to the new one. You'll see a picture of it at the top. I'll show you some close-ups here in a moment. But
I have a bit of an obvious question.
Sure.
And that would be, if I ordered this from you, the gun would come in the mail, and you're from another country, and I would be an international terrorist ordering a gun.
Some kind of space laser he bought.
Yeah. Or is that going to be okay because it's in pieces? Or
we got a few options for it. I have 3 shipping options for you to pick from on my site. One of them is probably not going to work out too great for you. The first one is to pick it up from me locally, which is not going to work for very many people. I can ship it by Canada Post, so it would just be coming over the border. I'm not sure how it works going to the US.
I think it just goes to USPS once it hits the States.
Yeah. And I think you probably get a little bit of a bill for fees at the border. Americans could answer that better than I do. I know when I order from the US, I have to pay taxes on it when it comes across, and that's it. So I can't speak to what exactly the experience is like from your side of things, but there's probably a little bit to pay on that side. The third option that you can also do now, which works really great because the fest is only a few weeks away, is you can choose to have me just bring it to you at the fest, but you order it ahead of time on my site. And
can we pick it up in the parking lot from your trunk?
Right.
I don't think we're quite that full yet this year, but maybe next year, yeah.
I think
Okay.
my table's right beside you, Ron. It doesn't get any
I
easier.
think so. No,
Slide it over, yeah.
Just slide it over. You have the easiest way of getting this than anybody, pretty much.
That's okay.
You can just leave it on his chair.
I could even do that. I could leave it on your chair. Yes.
Just make sure you look before you sit, Ron.
That's right. That would be a sad surprise. So I'll go through a few pictures here. This is just a close-up of the light phaser and the interface. You'll see I changed the design of the interface a little bit. Obviously, I don't have that 9-volt battery clip hanging out the side. I've got a barrel jack, and I'll get a close-up of the barrel jack in a moment. We'll talk about that in a sec. There's the DIN plugs coming out the front of it, which will plug into your CoCo, and I've put the DB9 plug right beside them, which I kind of like because it lets you plug in your light phaser and have it coming straight out at you, so you're not wasting cable going back and then towards you.
Yeah, because it was on the opposite side on the original, if I remember.
Yeah, it was on the opposite side, and I made a choice to put it on the same side as the DIN plugs. It also lets me make all the holes in, that one side of the case, which is a little bit easier for the build. Not much, but a little bit. If people really, really want it on the other side, I would consider, if I get a lot of feedback they want it on the other side, I might make my next version of the board that way. I could pretty easily do that. So let's move forward. I'm going to skip over this one because it's kind of what we saw before. Here's the barrel jack on the side. I've got a little sticker on it telling you exactly what you need to plug into it. So hopefully there's no misfortunes in that way. The cable does come with it that will plug into the barrel jack and connect to any USB 5-volt power source, which most people have about 10 or 20 of those in their house anyway. And it's just a reminder, it is center positive. If you did want to plug in a different type of 5-volt adapter into that, you could. All right.
You don't list the amp requirements.
That's true, but they're extremely low. Pretty much any phone charger is fine. They're high enough. I couldn't run it off the CoCo joystick port. That much I know. But when I measured, it was very low. It was like under 20 milliamps from what I recall, and yet it still pulled the 5-volt line from the CoCo too low. So
the original design had a 5-volt regulator in that TO92 package, so that can't be any more than 100 milliamps or so.
Yeah, it's going to be nice and low. So I wouldn't worry too much about that requirement. Here's just a close-up of the DIN plugs. You've all seen those before. The 4-pin, of course, is the serial port. The 6-pin is the joystick port. And then you got the DB9 there in the background. This is the inside with the top popped off. You've got the 6 ICs, just like on the original PCB.
I like the different colored wires. Thank you.
Yes, different colored wires. And these are all stranded cable wires now based on feedback from about a year ago when it came on the show.
Why won't this plug in? Why won't this plug in? Oh, it's the printer cable.
Yeah. So we got improved stranded cable straight from AliExpress. I've got one wire in white, one in black, kind of mimicking the different colors of the two plugs on the original adapter as well. And yeah, I don't know if it's too much more to say about that. You can see what the inside is like. This is one of the light phasers. I bought a lot of 6 of these off of eBay a while back. And I'm keeping one. I traded one to one of my friends for something I'll talk about in a second. So I've got 4 left to sell. All of these are not perfect. You can see a few imperfections on this one, like there's some scuffs. There's a little dent right underneath the word light on that one. All of them have some little marks like that on them, but there's nothing serious with it. If you do want a perfect condition collector quality one, then go to eBay and pay twice as much.
Is that a printed end cap on that?
Yes, it is. That's what I'm going to talk about in a second. I'll have a nice close-up of that for you. So that is what I got my friend to do for me in exchange for one of these guns. He has a Sega Master System, and so he wanted a gun. So I traded one to him, and he printed these end caps for me. There is a model on Thingiverse that we started with, but it wasn't nearly strong enough. It has a little clip that clips over. There's like a screw post inside that it clips over and kind of grabs onto like a hand. And that little clip would just snap all the time as we were trying to put them on. So he beefed it up a lot. So this is a much more robust design than the original one is. And all 4 of these needed that end cap on them, including the one I traded him. So 5 of them actually needed that.
So you can sell those on the side too, because every other Sega light phaser probably has the same busted end cap.
There's a bunch that would, I'm sure, yeah. And he is planning to make them available to the community in some fashion or another. I'm not sure what it is, but that's his product if he wants to do something with it. So, I'll just move forward and we'll see a close-up of the end. It doesn't look exactly like the original one did, but it does have a circle, like the original one had kind of a circle design there too. It's a bit more like a 3D circle that comes out of you a bit. So it doesn't look exactly like that, but it gives you it looks serviceable, right? It closes up the end, and so you don't have stuff falling into it or whatever, and it looks okay. So all four of these will have that 3D printed plug on the end.
But the end cap is more cosmetic. If I remember right, it doesn't affect the light that goes into it. If I remember right,
That's
it's
right.
just
It's totally cosmetic.
Right.
When you don't have the end cap on, I tested them without it. It works totally fine.
Right. Okay.
And the little sight that you see right on the top, there's two little ears poking up. Those are the sight to help you aim. Those are not part of the end cap. They're part of the main body of the light phaser as well. And that's what all I have about the light phaser. I have one over here I could pick up if you guys want me to show you anything with it yet. But this is just a picture of all four adapters finally finished and ready to go up on my site. And they are all available at rfishack.ca. Four light phasers, 4 adapters. You can choose to buy an adapter without the light phaser. There's an option right on my page where you choose yes, include it, or no, don't include it. And my price, I have a special introductory price for these first 4 that I'm going to be selling, basically covering my cost. And I've got the price in Canadian dollars. When you go to the site, there's a spot to pick your currency right at the top. And if you've ever been to CoCo Man's site, I'm using the same kind of engine that he is, free web store that I'm using. So it works the same as his site does. You get a spot at the top corner to pick your currency. You can switch from CAD to USD, of course, and then you'll get the price in US dollars automatically. So the price just for the light phaser, just for the adapter is $50 Canadian. And then another $25 Canadian if you want to add on the light phaser itself. So 75 Canadian for the whole package. I think that's just over 50 US dollars for the whole package right now, if I'm remembering the conversion correctly. So, but you can
it's
get
about
it
$1.33, $1.34, I think, as of Friday.
Yeah, so that should be pretty close. So yeah, it's a really good price. I pretty much, it doesn't make any sense financially for me to make tons of these, but I want to make sure that I get these first 4 out there and get people using them. So I'm basically selling them for what it costs me to make them.
All right, now I have a gun that is for the, I don't even know what it's for. Maybe duck hunt. That gun.
Nintendo?
Would that work with it?
From the NES one does not. Actually has a different plug entirely on the end. This one uses a DB9 plug. Maybe if I back up, we'll see a picture of it. I mean, it plugs into the port at the bottom here, right? But I have the light phaser right here. If we can get it to focus on that. Is that coming through well enough?
Get on share.
Can you zoom him up, Mark?
Oh yeah,
not until he unshares.
Oh, okay.
Right here. How's that?
There.
If you look there.
Okay, just wait for Mark to zoom you. There.
Okay. So you should see the 9 pins there, 5 along the top row, 4 on the bottom.
Yep.
So it's got to be that type of a plug. And basically, I have it on my site saying the only light phaser I say works with my adapter is the Sega light phaser with model 3050. It says that in the red text right under the word Sega. I don't know if you can see that one, if it's kind of mirror imaged here, but.
Is that because you only tried with that one, but you couldn't get the other one to work too if you tried it?
Well, this is the one that Dicom sold with the adapter.
Oh, okay.
Right? So
Right. I mean, you could probably.
It would work with any other light phasers. There might be some work one could do with a new circuit to make it work with an NES zapper. I have a couple of zappers. I don't know if I'll ever get to trying that out, but maybe someday I'll try that as an experiment too.
We should also mention that this requires a CRT. It won't work with an LED TV.
Yes, and I do mention that on my site, but it's worth mentioning here too. Thank you, Curtis. It does require a CRT, either a television or an RGB monitor. Works great with it. If you got a CM8, that's perfect.
Composite monitor should work too, from what I remember as well.
Sorry, which one?
The composite monitor and the RF and the RGB should all work as long as it's a tube based.
Yeah, composite works great. I did try using a switcheroo cable out to a SCART to component adapter to my component CRT television. That does not work. I was really hoping it would, because it would give me an awesome picture. but the video converter introduces just a little bit too much lag. So I'll mention that as well. You want to go straight from the CoCo's video output, whether you're choosing composite or RGB, you want to go straight to that into your TV or your monitor's input. If you're introducing another video converter in between, I can't tell you if it's going to work or not. It depends on how much lag it introduces. So when I tested with mine, it would detect, you know, the trigger being pulled and everything. That works fine. But there's so much delay introduced, you don't get a proper coordinate back, which is what it's needing. It's needing the X and Y coordinates, which is totally based on timing of when the light sensor in the tip of the gun senses the screen going white. It flashes white really quickly, so you hardly even notice. But that's what the light sensor is looking for. And there's a timing thing for how long it takes to see the light. That tells you where on the screen you're pointing, where the ray is as it's drawing the image.
Do you think they'll ever have a fix for modern TVs to actually work with those?
It is definitely possible, and it has been done with other systems like the NES, for example. There is a modern replacement for the Zapper that will work with an LCD television, so it is possible to do. It's just a fair bit of work involved in doing it. So
They'd have to get a loan then.
It's interesting. I see all these web articles converting a Nintendo to the Sega, but I don't see any articles converting the Sega. I mean, so you can't fix a Nintendo to work on your system, but you could fix a Sega to work on a Nintendo, which, okay.
Yeah, which means it should work both ways. You just have to figure out how.
You just have to re-engineer the wheel, but.
Yeah, I don't think it's that different that it's impossible. The biggest challenge is, of course, your connector on the end is totally different.
Right. Well, right. I take this to mean there must be a lot more Sega phasers than Nintendo phasers out in the world.
I would have thought the opposite.
Yeah, I think there's.
You would think, well, yeah.
I think it's just this one is easier to adapt, I think is what it is.
Oh, that could be. It's just easier to
And it's
change.
a common connector. It's not a proprietary connector like Nintendo used.
Yeah.
And so are you going to go world national with a bunch of other computers?
I don't have any plans to make a whole bunch of these, no.
I'll ask, because I know Frank from Retro Rewind, of course, one of our sponsors, he's mentioned that on multiple occasions that somebody in the CoCo community has some hardware that they've made, but they don't feel like, manufacturing it all the time because it's pretty time intensive. He's willing to do the manufacturing and sell on your behalf. If that's something you want to do.
In handing it over to him at some point, I kind of want to make one more, like I made this first batch of 4. I'd like to make another batch of 4 that just addresses some of the design differences and things I want to do differently on my next one. So I'd like to do another batch of 4. And after that, I'm probably pretty happy to hand it over.
It's pretty cool that you don't have not even one bodge wire on it.
Oh, there is bodge wire just underneath.
Oh,
we don't highlight that.
Yeah,
it's tradition, man. By the way, Tim Lindner corrected you. He said there's only 3 left right now.
Oh, shit. They're going quick.
There was 4, but I had my first order just a moment ago. So yes, they're going quickly already. You might want to head over there. You're running out of time.
That's the CoCoNation effect.
Now, David,
you might not have any to bring to the fest to show off.
Did you think about?
I'll have one. I'm keeping one for myself, so at minimum I will bring that one to the fest. And if Ron gets over in, we might have his there too, if he's willing to let everyone look at it.
Hey, David.
Now, one thing is, does anybody on the panel, or maybe Frank or somebody else knows exactly how the Nintendo one works versus the Sega? If they could help you design one to adapt that, because I imagine those are much more common because they sold way more Nintendos than Master Systems.
There are a lot more, yeah.
I know adapting the Atari one to Sega is easier.
Sorry, what did you say?
Adapting the Atari one to Sega is a lot easier. It's just a couple of inverters.
Okay.
I think.
Have you thought about? Do you have a machine that makes the case, or?
The case is just it's a project box that I bought.
Oh, okay.
These come from Amazon.
Okay, my thought was, have you thought about making your own design of gun, and having them printed, and then just get a sensor and wire it and have your own gun?
Oh, this? No, I have not thought about that yet.
The key word.
I kind of think, like, once I get these ones sold, to be really honest with you, I'm really interested in starting another project. Unless there's people who really want me to do more. I'm really keen on you know, getting the ones I've made out there and kind of see what the design is like or the demand is like. I'll make another 4 after this one that I'll sell for a little bit more. And then I'm probably ready to hand it off to Frank if he's interested in it. We'll kind of just see what kind of interest is out there. Having it require CRT is going to be a limiting factor in it for sure.
Yeah.
But maybe, you know, Frank might be somebody who might want to tackle making it work with an LCD, for example. I believe it is possible. I also believe it's possible to write software that would work on the CoCo 1 or 2. There isn't software like that yet. I've been looking through.
Yeah, if it's just timing to when the screen is flashed white and how long it takes for the scan to come down, I mean, that should be consistent as long as the CoCo 1's slower clock speed is enough time to do that accurately.
Yeah, like there's easy ways to blank the screen on a CoCo 3, right? And I know there's ways you could do it on a CoCo 1 or 2 with a different type of command. On the CoCo 3, you can just change your palette registers all to white and boom, your screen's blank. And then you change them back to what they were and you got your picture back again.
With the CoCo, with the CoCo 1 and 2, all you'd really have to do is just like go to, you could take the VDG out of graphics mode real quick, go to text mode and have just a buffer, a text buffer.
Yeah, 512 byte white buffer. Basically.
White buffer right there. Boom, Bob's your uncle, you're done.
Blanc.
And as far as the timing is concerned, you've got what, 57 cycles or something like that during an 8 sync. So you just kind of like, you just basically
tight loop, interrupts off. You know.
Yep. Yep.
Now, the one thing that might not work with doing the buff text screen is, I don't know, the white on the graphic screen is border is white. The border on the white text screen is black. I don't know if that'll screw up the timing or the reading of the color. I wouldn't think it would if it's further enough down, but maybe if you catch the gun on the edge, it's going to get confused. Because all of a sudden it's...
if you catch the gun on the edge, then you're off target anyway. So it's not even going to register.
Right.
So, I mean, you have to, in order for the gun to register, it has to be in that area. And if it doesn't register the gun, it's like, okay, you missed. You know,
what does it include? The overscan is my question. I'm not familiar enough with the hardware here. I don't know if that's an issue or not. Does it go right from the top of the tube scan, or is it from the top of the border of the 256 by 192?
In general, these
test it out a little bit because, like on the CoCo 3, of course, you're only going to get white on your actual image, and you got a black border, which is how both of the 2 games that we have are designed that way, right?
Yeah.
So you're not going to get a hit on the light sensor anywhere around the edge. It's only going to be on the screen itself.
But on a CoCo 1 2, if you're doing P mode 4, for example, you will have a white border.
Yes, and so we'd have to.
And you can't shut it off.
Is that half, right? That I'm not sure. I haven't got quite that.
I mean,
far.
the other option, if it doesn't work, switching between text mode because one has a border, one doesn't, is you just have a second reserve P mode 4 screen, maybe in the upper 64K or 32K of 64K, that you just leave white all the time. You just change the SAM to point to it briefly and snap back.
Well, if you snap it over during the frame that is polling, if you snap it over to the text screen, you're probably going to be fine. You know,
the only question I have about that, and maybe it wouldn't be a big deal, but I wonder if, and it probably would still work, but you might be limited with resolution a little bit. I don't know. Like it depends, I guess, on how the text screen is drawn. Maybe it will work fine.
Well, you're wanting to the idea being that you're not, the text screen is just there to provide the white screen.
Yeah.
You still got the 256 by 192 effective pixel resolution of the visible area of the VDG screen. And what I'm thinking you do is like, okay, light gun goes off, light gun when it goes off sets a bit, and then you wait till the next H sync, and the next H sync tells you how far from the far edge of the screen you were. And that'll give you not only your vertical location because you can count H syncs, but your horizontal location because you can count time.
Yeah. That totally makes sense. I think that basically it should work. I haven't got far enough to do it. I did get some code from Tim. He sent me code that he skimmed out of Medieval Madness, and he calls it the light gun kernel. Just the very base code that's needed for the light gun to work. And that, of course, is only on the CoCo 3 now, but I do have the disassembled, like the assembly code. And I've been going through and commenting it. If there's anybody who wants to have at it and see what they can do to make it work with CoCo 1 and 2, I'd be happy to have them do it. I'd have to get permission from Tim, or maybe you'd have to ask Tim to provide.
Tim, post permission in the chat.
Yeah,
yes, please.
I would gladly put it on, or let Tim put it on the Color Computer Archive. I'd like to have it be out there so people kind of have that kernel out there and they can do stuff with it, right? Because that's really your start to making a game.
Yeah.
I know when we interviewed Dave Dyes, he was fine with that code getting up, but he said he doesn't have any of his CoCo discs anymore, so he didn't have any of that stuff. So he said, if you guys disassemble it, go ahead. He gave me permission for all my 609 patches too. So
Tim's got it all, and I've been going through and just because I don't know assembly on the CoCo super well. I'm still learning, but I've been going through that CoCo 3 assembly code and commenting it for myself on how everything works, just so I can kind of reverse engineer a little bit and understand it all. So,
do you know, is it hard coded loops or is it using like a gimme time interrupt, or do you know? Or
off the top of my head, I don't remember. There were some loops for sure, but I think there was some timer stuff going on as well. There definitely are some gimme features that it's using beyond just the palette registers.
Okay.
Yeah, but I
haven't really looked at it myself yet. So
yeah, any notes from Tim in the chat yet, by the way?
Well, he's the one who mentioned there's only 3 left.
Is there a code?
And then 60, Karen mentioned it's easy enough to put the VDG into a 512 byte RG6 mode anyway. I forgot about that. You can kind of fiddle with it so you don't need a full 6K for screen. You can make a much lower res with the white border and get the same effect, so it won't take as much memory. Then you probably don't need 64K.
That'd be cool. Yeah, the more CoCos we can make it work on, the better. Like, even if we just had a little target shooting game on the CoCo 1 and 2 to start with, that'd be fun.
Bang, bang, bang.
I wish Dave did still have this though, because he showed us after the first fest, the May 1987 one, where I bought mine. He was showing us a Wild West game that he was working on the CoCo 3, and he had it pretty well done, and he skipped ahead to do Medieval Madness and never released the Wild West one, which is too bad.
Yeah, the Wild West one, I'd almost be most excited about that one, because that one, it really feels like you're using a gun for the thing every kid would want to use a gun for, right? It'd be not in real life, of course, but you'd want to
shoot cowboys and Indians things.
Yeah, I remember he had to shoot doors open and stuff too. Like it was a fun game. Like
Cool.
he actually let us try it at his booth briefly.
There's no pictures of that anywhere, eh? What it looked like?
No, I didn't have a camera at the time. I was just didn't think of that kind of stuff.
There are some fun games on the Master System, like Gangster Town is a lot of fun. It'd be kind of cool to figure out a way to port even parts of that onto the CoCo 3.
Yeah.
And of
Tim
course,
just mentioned too, he said he'll make a GitHub for it today, so the code will be.
There you go.
Woohoo! Awesome. That'd be great if we could have some people have a look at that and then put minds together and come up with something that works on the CoCo 1 and 2. That'd be great.
I want to put it in my custom ROM along with tiles and sprites.
Yeah, you can program it in fourth.
Yes.
And CoCo Town might want to try that because he's doing a game semi-language tutorial series for his Moon Patrol clone that he's been working on. And Nick, would you have any, since you just joined us here, I don't know if you're fully awake yet, but would you have any interest in programming a phaser light game at some point?
Not really, no.
no, he already has his Lamborghini. Or no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's for his peons to program on his behalf, I guess. And just attach his name to it.
David, you may want to get a Lamborghini instead of a Ferrari.
Instead of Ferraris, yeah.
It would say like Nick Renties presents, and then the game by somebody else, and the guy can just suck up off of Nick's reputation.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy the latest Dodge next time. I've been convinced by Ron. I should get a Dodge. There you go.
Good boy.
There you go.
Anyway,
David, why didn't you name the gun Kroeker?
I had never thought of that option, actually.
But have you?
Well, that and it was a Dave Dye's design, so you're kind of paying homage to the creator.
Yeah,
of it, so.
exactly. And I did get permission. I should say that too. I did get permission from Dave through Curtis to put the original Diecom logo on here as well.
Oh,
and
cool.
I really appreciate that he let us do that. I think it lends a little bit more of a retro nostalgia to the whole thing to have that on it, because it's really a cool logo.
Yeah.
Diecom and Kroeker are similar.
Are they?
Well, they're both Canadian.
That's true. That's true. Yep. Yep. The Diecom was based out of Milton, Ontario, as per the Rainbow ad. Yeah.
So
I did
having come late, how many? Can you rewind the show and just start it again?
You can do that in YouTube, Nick. Don't worry, we'll wait.
How many games were there for those light guns? Anyway?
Released was 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's how
there was
popular
other ones in development I've seen, but unfortunately Dave doesn't have them anymore.
Yeah.
And I think that's the same story for light guns on many other systems, really. How many light gun games actually ever came out? Not very many.
I
There
played
were a
Duck
lot
Hunt.
more on some of
That's
the
it.
video game systems, eh? Like if you look at the Sega Master System, I mean, I don't have an exact number in mind, but there's probably about 10. And on the NES, there's more than that. There's, I mean, everybody knows about Duck Hunt. That's the really popular one that everyone knows about. There's quite a few more. I know there's a Lone Ranger game that I've never tried on the NES that I'd love to try.
Didn't they port the arcade crossbow too as well?
That I'm not aware of, but they do have a bunch, so that's certainly possible. I think there's a
The one I
Bayou
want to see is
game.
Chiller. That would be awesome and controversial.
Atari's got 11 games that are light game compatible, light gun compatible.
Yeah, that's on the 8-bit computers or on one of the.
Actually, there's a couple on the 7800, the XEGS, and there's even one released for the 2600 and one that was never released for the 2600.
And it's the same gun that works on all those systems then?
Yeah.
Cool.
Do you think
It's
any
the,
of the ADG games would be converted that had any of that?
I don't think any of those games are designed for like gun type interface.
No.
You just be taking art ideas from them and using them somehow. That's about the most you could do.
Yeah.
Any games which use it for anything more than just shooting a moving target, like you could probably use it as a pointer, similar to the Wii, where you point it and.
I want to
use
see
it-
Nick draw his graphics for his games using light gun, shooting every pixel
Like
to light it up. Oh, I need purple. I got to shoot 8 times with the 1 pixel.
Actually, the Atari one and the Sega one are just glorified light pens.
There is, like I was mentioning, that Lone Ranger game on the NES. That one, I've never played it, but I've heard it uses a controller, like a regular D-pad controller and the light gun. So you can do both things with it. I've never played it, so I don't know what the gameplay is like, but that's interesting. That's one reason why I'd like to try that game at some point. And the other thing I'd like to see somebody do is, you know, the game Shooting Gallery in the CoCo 1 and 2? It'd be cool if we could play it with a light gun, wouldn't it? Where you're
Yeah,
actually
it'd have to be rewritten fair bit to do that, but yeah.
Yeah, it would. But it'd be a neat idea to have something like that, where you have like a carnival shooting game to play with your light gun. I think.
Yeah, because right now you move left and right, then you have to shoot, and the bullet travels up. You'd have to take out that whole shoot the bullet travels part out,
It
and then
would
just
change gameplay. You're right. But something with that type of idea, I think, would be fun.
So what made you do this? What got you going on this?
Well, it was like I was saying in my presentation, it was seeing those ads in the Rainbow years ago because I really wanted to try playing the game. And then when I got back into my CoCo just maybe 4 years ago, again, I really wanted to try the game. And this was the only way I figured I was going to be able to play it, was to build my own adapter. And then finding Tim's site made me think I could actually do it. And that's kind of how it started. And then I wanted to, you know, I do have a computer engineering degree from back in the day. So I did have some knowledge of circuits and putting circuits together on a breadboard and stuff. And I figured, but I never made my own actual PCB. That's kind of a more modern thing that's become easy to do in more recent years. And I wanted to try that. And this was sort of a project I could get excited about doing, which I would actually spend enough time on to see it through to the end, right? Because you got to want to finish it in order to actually put the time in to do it. So that's kind of how I'd answer the question. I just want to play the game. Yeah.
Yeah, Mark Siegel and Six have been talking in the chat here about the fact that you could do that today with use a camera as a gun. And as 60 says, yeah, that sounds eminently plausible, but given that's what a frickin' mouse does these days. So you probably could duplicate, and that would work on a non-CRT system too, I'd imagine. So,
What, you hold your mouse up to the screen?
No, it doesn't focus right, but
yeah, if you had a different lens, that would probably work.
There are modern light guns out there that I think use that technology. I haven't researched those to figure out exactly how they work, but I believe they do something similar to that, where they're using like a photo sensor, right? And you calibrate them, you know, to set kind of where your edges of your screen are. So it's definitely possible to do. Just somebody has to kind of re-engineer it.
and rewrite the software probably to handle the new way of doing
The software's got to be totally different then, yeah. Yeah, because even the software itself, exactly like what Henry was saying before, it's using your H-sync timing and all that stuff to figure out where your light beam is as it draws the screen. It depends on all that stuff. And so it'd be a totally different mechanism for that.
Yeah.
Well, this all fits the Star Wars thing, doesn't it?
Yeah, a good blaster by your side, you know.
Actually, it works quite like that because it's as if I'm one of the the white suited guys because I miss everything I try to shoot with the thing. So, you know.
Very realistic.
But the
Stormtroopers all, the
if it's gonna
Stormtroopers all
fit,
had one of these.
if it's gonna fit the theme, though, there has to be somebody who's playing Beat Saber. Never mind.
Lead balloon.
That's all right. Can't
Not
win them
fam-
all.
Not familiar.
Oh, with Beat Saber? Oh, it's a VR
No.
game. VR game that
Oh.
uses lightsabers to slice things up while you're like, it's like Dance Dance Revolution except with lightsabers.
Okay.
Oh, so it's like that Nintendo game that they had where you swipe your sword to chop fruit and stuff.
Yes, exactly. Except
Huh.
VR.
Except just lightsabers instead of a sword.
Yeah.
VR
Maybe
Fruit
the-
Ninja.
Like 60 says, but who's going to shoot first? My favorite meme related to this was they had a bunch of stormtroopers against red shirts from Star Trek where they all shoot and miss, but all the red shirts died anyway.
Yeah, that's all I had, guys. So definitely look for my table at CoCoFEST. I'll be there, and we'll hopefully Brian's bringing a screen for me to use with it, which will be awesome. I really appreciate him doing that. We'll have a nice setup there. And
I have a question for you. Like, if you do sell the other 3 here and you just have the demo, are you going to take orders at the fest for your second run of 4? Or
For the second run of 4, yeah, for sure. I'll do up to 4 for sure.
and will those only be the adapters without guns? I'm presuming because the guns are pretty hard to find.
At least I can't promise guns at this point because I don't have them, but we'll see what we can do. Like if somebody says I really want the gun with it because I have a hard time finding one locally, I know a few available here locally. They cost more than what I spent on these ones. So you know the price of them is going to vary depending on what it costs me to get them at that point. But if people really want my help in finding one, I can see what I can do. But most places, like because they require a CRT, there are a lot of people who are selling these now because they don't have a CRT anymore, don't want one anymore.
Oh, that's true.
They
I never
have
thought
them
that.
sitting around, right? So they're out there. If you look on Facebook Marketplace or Kijiji or whatever your local selling online platform is, just kind of looking away from eBay because eBay you're going to pay more for, and you've got to pay shipping then too, right? Locally you can find them. They're out there. I've seen some locally for as low as $10 Canadian for the light phaser. You don't see that too often. They're usually a bit more like 25 to 40 locally Canadian dollars. But they're out there. You can find them.
Okay.
And if you can't find them locally, you do a search on eBay, they're very attainable. I mean, you could do a search any day of the week and there's 50, 60, 100 of them out there. So
yeah, you can get them. It's not like we need to go and look for an NES option right away or anything. They're out there.
Yep.
Yeah. There were a lot of Sega Master Systems made, not so many in North America, but in Brazil it was immensely popular. It was actually way more popular in Brazil than the NES. So there's tons there. And Europe, actually, they were very popular too. So,
and we have a lot of Brazilians in our community thanks to the CP400 and stuff, so they can maybe even get some on your behalf. You can go pick them up at their show every year.
Or maybe they want to buy it. If they work on their machines, we have to see.
You're gonna have to change the label
Why?
to their language.
Fair number of them speak English, so
multinational version coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you got your traditional French on there for the Canadian product? Or?
You can put a label on both sides. That way you got 4 languages.
There we go. I'll just include multiple labels. You can put whatever one on you want. How about that?
Just give them blank labels, and then no matter what language they have, they can print their own.
Blank labels and a Sharpie.
Yeah, there you go.
IKEA pictures.
Yeah.
I want Kroeker stickers on my gun.
Well, my name is on it. If you want that, it is there. So you just got to look up in the tiny print. It's on there.
Oh yeah.
Cool. I had a lot of fun with that. I bought both games right after they were released. Well, the fest after they were released because they used to release them in the fall, right after the fest, of course. But they're a lot of fun. And if you're not really good at shooting a distance, you can cheat. You can walk right up to the monitor and you can just start picking them off.
I hate to say, I had my son test it for me for a while, and that was what he did right away. Is he's like got the gun right up against,
and he still couldn't make it to the end of Medieval Madness.
Well, I think he was playing Iron Forest only. So.
Oh, okay.
And eventually he got bored. I mean,
here's the neat thing about our show: Brian Weisler already has one that he's going to demo for us.
Oh, right.
Because he has one of everything.
He's probably got several though.
Yeah, I've got plenty of those Sega light guns. So.
Oh, I didn't know you did. Okay.
Oh,
You've
yeah,
got a master system to use them with then already?
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, because I went ahead and ordered one there from what was that, rfishact.ca.
That's the one, yep. Alternate pronunciation. Yeah, so you've got an adapter order already, which is great. It'll work great with your guns you already have. I got my first light phaser with the Sega Master System, actually, which kind of that also piqued my interest in making the adapter because I had a gun sitting there I knew would work with it.
Yeah, my first Sega Master System was bought from the kid I used to live down the street from growing up, and I remember he had one, and I was looking for that kind of stuff, and he had one, and he sold it to me cheap, and I even got the 3D glasses.
I was going to ask if you had them because those are awesome. I just got them on eBay about 6 months ago, and I was blown away at how good the 3D experience is from that time. It's just super. Like the 3D Zaxxon is amazing when you enter the fortress, just comes right out the screen at you. The other one I really enjoy is the Outrun 3D.
Is this what type of 3D glasses is this?
Alternating, like turning your shutter on.
Okay, yeah, shutter ones.
Just using a cable to do it, right? Instead of Bluetooth.
Somebody on the CoCo some years ago was fiddling with getting that to work on the CoCo. I'm trying to remember who
It
was.
should totally be possible to get it to work on the CoCo. It's just you gotta spend a bit of time at it, but I don't see why it wouldn't work. You just need.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was now, but somebody had actually done some very brief little demos based on it.
I don't even think it'd be all that difficult, and it would be. I mean, the hardest thing, of course, is making the software part, right? Because you got to have two images that you're alternating between. That would take a little bit of fancy stuff.
Like you might be able to hack Steve Bjork's Warpfighter 3D, which is meant for the the blue-red 3D.
Yeah,
which does work. It works better in RGB than composite because you can never get those colors exactly right in composite.
Well, what did the guy use that had that platform that he,
the VR.
Oh yeah, he had the whole treadmill and
with
virtual reality goggles. Yeah, that's only about $3,000-4,000, so that's no problem.
Oh no,
so
pick that
up. Yeah,
a nice bit of kit though.
He was actually coming to the States to help tour that. But go ahead. I don't know who's speaking, but yeah, that was a really expensive system. He was actually like the company he worked for sold those for kiosks and stuff, for the equivalent of an arcade or something like that. It was meant to be a big commercial thing, and it was not cheap. But yeah, he converted a few CoCo games to run in that, like Phantom Slayer and a few others that would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was thousands of dollars, so that immediately put me out.
all right.
All
Well, thanks for the update. Look forward to seeing you at the fest in 3 weeks exactly.
Awesome. Looking forward to it. Yeah, I'll be there.
All right. Next up, I've got Henry on my list.
Oh, lovely. Hi, folks. Well, I'm relatively easy with me being at VCF East. This is my first time there, and let me tell you, if you've never been to a VCF, you need to go. That's all there is to it. There have been some great talks that have been going on. I got to hear a couple of different talks on FujiNet, which is looking cool, and FujiNet is going to be represented in demonstration at CoCoFEST. Not me, but Henry R is going to get a FujiNet for the CoCo and bring it to CoCoFEST. But one of the first things I wanted to see was consignment. I had forgotten about the massive lines from last year, so I didn't expect the massive line from this year. But there was a massive line this year. They're in apparently a larger location, but it's still too small.
Gee.
That seems to be a theme with VCFs this year.
Yeah, it's like the consignment area is effectively like a 2-stall firehouse garage. Is what they're using this year. So it's relatively sizable, but it's still small, and there's not much. You've got some low throughput. But I happened to cross this beauty, which I'm looking forward to taking home.
Oh, CGP 115 pen printer. Yeah.
Yep, I'm looking forward to taking that home and playing with it. And in the free pile, I don't think it interfaces to a computer. This is like a Brother typewriter.
Some of the, I don't know if Brother did, but I know some of those electric typewriters actually did have a serial or parallel port you could actually send to it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, with it being electronic and microprocessor based and whatnot, I'm sure I can hack something into it if I really try. There was let's see, I ran across Taylor and Amy, which was kind of cool. So I got, Taylor actually handed me one of her stickers. Yeah, there it is. There's the sticker that Taylor handed me. And I got Gotek. This one's already done with the flash floppy. It's got the OLED display on it. So yeah, the regular price was $48, and you have to pay taxes and whatnot. I got it $45 to show price, which is good. And there was a group there, core64.io. I don't know, you may have seen these around. It is 64 bits of core memory goodness, interfaced with a Raspberry Pi Pico, and you get to weave the plane yourself. It's not already made for you. You get to weave them, and they are the ultra tiny little, like, need a microscope or something to see them cores. So I'm looking forward to playing with all those once I get home.
David Ladge's comment, he said that model of Gotek is great. I have 4 of them.
Oh, well, I've only got the one, and really, I don't have an FTC for the CoCo that I have, but I've got a K-Pro 2 that I'm not sure whether it's the drives are out of alignment or whether it's the discs that I got were bad. But when I got it and turned it on, it wouldn't boot. So I figure I'll plug this thing in and see what's going on.
Yeah. Cool.
That's what I
got.
got.
Are you there the whole weekend or just?
Yeah, I'm here through They finish up tomorrow. I'm staying for the roundtable tomorrow because you've got folks talking about the Apollo program and the computers there, including Curious Mark is going to be talking. So I'm looking forward to that tomorrow.
Okay. That's Usagi or whatever he calls himself.
No, Usagi, he's doing Hawk Drive Madness tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Which is through most of the day tomorrow. And that's going to be right outside the actual computer museum that they've got there. InfoAge is like a several building campus. It's an old army base. So they've got not just a computer museum, but they've got like a history of radio communications museums. It's a fun place to come visit. Even if you're not coming for VCF, it looks like a fun place to come visit.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
And do you think you'll have time a little bit later to pop on and just give us a quick rundown of the show floor? Or?
Looking at my watch and feeling out how worn out I generally feel, I'm thinking, you know what? I think I'll sleep. Yeah, I don't want to get back in the car and deal with it.
Okay. How far away is your hotel from the barracks?
Like a 10-minute. It's like a 10-minute drive, but it's not the drive; it's the parking.
Wow.
So if I get there at 8 in the morning, I barely find a parking spot out front. If I get there later, I'm going to have to drive like way down back there and go through some, yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll see if we can hit up Sloopy or some of the others there a little bit later. Let's see if they can pop in. Since Sloopy's actually working at Jim Brain's booth, I think he's going to be right on the floor. So.
Yep.
I don't know if Terry Steen had a booth this year or not. Can't remember if he did or not. I know he's trying to set up a VCF in Virginia, I guess.
That'd be good to see.
He's kind of just scouting out some of the people at VCF East to talk to some of the organizers about it.
Okay. Well, next up we had Patrick.
Mr. Rick Euland, go ahead.
Fair enough. While I was looking for these CoCo adapters, which I almost couldn't find, I ran across a bunch of my old CoCo stuff. So
I remember some of those. I even have some of those buried somewhere.
Yeah, here's the first 4 last fests. And then I think year 5, I left my banner and my badge and everything on the table and left. So that all got thrown away. And then a couple more fests, including the Glenside calculator, which you'll notice still works. So
yeah, I still have mine too. It's actually in one of my travel bags.
You can still do math on that bad boy. Still doesn't have X, but hey, you get what you get. And then, of course, the last 4 fests, which the virtual one. And then I can't find any of my buttons or stickers or anything for the last fests except for the Taylor and Amy button. That's all I found. So I guess for everything I find, I lose something correspond with it. And then I guess I probably won't be on next week because next week's acquisition is going to be, I went with the Holden. So the Camaro, for those who don't know, is a rebuilt, it's a Holden Commodore platform. So my old Camaro blew up. Here's the new Camaro. And that's next week's acquisition, which should be arriving about noon Saturday.
So you'll be bringing that to the fest then, right?
Yeah, just in time because the old one's dead. So if I'm going to get to the fest, I've got to buy a car or rent one. So yeah, we just bought this one or one similar to this, not this exact one. But in any case, that's my acquisitions. I think I'm going to make it after all. I've built lots of product.
Oh yeah.
I still got dibs on one of your network cards. So.
Hey, bring it on.
Sweet. Yes, and I'm still making piles. So and it looks like I'm going to have a way to bring them there. So life is good.
And you got a chick magnet.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't. I have a strong reverse polarity magnet built into me. I think. And
that's what you call it. I have one of those too.
All right, let's see.
Break.
Next up, Brian. Nope, no breaks. We gotta go.
No
another hour
breaks.
yet.
Slog through it, folks. You can do it.
This will run us right to the end of the show.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah. And we
Okay.
can see you real good.
So, a while back, I had shown an adapter that came inside of a Color Computer 2. If you guys remember that, it kind of slid into the ROM port, and it had two little grooves in it, so you could slide a circuit board in. From that same guy, there was a cabinet, and he had asked me if I wanted it along with the stuff there, because he said it looked like it went with the stuff. So I said sure, and it was kind of cool actually. Let me. I wanted to share this here because I think I have an idea for a project for it. So it's just a metal cabinet, and it's sloped on the front here.
Nice.
And this piece of paper was actually stuck on there. In the group of the stuff, I forgot to grab this though. The guy had attempted to make his own keyboard extender. You know, it was kind of a popular thing that people did back in the day. And I saw this piece of paper on there, and at first it didn't really dawn on me, but this is the exact size of the CoCo 2 keyboard. And so I think his intent was he was going to cut this piece of metal out and just never got around to it. So so the thought that I had is I have one of the keyboards that you could have bought back in the day from Radio Shack, which was used
the deluxe.
It was used in the deluxe. And so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and cut this out like he intended and mount this in there. And then I also have the joystick and the keyboard adapter that Paul Fiscarelli made. And so what I'm thinking is maybe mounting inside here the keyboard and the joystick and keyboard adapter, and then have room over here for like a Raspberry Pi, and make a little all-in-one little CoCo thing here that I could either run like the deluxe ROMs, which we now have available in MAME and such, or even or any of the options that Ron Klein has put together with his CoCo Pi project. So I was kind of thinking maybe this might be kind of a fun little project here to kind of make some use out of this and kind of maybe continue what whomever, I don't know who the owner was of this, intended to do. So kind of thought that might be a fun project I might work on here later this summer or maybe next winter or something like that. So
does it have feet on the bottom?
It's just flat on the bottom. So
is that a case he bought?
I have no idea. This
generic case.
The seller, what he does for a living is he literally buys storage units, and then he goes in and just starts sorting through it. And 99% of what he sells is stuff that you'd see like in a flea market.
So what's the bottom of that look like again?
It's just flat.
Okay, that's commercial. I've seen those.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And it has vents.
That's cool. That's
and
very
the
cool.
back is vented and everything and stuff. So I could pop a hole in here for the joystick port and some power.
And for the record,
could be right here. So
are the sides wood grain?
Yeah, and for the record, it has wooden feet. It doesn't have rubber feet stuck on the bottom, but the wood extends so that you aren't scratching metal on your wooden table.
And this is real veneer
That is
wood
wood.
too. So
Yeah. I remember those. I wish I had some now. They were
So-
very good in the day.
So I thought it might be a good
Yeah.
use of because like I said, I had the keyboard and everything, can mount that all in there. It might be a nice way to do a Cocoa Pie project. So anyway.
Actually, it looks big enough. You could put an Athena board in there and make a real CoCo.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Yeah, pretty much.
it is. I mean, it is fairly deep right here. This is about 1.25 inches here on the front.
Yeah.
And you know, depending on if you mount the CoCo keyboard in there, you still might have enough room on the bottom there or below it. You definitely have room on the backside there. So yeah, I'll have to keep that in mind. That's a good
The
point,
cartridge
Bob.
slot would be a problem.
I say put an extender cable and put it in the back.
Ah, you got a jigsaw. Cut a hole in the side.
Well, or one option might be is I have a what do they call that? Let's see here. What's his name? Over in the UK. He's made a lot of Dragon products there.
Julian?
Sharon Anscombe.
Dragon Plus guy, or
Yeah, Dragon Plus.
that's Julian Brown?
No, not Julian Brown.
Or no, sorry, that's John Whitworth.
John.
Sorry, Yeah.
John Whitworth. Thank you. John Whitworth made that board. That's what's he called it? It basically takes the ROM port and inverts it, so it comes back at itself.
Yeah, so you could put some cards in internally on the Dragon. You have a lot of room in that case, too.
Right. So I don't know if there'd be enough room for that though, but there might be an option there to
Cartridge slot in the top.
SDC upside down over the motherboard. I bet it fits. I'd almost lay money you could do that.
Yep. So we'll see. There
Why
might be some
ribbon
options.
cable out the back?
Yep. First step's going to be to get the keyboard mounted in there as flush as I can, and then we'll see how much real estate we have. So, but it might be kind of fun just to use up some components that I have laying around. So,
Are you going to put standoffs in there to hold it?
Bolt it to the
mount
top. It's a metal top. You can do that.
Yep. I'm going to mount it to the top. So, yep. So anyway, so there's that.
Oh, and pro tip from the old guys: if your cutout is a little jagged, you stick the keyboard in, it sticks up. Take some black caulk and caulk around it. You'll have a nice even line. No one will ever know.
Right.
Absolutely perfect.
So the next thing I wanted to show here, I've been looking for one of these for a long time. Came across a set of ribbons, the colored ribbons, the red, blue, and green that worked with the DMP 130 printer and the 130A. So it's the same as the black one. It's just that it has obviously a red ribbon or a blue ribbon in it. I did take my finger and kind of smear on the ribbon there, and I got a little bit of transfer. So I think the ink is not completely dry yet. So,
So what was the idea? You put one in, print, and then reload the paper and put another one in and print?
well, that's the question. That's why I'm showing it on the show here. Is I was going to
Right.
ask if anybody's aware. Was there software that was done for the CoCo that that was designed to say, okay, insert the red ribbon, and then it'll tell you to put in the blue ribbon? Was there anything like
And-
that back in the day?
In my amateur past, you did that manually. You made 3 plates of what you want to print and ran it 3 times.
Yeah, the only
other-
multicolored ribbon ones I remember was the Star Micronics NX10. It was a popular one, but it actually
Right.
had it had 3 colors on the same ribbon. It would just adjust vertically up
Yes.
and where it would hit.
The
They had a
other thing,
Panasonic that did that.
the other thing that we used to do back in the day was do a multi-pass print where you did grayscale plates. And so the darkest grays got printed 5 times and the lightest grays got printed once. And you used an old ribbon to do that. But it's kind of the same theory. You can get a lot more out of the printer than it technically does by using different color ribbons and just multi-printing. Just roll it back up to the top and do it again.
Right. So, but then obviously you need to be careful about where you're aligning and everything, so that when it started to advance the paper, that your overlay was
You had to be
Well,
right
what,
on.
That's what traction feed was all about.
Yep. So I thought that was kind of.
Yeah, I have one of those.
So I've been kind of looking, and this was actually sold by I think it might have been maybe a different company, but it was actually sold by Radio Shack at the time there.
Now
So.
it says it's got print power software included. I'm assuming that must be for Tandy 1000s or something.
Turn it over.
Yeah, I'm guessing, but there is no. There was the whoever had this before, the software was not in this.
Smart
taken off,
software.
So anyway,
Let's see the back.
Nice.
but on the back, it just it kind of has some little examples, and that might have been what the software was designed to do. So
Banners.
So yeah, you do the green
Yeah, it says
plate
PC
and then the
compatible
red
graphics
plate.
design, so that it's definitely for the Tandy 1000 the software.
So, but it might be kind of fun to print out some things from the with the
Yeah,
color computer.
you can do it yourself. Yeah.
Yep. So, because I've been wanting to find this because the DMP 130, that's the printer that I bought back in the day for mine, and I printed a ton of stuff out on that thing, and I always thought this would be kind of cool to add a little color to it. So,
And I believe those are the kind of ink packs that WD-40 works well on. So if it's a little dry,
yeah, right.
Oh,
give it a spritz.
Well, yeah, because I was kind of curious about that. I've seen where people have bought like the little bottles of ink that you might use for
Right. And the trick on these wad ribbons, so it's not like organized inside. The ribbon goes in one side, it's a wad, and it pulls it out the other side.
Yep.
And so what you do is you run the page through without printing anything, and it still cycles the ribbon left to right as it goes left to right.
Yep.
Printing spaces. So you can kind of re-lubricate your ribbon. Every once in a while you give it a spritz, and then you let the wad soak through, and then you've got a new ribbon again.
Okay.
I kept a DIMP 105 on the road for for quite some time with this can of WD-40.
Chris Durst in the chat is saying, so many of these ribbons went through my hands back in the day. We used to, we used those and the print power software and printed on iron-on paper to make t-shirts.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool. So yeah, so that was I was glad to finally come across one of those. Yesterday I was looking for some other stuff and I came across this, and I can't remember if I had shown this or not. And many of you probably seen it
Spectral,
before,
right?
It's called, yeah, this is the Spectral book. They're called the Facts. And I was kind of thumbing through it, and boy, it is packed full of a lot of information for the
Some
CoCo.
facts in there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a really good book there. I mean, I don't know if it's one of those that's one of the, that if you're a hardware person, you really want to understand the CoCo. But
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
it
got
breaks down
software
the
and
chips.
hardware. If I remember, it's like a general, not just the unraveled, which is just the ROMs. It's like a general everything about the CoCo, all the chips, all the.
Are these available? There's an awful lot of
I remember
stuff
them
in-
being advertised in Rainbow. I don't actually have one of these, but I have seen them at Rainbow Fest back in the day at the Spectral booth. But I at that time I wasn't into, well, I was still not really into hardware design and stuff, but I wasn't into machine language, so it wasn't that much of a, draw for me to get at the time. But I really wish I had.
Yeah, because it talks about here block diagram, sound circuitry, multiplexer control, single bit sound, VDDG mode control, PIA initial setup, the 739 registers, 793, 1793 commands, and 1719
Yeah, it's a disk controller.
registers. Yep. So
Is that on the archive? Because that, if it's not, should be scanned.
Yeah, and this would be a real easy one to scan because it's.
it'll go flat. Yeah.
Yeah,
It'll lay
you can
flat.
take this binder.
And you've got
You
what?
don't
There's a
have
fifth
to.
printing or something. It looks like.
Yeah, they actually had 5 printings of it. The first
Brian.
printing was back in November of '81. Yeah.
To scan this, all you do is you fold the book in half. So fold it halfway through so that it's open about half, whatever, like fold the back around so that about half the book is on the back and half the book's on the left and half the book's on the right. You just scan right through it.
Oh yeah. Well,
And it
actually,
stays focused, and that can all be cut out just really easily, and you don't even have to take the book apart.
at
it's-
work, we have one of the machines that'll separate this for me.
Oh, and put it back together.
I can set the stick right out, and it'll open up all the teeth for you. I can take this all out.
You should have
scan
said,
it.
I have the $600
Yeah.
machine, man.
Yeah. And actually, I have a scanner, and it's set up that it'll automatically remove holes from the scan as it's scanning through. So I can scan this through, and this will all be eliminated. So
Yeah, that because I just looked and it doesn't look like that exists on the archive.
the facts.
Have some paperwork to
okay.
send you, Brian.
Yeah.
What was the date of the 5th printing there? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah. So there's oops, come on, camera. Here we go. I'm gonna focus here.
No. There you go. 83.
So
Oh,
yeah,
July of
so-
83. Okay.
Yep. So November '81, and then July of '83, and this does say copyright '83. So I'm assuming this must have been a fifth printing.
3
That's even
printings
before the
in
CoCo 2
82.
came out. This is still all CoCo 1. They made 5 printings of it. Because September of '83 is when they announced the CoCo 2 and the 64K color computer.
Okay.
And I don't remember seeing it after the CoCo 2 came out, because obviously the motherboard and stuff pretty radically changed. I don't remember seeing the facts coming out after that. Well, I maybe I just never saw it, but
I'm just thinking, a person had this, and they had the unraveled books and everything, and boy, you'd be armed with a lot of good
You
information.
got it. You got what Tandy knew.
But in the back here, they have like the product manuals.
Yeah,
or
Motorola's
the-
own manuals for
like-
chips.
If you remember, getting these data sheets used to be a write-off and wait 2 months.
Yeah.
It wasn't like you could just, go to the website and download it. You waited a long time to get these. And then you forgot one chip, so you wait another 2 months to get that chip's data sheet.
Yeah, it looks like they got preset. Like you've already gone through the CPU, the SAM. Now you're on the VDG. Like,
Yep.
Yeah, I remember hearing high praise about it. I remember it was reviewed in Rainbow early on too. It was like if you're doing any programming or hardware for the CoCo, you should get this book type thing. But I don't, like I said, I wasn't sophisticated or technical enough at the time. I saw it and went up. I don't have any use for that. And kicking myself now.
Right.
So what's that book called? The Facts.
The Facts, yeah.
Because I can't see it on the archive.
No, it's not.
It's not
what,
there.
Henry just said either.
Oh,
It's just
right.
one of the many things Brian needs to scan in for the archive.
Yeah.
I'm gonna spend a summer scanning. So
So I think the scheduled date for that to be added to the archive is 2037.
2037.
Well, this one might go faster if you got the machine to actually take it apart and do the scan for you. Then you just
Yeah,
you
drop it
don't
off
wreck
there and
it.
have a lunch
Yeah.
break.
It's nice because it kind of grabs these little fingers right here and it pulls it back for you, and then you
It
can just
doesn't
lift it right
evenly
out.
and doesn't break half of them off like when you're trying to do it by hand. And
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. 'Cause usually this stuff is kind of brittle. And
Yeah,
if I
those-
do break it, the girls have new ones of these, and I can just replace it.
Yeah, we used to have those
Color
coil binders at work
bindings.
too. So yeah.
They're,
Well, matter
they're
of fact,
ridiculously simple.
I'm probably going to
machine.
have one of the girls in the office show me how to operate the machine. So
all right.
You have to put it in kind of backwards-ish, and then you have to pull the lever just a little bit so that it opens everything up, and then you can start removing the pages.
okay, there we go. So anyway, I like I said, I couldn't remember if I'd shown this on the show before or not, and so I thought, well, if I had, it's been a while because I don't remember, so I thought it'd be kind of cool. So
60 saying there was equivalent for the Dragon called Inside the Dragon. It had all the data sheets in the back like the Fax does. It was probably its biggest selling point. Didn't hurt that the main body text was actually really quite helpful and informative, but the data sheets were killer.
okay.
Oh, comb binding. Yeah, thanks, Tim. I was thinking coil binding, but that's a little bit different.
Comb binding, yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
And it's amazing. Comb binding from being back in the 80s is still used today.
Right?
Oh yeah,
Still
I mean,
works.
yeah, I see the girls
Cheap
put together
and it's
quotes all the
easy.
time. So
It's cheap and it's easy, and the machines have stuck around longer than mimeographs.
well, and the other nice thing is that when you open it up, it lays
It's
flat.
flat. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not outlived its usefulness.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the paperless office, folks.
Right.
Right.
Exactly. The last thing I wanted to show here, if we have time to go through it, we don't have to talk about each of them very far though, but there's been a seller that's been selling some stuff, and oops, make sure I set this in the right spot here. Just a second, guys.
And wonder of wonders, Brian's been buying it.
But some of this is original, some of this is actually copy though, but the prices were right, so I kind of grabbed some of it here. Let me see if this might be appropriate here. There we go.
I think
Greg Zumwalt's Flight Sim 1.
Yep, Flight Sim 1. What kind of draw me this to it is I don't know, just the black and white label like that. I thought that was neat, and I don't know if that was the first time that when they first came out with these, and then they switched to the other color label, or if that's
It depended on the program. Like Sands of Egypt was one of their earliest disc-based programs for the CoCo at all, and that had a blue and white label. As an example.
Yep.
Yeah, the book and map that goes with that.
No, I need to try to locate that. He just had the disc there, so it was inexpensive enough, so I grabbed that one.
I might have one.
Oh, okay.
I have the Flight Sim 1. It's on the archive too, I'm pretty sure.
So there's that there. Let me move this out of the way here. And then here's Investigations in Integral Calculus.
Woohoo!
I bet you that was a top seller.
No, thank you.
That sounds fun at parties.
Interesting.
All the
But
engineers
it
were
was
looking at
for the
that.
color computer, so yeah.
Yeah, this one I did not have, but I do remember seeing it in the store.
Is
Okay.
that on the archive? I'd be interested.
I haven't gone through and verified if any of these are on the archive yet or not. So
Investigations in integral calculus.
Yes, sir.
I mean, That's
Well,
about as
thank you
exciting
for
as you can
bringing
make
that up.
calculus sound, right? So anyway,
Can't wait to try that on the Game On Challenge.
there you
Yeah,
go.
right.
We'll start with part one, the derivative calculus first.
How did you know that was this week's game?
It does not appear to exist on the archive.
Okay. I've always been kind of intrigued. There was an auction up in Canada on eBay, and I missed it. When I say missed it, I didn't bid high enough. But I can't remember the name of the software. But I've always been intrigued by a lot of the educational software that Tandy did. They really did have a lot of educational type of different programs and stuff and various. But
that was one of their selling points for getting the CoCo into schools and stuff too.
Did you get a manual with that calculus product there too, Brian?
not that one. I did not. Nope.
Too bad.
So, yeah, because it might be a case of where you put the disc in there and it's maybe just tutorial based, where it just takes you right through the whole. It takes you through it. There's really no manual that's required. It's just you click start and it goes, just kind of progresses maybe too. I don't know. I haven't had a chance to run this one yet.
So what is that? 262641? What's the catalog number?
Yeah, 26-2641.
I wonder if that was an express order.
Well, it's a regular catalog number.
Oh, right.
Which
Yeah,
is
you're right.
what
Yeah.
was
The express
interesting.
order had different prefix. That's right. What's the copyright year on it? Is 82, 83, 84, 5? Or does it say on the disc?
81. Well,
Oh, wow.
no, this is not 81. Oh, 83. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the requirements over here. So, but 83.
So that's right around the CoCo 2 transition.
Yeah, because what I'm interested in with that is it actually doing a 6809 level implementation of a rudimentary computer algebra system to actually do the integrals?
Right.
Because just the fact that it's doing integral calculus, I'm looking at this and saying, okay, so we're able to do like differential equations on the CoCo. This is awesome.
Yeah, well,
No, I don't know if 60 was joking or not, but he says in the chat their differential calculus is on another disc.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me because you're looking at integral calculus. Differential calculus is Calc 1. That's your first introduction. Is differential calc. Integral calc is usually your second semester, and your third semester goes into some complications of the both of them, and your fourth semester is differential equations.
Okay. Interesting. So this may have been part of a series then, and this is just one of maybe or something.
Okay, 60 said he was joking.
Oh, oh boy, we swallowed the whole hook and bait on that one, didn't we? So okay.
that just looks like it would be part of a 6-disc course set or something.
Yeah,
right. Yep.
Soon to be on CD-ROM.
And some of these I did take a little bit of time to look and see what they were all about, but this one here is called the ColorKit from Pere.
Yeah,
So
that's a utility. I used to have
Before
a
Jason?
half-page ad for it. I remember this one.
Okay.
So before Jason, there was Prickly Pear.
Right. And then here's one called Vegas Games, and it looks like it has a
Comics or Novasoft.
Let's see here. Let's see here. Yeah, Novasoft.
Yep. If you remember when we had the two brothers interviewing two brothers,
Yep.
the older pair, that's theirs.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yep. So they got
So that'd be Doug and Kevin Leaney.
So they have the fruit type slots, 5-bar 7 blank slot machine, multi-line. It's like another slot machine, video poker, Keno, and blackjack.
And they bought the 2-color printer ribbons for the disc.
Okay. What's that? Oh,
the disc label.
Oh, okay. Well, the way this smeared, maybe it might be. I don't know if this is a
Dot
stamp or
matrix
what that was.
printer ribbon or a stamp. Yeah, hard to
I
say.
don't know. I can't quite tell. It might be a stamp. I don't see dots, so it might have been a rubber.
Life was different back then, right?
So there's that one. Here's one by Computerware. It's called Color Monitor, and I did look this. I think this one's out on the archive there, and I don't remember what it.
It's a machine language monitor program. It's one of the.
Yeah, there we go. That's the words I was looking for.
Because Computerware actually made something similar pre-CoCo, because they were doing 6809 and 6800 stuff before the CoCo came out.
Cool.
And monitors was one of the things they did. So I think this was a port of one of the early ones to the CoCo.
I simply have to know what that arrow says. Important. What?
About the Right Protect tab or something?
About the Right Protect tab.
I've never seen that arrow. I was just confused. Why is it important?
I had a whole bunch of generic discs that had those sleeves on them.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a few of those disc labels too. I don't remember the exact text, but it's about the Right Protect.
And then here's one here by is it Spectro Systems, Miami, Florida. It's called the Peeper.
That's another machine language utility. Spectro System. I'm trying to remember. That's Art Flexor, isn't it? The guy who makes ADOS in Florida.
Sounds right. Yeah.
Pretty sure it is. That's one of his very early CoCo utilities. Then before he did ADOS itself, and then later ADOS 3, extended ADOS 3, etc.
And let's see here. So for those of you that have trouble with your time, here's by Sugar Software is a time management system. This one actually came on cassette.
Actually, it's a tape management system. It's for keeping track of your tapes, what programs are on each.
I meant to say time. Yep, tape. Yep, there you're right. My brain's going 100 miles an hour right now here. So, yep. So that was kind of cool.
I remember that one. I've never used it, but I remember the ads.
Let's see here. What else we got here? What was this here called? Oh, okay. Here's this was called F Keys 3. I'm assuming it's for, like allows you to program keys. I think is what it was. I can't remember what it was here. Program.
Yeah, this was a CoCo 3 only program, if I remember correctly.
It's compatible. Yeah, you can program up to 20 different key functions. So this one here was just a copy one. You can see it's just a photocopy. So and it's on a blank disk, so it's not even labeled. So I know none of that happened back in the day. You know, the people would bring
distributed backups.
Distributed backups. Yes, there you go. What's this here then? So here, this is EasyBase, and I think this is a truly user-friendly database program. Create files containing up to 500 records in 15 fields. So, and this one here was by Spectrum Projects.
Okay, that's Bob Rosen's company.
And it looks like it's a TRS-80 color computer 32K with 1 disk.
Yep, that came out in the CoCo 1 era. I remember seeing ads for this one. I've never seen that run. I don't know if it's that easy compared to other databases at the time or not, but I ran on a graphics screen, if I remember too. Like it actually gave you higher res text in true lowercase rather than just using the checkerboard, as Dennis Kitts would call it.
Like 156K data storage capacity. So I think we know the
disk.
medium it's stored on.
Now here's one here. It's a CoCo 3 utilities just for the CoCo 3 there by Spectrum project. And this one here had a couple different ones. It had like a mem test, a load save, a vertical scroll, horizontal scroll, character poke, CC3 word, CC2 to CC3 circles and spinning ball. Just some little. I'm assuming.
Yeah, this was an early release. If I remember, like right after the CoCo 3 came out, and we were starving for software. This was one of the earlier ones that Spectrum Projects put out.
And let's hear this one here. This one might have been original, not a distributed backup. Yeah, because it actually has the price tag on it, $24.99.95.
Yeah, it wasn't long after that got released that I think Bob Rosen shut shop down and kind of disappeared.
So here's Ricky Term 2.0.
Rick Adams.
So.
Author of Shanghai, author of Temple of Rom, and a frequent guest of our show.
Right.
And he will be at CoCoFEST.
There we go.
You can get it autographed.
There we go.
Cool.
Let's see here. What else we got here? Let's see here. Just thumbing through here real quick here. Blackjack Royale by Spectrum Projects. So high resolution.
That one's I think even
graphics,
on my site, if I remember correctly. It's a CoCo 121, I think, or is it a CoCo 3?
For the TRS-80 color computer 32K color
computer.
CoCo 1, yeah. No joystick required. C3 Graphics, a drawing program for the Color Computer 3. By Spectrum.
That was another very early one that came up before Color Max 3 and CoCo Max 3 came out. Wasn't as good as those.
Mm-hmm.
But, we're starving for software, so whatever you can get out, go for it.
Here's one that Nick Marentes is probably going to want me to send a copy of, the OS9 solution.
Oh yeah.
I know Nick's always looking for OS9 content, so.
Yeah, I know what his solution is. He drew a picture of it for G-Shell.
That's the
I'm trying to
best
remember,
part.
I think I remember reading the back of this when you're finally the program that will make OS9 your favorite CoCo operating system.
Oh,
There you
we
go,
have
Nick.
to send it to Nick then.
OS9
See if it
Solution is a
works.
program designed to create a user-friendly environment within OS9.
Those bastards stole my EOU idea.
There you go.
Geez, so many people have been trying so hard.
What do we got here? Basic Plus. I'm trying to remember what this one was. Basic Plus. I don't remember what this.
That was enhancements to Basic, I think. Didn't Rainbow publish something similar to that too?
Yeah, they may have. Let's see here. I'm
Who's it
remember what
written by, or what company? You
know? Again, as Spectrum Projects again.
Okay.
Let's see here. I can't remember what this one was here. Spectrum Plus, extended color basic disc. Now lets you add 32 characters, interrupt driven, tape head as your type ahead keyboard with auto key repeat. Looks like it's just some add-ins is what it does here.
Yeah, it's a basic enhancement. Yeah.
Yep. How it works. Let's see here. I thought I saw something here. Oh, looks like some speed ups for printing, so you can do the faster baud rates.
Yeah, I saw a print spooler there. So
Function keys, DOS keys. There looks like it does some things here. So yeah, it's just some little tweaks there, just to.
If I remember, if it's the one I'm thinking of, I think it's a bit more than a little tweaks. It's actually a pretty decent sized package. If it's the one I'm thinking of.
right.
Type ahead and auto. So yeah.
But had you say I'm having type ahead and key repeat would be nice.
Right,
for your basic.
and a print spooler too, because then your program gets done right away, and you aren't waiting for the printer to finish printing Those
Yeah,
are-
I saw it was mentioning editing key, so it might even have it a full screen editor like the Deluxe does.
There you go. Yeah, one of these had that in there. I can't remember which one I read that had a screen editor. Again, this was a distributed backup. Again, here's another one here too. CoCo 1, 2, and 3 compatible software. Spectrum Projects disk utility version 2.1.
Is that the Jeff
Like
Francis
this.
one?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the one Ron and I use all the time.
Okay.
That's right. I love that one. And
Yeah.
then they made a new one for the 3. I don't think the CoCo 1, 2 works with the 3.
Yeah, there was a patch for it, I remember. But basically, this is a disk utility where you can actually like get information from a directory of like your machine language programs. What addresses that they had? Are they split into multiple chunks that jump addresses between them? It has a whole bunch of disk utility stuff.
Okay.
And it's actually out of all the disk utility programs I've used in the CoCo, that is the one I by far use the most.
Yeah.
Except for
Okay.
maybe DED under OS9.
You can alphabetize the directory.
Yeah, you can sort the directory out. Yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
It's a
Okay.
nice one.
And then let's see, what do we got here?
Computerware.
Color computer. Oh, the
terminal
color
program.
the color connection.
Yeah, that's one of their terminal programs.
I love this envelope. I know that's
Right,
Yeah.
fancy package.
It mentions the TDP on it.
Yep, at the top
Yep.
there. So this is about 82, 83.
Yep.
I'm trying to remember, but I think they brought out a Color Connection 3 for the CoCo 3, like 87 or something. Maybe I'm remembering that wrong, but I'm pretty sure,
Okay.
right?
Then just a few more here. These are all distributed copies. The CoCo Checker version 1.0.
Another Jeff Francis one. That was the one that was kind of like a diagnostic test thing, wasn't it?
Yep, it says the CoCo Checker is a complete diagnostic program for the color TRS-80 color computer and compatibles. It's the only program that you will ever need of this sort. It's easy to use. Blah blah blah. Trying to see if it said anything about what it.
Like it
Can't
does
remember.
memory tests and keyboard
Mhm.
checks and
Right. Okay. Let's see here.
yeah, Jeff put out a lot of really good utilities.
I can't remember what this one here did. Reading what this one here was.
You think he's still around?
I have no idea. I'd never talked to him even on back in the Delphi CompuServe days.
This one here is called the multi-pack Crack?
Yeah, that was for copying cartridges from the multi-pack.
Oh, that's right. Yes, I did read that. And I remember reading that. So, yep.
Is that where you put tape over pins?
No, and the multi-pack, you can do it programmatically where you can boot up, say, with a disk controller slot, and then it'll, in software using this, switch the other slot to map the ROMs in, and then without turning the auto start on, and then just start copying them across.
Here's one here, Fast Dupe version 2.0.
That was for duplicating tapes. I can't remember what the speed increase was. Another Jeff Francis utility.
People
Oh,
are
no, it's for
cranking
disk,
out
it says there's for disk duplicate. Okay, I was wrong. I was thinking it was tape.
There used to be a disk full of tape utilities that you can get.
This program is designed to be used on a 64K color computer with 4 disk drives. Okay, so it's for duplicating disk to disk type thing up to one source and 3 destinations at once, I guess.
And then the last one here I wanted to show here was Spectrum DOS 1.0 by Bob. Is it Colin? Yeah, it says,
The name sounds familiar, but I don't know much about this one.
Let's see here, because it represents an advancement over the shortcomings of a standard color computer operating system.
Oh, so it's 9? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. It fixes the number of routines inside the CoCo's ROMs, adds 24 new commands, and gives the user a sharp resolution, high density screen of 32, 51, and 64 characters per line.
Well, that wouldn't be bad for CoCo 1 and 2.
Yeah.
I remember seeing Spectrum DOS, but I like I said, that's one I don't remember seeing running anywhere.
Okay. So there we go. That's all I
I'm
have.
kind of curious what its 24 new commands are.
I wonder if that was something you would burn a ROM for.
I would imagine you could, yeah. It might be a 16K ROM or something, like replace a JDOS ROM.
You know, like ADOS was.
Yeah.
Right. Just load to RAM and patch.
Yeah, because ADOS basically did the similar, though it didn't add the graphic screens for the higher text densities.
So let's see here. We have, it says here, oops. The DOS works just like the one in 1.1 disk basic. Error, similar to the on-air go-to trapping routine. Flex, boot up Flex without the need of running a special bootloader. Run M.
Yeah, that's load M and exec combined in one command. I remember that one.
Okay. Peek prints the 16-bit value of a specified memory location. Poke stores a 16-bit value in a specified memory location. Automatically generate line numbers when inputting in a basic program. Invert. After this command, output to the text screen will be inverted. Normal returns the screen text back to a normal state, non-inverted. Wait, a memory saving timer routine. L move, copy and delete basic lines of code.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Rate sets the drive seek rate for any or all drives. Tracks sets the number of tracks for any or all drives. Help lists out all the new commands and they're on a high-res screen. HDIR sends out a disk directory to the screen and printer. High-res gives you the choice of 32, 51, or 64 characters per line. Old, restore a program that has been erased by a new. I wonder what that does. How that does that. F key, define up to 9 programmable keys. L copy, duplicate a basic line of code. Break, disables the break key. Memo, a full text screen editor and screen dump to the printer. Flip, invert the entire text screen. Exit, return from a high-res screen to a normal text screen. And then echo, all outputs sent to the screen will also be sent to the printer.
That's not a bad little package.
Yeah.
And how big was the ROM? Or the ROM size would be?
Well, this actually was came on it. This was a disk, so I'm not.
Oh, it's a ROM thing, right?
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I mean, you might have been able to burn it to a ROM. I don't know.
But I'm
This
assuming the
basic
idea is that
1.1 had about a K.5 free, I remember, on the 8K ROM.
But it's a pretty decent little manual. It kind of goes into on the back half. Then it kind of gives more of a little several lines extra for each one of the things there, and kind of explains how they work.
Oh, okay. So old. It actually says it restores the pointers and stuff that you accidentally newed away. So your program, if you haven't put another program in to kill it, it's still there.
It just resets the pointers, and then your basic program is back, I would guess.
Ta-da!
I didn't know nude was a command.
That's an advanced command.
Yeah, that flex one kind of caught me a little bit there, because I've kind of been intrigued with the flex ever since Mikey did his little flex.
I can understand why that's a special command though, because flex, the boot track has to be single density because it doesn't know what kind of machine it's getting put into.
Right.
So that would obviously, maybe it would even bypass that. I don't know.
So yeah, yeah.
I wonder how that compares to ADOS. There's ADOS and ADOS 3.
Mm-hmm.
Well, some of those commands like run M, that's common. I think ADOS has that exact same command, if I remember. So
It does, yeah.
And not some of the other ones there. I think auto line increment, when you're typing in a basic program, I'm pretty sure ADOS does that as well. So it looks like there's some commonality between the two of them. They're competitors, it looks like.
Yeah, redefining keys was cool.
So I did locate my Flight Sim 1 package, Brian, if you want to see it.
Sure.
Where am I? Here I am. All right, so
You have a basically black background, I think, if I remember correctly, on the cover.
well, got the disc itself.
Yep.
But that's the book.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay,
book and a sheet for the map.
Yep, it includes
map.
The map.
Oh, okay. Very cool.
Hold that up a little more. There you go. We'll get a good sharp picture of it, and Brian's complete.
This one I'm pretty sure is on the archive. So
yeah, there we go. Okay.
Cool.
So yeah, that's what it looks like if you come across it.
Okay, I think I might actually have a loose one of those, so I can certainly take that and then pair it up with this disc. Perfect.
Okay.
yeah, it came in one of those cardboard holders where the disc kind of slipped in slots in the back. So same as like
Those little
Pitfall
gray
2
holders.
and
It says 32K.
one-on-one and that kind of thing.
Is that the Greg Zumwalt one?
Yeah, it's CoCo 1, 32K required.
Yeah.
All
Very
right,
good.
Ron, you ready for a break?
Yeah. Well,
That was an enthusiastic. Yeah, if I ever saw one.
I already muted and stopped video and went. So
His teeth were floating.
Yeah, you sounded a little desperate earlier, but All right. So, any more project updates?
Not for me.
No.
Unless
Okay.
you want me to show my attempts at trying to improve the GUI in Nitrous 9. I'll have to get permission from Curtis though.
Nah.
Nah, he doesn't.
I think that's a division by zero error on your part.
He erased all the icons.
No, actually, I left those on.
Okay. Well, let's.
We'll do that later, Nick. I'm not gonna have time to look at it much before CoCoFEST, as I mentioned. So.
What did he make a new garbage can or something?
No.
No, it's kind of relaying out G Shell a little bit, or some ideas for relaying out. He did a couple, and I've got a few ideas too and stuff. So
I thought he had no projects left to do. So
yeah, oh, right.
I thought I'd just give him something else to do.
Right.
All right. Well, here we go.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCoNation show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello everyone, it's your good buddy, your good pal Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation. feel like they should have been longer.
The CoCoNation show would like to thank the following patrons: Alex Gayer, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weezer, Karen Ascom, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Frederick Sagard, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Kevin Holloway, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Rob Binman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., and William A. Thing. Thank you so much, patrons.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
Novo Moore says, hello coconuts. I'm Filippo, from Brazil. I'm a happy owner of some Brazilian clones and a Canadian-built CoCo too. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Boysen, Glenside Computer Club, Micro Hobbyist Frederick, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCoNation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
Okay, and just before we go into the Game On Challenge, Brian has one more thing to mention.
Just want to mention one more thing. So we've talked about the deluxe and everything that I'm going to be showing at the CoCoFEST. I just want to give a little teaser and to say this is a 16 by 16 inch piece of acrylic. And I want you to come over to my table and see what I'm going to do with a piece of a clear acrylic. It'll be a little teaser there. I want everybody to come and see there. So I think you'll really enjoy it. So come check that out over at my table there and see what I've done with a piece of acrylic. So.
Armed guards will be standing by.
Will this be child friendly?
Yes. Yes, it'll be child friendly. Yes.
Just checking. Right.
Had to throw the cat out again.
Welcome everybody to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Monster Maze.
I never could
we
shoot
had a
through a
total
wall.
of 16 players. We had Marko with 1440, Ed Rhodes 1530, Mark B 1800, Mr. Dave 6309 2030, Mike 2470, Tasman 3190, Shenley 3230, Damon Beals 3690, Jim Rye 4460, Sloopy Malibu 5160, Kasiran-san 5580, Coconut Bob 7040, Retro Rick 10100, L Curtis Boyle 25110, Dr. Ted 29,950. And this week's number one score belongs to Canadian Retro Things with 6809.
No, wait a cotton picking minute. That's 3 weeks in a row. I call foul.
Photoshop for the win.
And the CoCoNation salutes Canadian Retro Things.
Again.
By the way, I did that live on the air. I didn't quite get that entire score because it took me like 4 hours to get that far, but
Now you know why I stopped at 25,000.
Yeah,
I still had 50 some odd
exactly,
men left.
I did, however, get on the air to 100 free men. So I just wanted to see if the 0 on the men counter there was a placeholder or was it an actual number.
Yeah, even
It's
though
an
I
actual
told him
number.
ahead of time, yes, it is, because I'd done it in the past, but he didn't
Yeah, I know,
trust
but
me,
I'd
so-
already started it and I'd already announced that was what I was trying to do. I couldn't just say, "Oh well, Curtis says that it is." So,
So
screw
it
you
must be
guys. You
fine.
can't
I've
see
been
it.
lying to
I
you.
should have dug up my old score from the club there because I would have slaughtered you.
Hey, I had 135.
But I literally
left.
played it all day into the evening, and then I just finally got so bored. I was just like,
I could have just left my computer on and continued playing because I still had 135 men left.
I have to port it to Nitrous 9 so I get running in a background task, and I can do some real stuff and then come back to it, continue on.
Well, just run it on an emulator. That's what I was doing, and then you could just walk away from it. You clear a room, just leave it, walk away. Because I had to do that a few times because my hands were cramping up.
Yeah, basically, once you kind of learn the tricks of the game, you can go forever.
Yeah,
honestly.
And so first, before we talk about the tricks of the game, I found one review for it. And that was in 80 US Journal from June 1983. And they had one of their amazing reviews that they often do in this one. Monster Maze is in imitation of the arcade game Berserk. Its objective is to guide you through rooms populated with evil monsters trying to kill you. Done.
Totally missed the fact there's treasures to pick up. Totally missed the fact that you get you can shoot through walls. Yeah.
They did, however, give it some ratings. And so one is enjoyability. They gave it a fair. Graphics, they gave it good. Sound, fair. Fun, good. Number of players, 1. Complexity, fair, and uses a joystick. Oh, excuse me. So that was the only review I could find of it, which I thought was a little odd because it's one of the very
it's a
early
Radio Shack
games
cart,
for the
so-
CoCos. Yeah,
Right.
I couldn't find any reviews of it in Rainbow, which, okay.
They were waiting to finish the game.
There you go.
Yeah, they're still
The
playing it to this
reviewer
day.
was still playing it when Rainbow went out of print. Yeah, okay, so for those of you that missed it last week, the trick to this game, and thanks to Curtis for telling me this, because, yeah, I definitely got a much better score than I've ever gotten in this game. But always, the number one thing, always go through the top exit. Because
If you
when
can.
you start at the bottom of the next screen, and the aliens cannot shoot down through walls at you, but you can shoot up through walls at them, and that gives you a big advantage. As a matter of fact, I would say as long as I was going up through the top of the screen, I was probably clearing about 5 screens before I would actually find one that would kill me. But if I went through one of the other, the left or right or the bottom one, I generally would die 2 or 3 times before I completed one screen. So.
Yeah, that is one critical one. The other one is there's a few other little tips too. Like if you appear on a new screen and you've got robots on either side of you, don't even try shooting right off the bat. Just go down a little bit because they shoot from high up on their heads. So if you just go down a few pixels, they'll miss you entirely. Then you can just shoot them because you shoot a little bit high too. So you can shoot them in the legs and they won't even get you. So you can kill them off.
And if they're through a side wall to you and they're above you, if you just start shooting through the wall straight, they'll start moving down to get you. And as soon as they get down low enough, you can shoot up and shoot them in the feet before they get low enough to shoot you.
And you can shoot up diagonally through the wall too, so that you can actually take care of them before they get to you. You can use the gold bars to your advantage too. They cannot shoot through that, but if the part of them is overlapping the side of the gold bar, you can just pick them off.
Yeah, shoot around them, snipe
They're a bit
them.
too stupid. So
Yeah, certainly a game that once you learn the trick, it's not that much fun to play anymore, but it was fun getting there, I would have to say.
Yeah, like I said, like the biggest thing the challenge is to try to get your timing so that you're up to the wall where you start shooting through it without actually running into the wall. What I usually did, and it depends on how well your switch on your joystick is working, is once you hold down the fire button, you can kind of pause yourself and you just briefly let go and press it again, so you'll move up 1 or 2 pixels, usually 1 if you time it right. and then you can get exactly lined up. But if your switch is a little bit off, like one of my deluxes apparently is, it would occasionally skip 2 pixels and I'd hit the wall and die. But
Or your thumb starts getting really sweaty and it keeps slipping off the fire button.
yeah, that too.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say about it, but
I like the fact that it's a Berserk clone, like that one review said, but it also adds in the treasure, like you get an Android attack by Spectral. And the fact that this will run if you have the cartridge version on a 4K CoCo. Like this is a game that could be ported to the MC10, honestly.
Yeah.
It's a low enough res. It's one of the ones that works.
Ask Jim Gary if he was going to port Atom to the MC10, but he said no.
Well, the Atom requires high semi-graphics for the text screens and P-Mode 4, but both what the MC10 can't do by default.
Yeah. Well,
but this one, you could literally, I mean, you would need the 16K RAM expansion module because the graphics screen is going to take 2K, so you're kind of screwed on a 4K MC10. But the sound is simple enough, and the graphics are simple enough, the gameplay is simple enough. You definitely could do this on an MC10 and run it on an 8K MC10 or higher.
Yeah.
I'm not volunteering because I don't know 6803 that much, but if somebody wants to tackle that, like some people have already ported other CoCo games to the MC10 in machine language.
So Jim Gary, if you're watching, maybe Monster Maze.
I don't know. Jim Gary's not much machine language programmer though. It'd probably be more of a what's his name? Bosco, who did Flappy Bird or Flaggin' Bird, I guess is his version.
Oh yeah.
Or
he
James
did a port out.
Diffendeffer.
Yeah, James Diffendeffer could do it. What's the guy from Australia? He did a couple of machine language ones too.
Yeah.
Ottery? Is that the guy? Darren Ottery?
Oh yeah.
So I'm sure he could do it.
With that basic speed up thing, the thing that I don't know, kind of semi compiles your basic on the MC10, you can get almost
Greg
as fast as
Dion's
machine language.
Yeah, I mean the graphics in this are probably simple enough. You could. The sound routines, you'd have to write some ML stuff to duplicate what's here, like actual shots sounding and. But yeah, it definitely could be done, and this would be a pretty decent title for it.
What you could do is you make the game and then you send a script to the person that they have to read the script so every time they hit the fire button, they read the script. Pew pew pew.
Oh yeah, text adventure version. Yeah, that's how I'm going to write Doom for the MC10.
Okay,
you see a beholder. What do you want to do? Shoot.
That is Monster Maze. And that is now in the rearview mirror. And the other game that we are playing is Atom. And it was quite fun to watch us trying to figure out how to play this game on the live show on Thursday.
And I got lost reading the instructions.
Yeah. We're kind of guessing that the instructions that are on the archive are not in order.
Oh,
because they kind of seem to just jump around.
I think what they did was just like pull the staples out of a book and scanned
both sides of the same page. So
and they got the pages wrong.
Yeah.
Because you got the page 1, page 20, and then page 2, page 19.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's what happened.
I think that's what happened on that one.
Yeah, staple them all together. You'll be
so somebody should grab that and then cut and paste and make a new PDF and re-upload it.
So it's like a choose your own adventure for the instructions.
Please turn to page 12.
So despite that, even after figuring that out, trying to interpret those instructions, I think the only ones who could really understand this are going to be Taylor and Amy.
Okay.
Or the people that had that differential calculus disc before, they might figure it out.
Yeah.
It's just because everybody's upset about playing a game where you have to learn.
Grumble, 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 educational software. Grumble.
You guys can blame Mark Siegel if you don't like it because he designed it. He's quite proud of it, actually. As an educational / arcade game, I think it's actually very well done.
I was going to say if I had this when I was a kid, it would have been a really fun way to learn the periodic table.
Atomically correct is what you're saying.
Yeah. And it's not just learning, like there is arcade elements to it. Like you do have to have some reflexes and stuff to do it too. So you kind of get the best of both worlds.
So have you figured out how you're going to score this thing?
I think it's what element you get up to, isn't it?
Well, but you don't have to do the elements in order. That's kind of the problem.
Doesn't it change the color of the elements around to show which ones you've completed though? Or am I remembering wrong?
I have I
might
don't know.
remember
I've not actually completed an element yet.
Oh, there you go. Total atomic weight.
Yeah,
Add all the elements together you built and see.
Or it just might be a participation.
Because I'm trying to remember, like some of the scores where he uploaded, like they've got up to element like 43, and they've gotten pretty high up from what I saw on the Game on Challenge screenshots channel.
Yeah. Well, so far I haven't finished element 1, so. But I now kind of know how to play it, so.
Yeah.
I'll give you a hint. There's no neutrons.
No neutrons.
Oh, no neutroids? That's awesome. Great. Anyway.
No wonder the game sucks.
No, I think it's actually definitely one of the more. I wish that they had made more educational games like this that would have made learning a lot of fun rather than just.
Yeah, because most educational games are strictly logic, no real time, no arcade play, or they're just basically presenting you with stuff and you just kind of answer A, B, or C. This is actually interactive, is an arcade game, and you happen to be learning as a side effect. It's kind of what it is.
Yeah, I agree. So, does anybody that actually finished an actual element have any tips and tricks for this game? My only tip and trick is don't play it like I do.
I think everybody that was submitting scores that have gotten to later elements, so I think they're not on the panel, are they?
No. I mean, Ron, you're the one that suggested this game, so do you have any tips and tricks for it?
It just looked pretty. I'm not a gamer.
It looks pretty.
You're so shallow, Ron.
Yes, I am. I'm the type of guy that likes to run a game and look at the beginning, and how it handles a demo mode or whatever they call it.
So it sort of looks like stars, right?
Yeah.
Mr. David Ladd in the chat says, I like Adam. I played it a lot when I was a kid. David, you want to pop on and just kind of give us a couple of tips and tricks? I know you're not feeling well, so don't put yourself on camera if you don't want to, but we'd love to have your feedback.
Or even just in the chat. We could read them out.
I did play it way back when I actually did complete a few elements, if I remember correctly, but that was 30 years ago, so I don't really remember any details.
I don't think I've ever been called shallow before.
Well, it's kind of off the deep end, but yeah.
So he's shallow off the deep end?
Yeah.
All right. I guess if we're waiting to see if David Ladd has any tips or tricks. Oh crap! I didn't queue up the
next one.
Give me a second while I queue
the
up
next educational game.
Yeah. No, it's not the next game. I got to queue up the
live.
There we go.
And Mark's saying it was a very unique game. I agree. I haven't seen anything like that on. I mean, at first glance, it almost looks like it's going to be like a Star Castles type game, but that's not how it plays at all.
Okay, so we had a smaller audience or a smaller group in playing on Thursday night, probably mostly because of the Glenside.
Yeah, it's the last meeting of Glenside before the fest, so I was hoping Grant or somebody from the meeting would be here to kind of talk about what happened in case anything affects the fest directly.
But yeah, we had Jim and Mark trying to figure out how to play Adam, and I played my game of Monster Maze for the entire show. So,
and then passed it.
Yeah, and passed it. I stayed on for about an hour after the show and got to my. I decided I wanted to get to 68090. So,
David said he can't do it right now, but he said we still have another week on it. Yeah,
next week,
but
we can.
That would be a bit late to tell people how to play the game because next week it'll be done.
Sneak in tips sometime during the week.
Oh,
There you
well.
go.
Yeah, just post some tips in the Game On Challenge.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it was a smaller group, but we had a lot of fun.
Yeah, my apologies for not being on, but trying to get stuff ready for the fest as well as a bunch of
No
stuff I got to
problem.
take care of before I leave is kind of taking my time.
And here we go, just so everybody can see. Here's where I surpassed 100 men.
And then you pause there just to make
Dramatic pause.
tease.
Yeah, the
Yes,
dramatic
dramatic
pause. I probably was talking to Sloopy
Oh.
about something.
The zero is
And
not
then
a
I got
lie.
Then I got a free man on the next screen.
Yeah, no enemies to shoot, just a gold bar.
Nice.
The dramatic pause had no effect on me. I did catch this part of it because, I mean, I got past 100 men 30 years ago on this. So,
Well, yeah, I just wanted to get it on the air. Do you have any video
you
of
did.
you passing 100 men?
No.
There you go.
So now you have to find out what happens at $9.99.
Yeah, we talked about that, but from Thursday night to when I closed the game down on Friday night, I don't think there would have been enough time for me to get to 999 men.
Oh,
Unless you forego sleep.
Yeah.
Well, no, the score $9.99. Does it rep? Does it go forward? Inquiring minds want to know.
I never made it that far back in the day myself. There was a couple guys actually in our local club that actually beat the crap out of my score because they had way more patience than I did. So I'll have to see if they made any tips or there about that.
Well, maybe if I have this summer some really crappy weather at my cabin, I'll play Monster Maze for 3 days straight to see
1,000,000 points.
But yeah, so Thursday nights, 5 o'clock Pacific time, 8
8 p.m.
o'clock
Eastern.
Eastern time. Then in the Game On Challenge channel in Discord, you don't even have to play the game of the week. You could play any CoCo game
You could be
want.
Bob and play anything but.
Yeah. Or you could even just hang out and talk.
Yeah,
Or
I
you could
played
hang out in
Monster Maze the whole time too. I
You didn't play Monster
didn't
Maze
do
the whole
near as
time.
good.
You're playing
Almost the whole time.
Morocco GP there.
Yeah, you're playing Morocco
yeah.
GP.
You're playing the Moon Patrol clone by Computerware before that.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot.
You got. I think you
But I
got
did
fed up
play
with
it for
Monster Maze,
quite a
didn't you?
while. I did play Monster Maze quite a
You
while.
did. Yeah.
Now, a question for our European people in the audience, like Sixie and a few others here. Did either Adam or Monster Maze make it to you guys? I'm pretty sure Sixie said last week, I don't think Monster Maze was something you remember seeing. Because it looks like some of the Radio Shack cartridges, for some reason, were not sold at the Tandy stores in the UK. And I'm wondering if Adam made it across being an educational title. Maybe there'd been more push for that locally from schools and stuff, but maybe they got neither of them. These might be brand new to them. Just kind of curious. And as far as Bob's games, I don't believe we played Morocco GP on.
We have
Game On
not. We
Challenge.
have also not played that Moon Patrol.
Well, I thought we did do that one.
I don't think we did that. We did the other one, didn't we?
Yeah, because
Did
the
we
same
do
author
both?
did 2 clones of Moon Patrol. He did one under his own company, Arcade Animation, which is Desert Patrol. And then the Computerware one's called, what am I blanking?
Moon Hopper, isn't it?
Moon Hopper, thank you. Same author a couple months earlier.
Actually, we might have played Moon Hopper. It was Desert Patrol that we haven't played yet.
Yeah, I think that sounds right. Morocco is actually a clone of, I'm trying to remember the name of the arcade game, Monaco GP, I think, which was the last analog-based arcade game ever released in 1980.
Yeah, it
didn't
was
even
the
have
little
a CPU.
one with the steering wheel that you stood there and you had a gas pedal.
Yeah.
Or
But
on
if you
the
get
Apple-
far enough in Morocco GP, you actually get onto gravel roads where your car starts to shake on the track. You get night driving where you only get a limited point of view. You have ice driving where you steer like across 2 or 3 times faster than normal. You're just running into walls and things.
It's
It
much
actually
like
is a bit of a challenge if you get into it far enough.
yeah, it's much like Autobahn on the Apple II. I played that
I
one.
haven't played that one, so I don't know.
Played that a lot as a kid. It was one of my favorite games.
Okay, 60
Remember
says, well, I'm not the best person to ask about what was in Tandy shops. I wasn't there religiously. What? But I do remember seeing Adam before trying it under emulation. I lived there. What are you talking about?
maybe they weren't as nice.
Well, I know they were
in Europe,
overpriced. That was the big problem with Tandy in UK.
or they may not
charge
have been
twice
as
as
nice
much for
too.
the
They
same
probably
hardware.
kick the kids out, unlike in Radio Shacks
Oh,
in Canada,
right.
where they're like, yes, demo our machines for us, because
Exactly.
Yeah, because another parent for some other kid would come in. Oh, if that kid knows how to use it, this has got to be educational. They'll figure out how to use it. It's good purchase on our part. We'll buy one. We should have got commission, Ken.
oh yeah, definitely. Or they could have just let me play with the RC cards. They never let me. Sure, play with the computers, but you can't play with the RC cards. Just
They did let us play with the RC cards once or twice when we had our little mini fair where we had a bunch of computers. We had Atari 8-bits, and I think the very first Amigas we had there, we had CoCos and VIC-20s and Commodore 64s. And then the manager of the Radio Shack at the Confed Mall here actually let us drive the cars around the table too to demonstrate those so they could sell those too.
Yeah, see, in North Battleford, we would have just driven them out into the hallways of the mall and tried to trip people with them.
Oh, launch them off the escalators and.
Oh, come on. This is a small city in Saskatchewan. There's no escalators. There's
Okay,
no
well then you'll
second
make a
floors in
ramp and launch them
Saskatchewan.
up.
You got to go to the big city like Saskatoon to find a second floor.
Yeah, not at that mall. Actually, Mark's saying I could never get the education group to sell Atom to schools. That's weird because it would have been a perfect one.
Oh, that would have been a great game to have in the
Well, no, it would have been interesting. They couldn't do that.
Like I said
It would
before,
have been
like,
no, it's too much like playing a video game. The kids aren't going
Right.
to learn anything by.
Right. It's not hard and boring enough.
yeah, that's what I was just going to say because that's what most of the titles were. I guess some of the CCW ones weren't too bad. There was a bit of arcade elements like in I don't know, Cookie Monster, Letter Crunch, or some of those, but some of the other ones were pretty dry.
Oregon Trail is the standard by educational software.
Yeah, it was fun enough to play, but not so fun that.
Yeah, that was
the only
too
time-
random for me, and it didn't really teach you as much. It was, a little bit of history of the trail stuff, but it wasn't.
And every
strictly
single
educational.
person, no matter what, when they got to the end of the game, they always would float the raft down the river because that's the only video game part of it. They wouldn't just pay to cross the river.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, I paid Oregon Trail first, the text version that Creative Computing put out, not the Apple II graphics enhanced one.
I wonder when Radio Shack did manage to get into schools, what age group or which grade levels did they manage to get into? I imagine they had better success with the elementary.
Yeah, most of their
through fourth
educational
grade.
software is meant for the elementary age. Like, I don't see too many people using differential calculus in high school or something. So,
And I think the older grades end up with like pets and apples and that sort of thing. Like
yeah,
the
here's
hi-
Apple
the middle high
IIs.
schoolers.
Actually, we didn't have any schools here that use CoCos, so
Which is
I didn't
kind of
want to do that small
interesting
ones.
because I would think for stuff like calculus, the 6009 is a better CPU than the 6502.
Yeah, especially if you have to code for it.
Well, that's the thing. Maybe they saw an angle there that they might have went for that where the Apple just isn't as efficient. It's we've got a little more beans for that kind of math between other 8-bit CPUs.
But I know in Saskatchewan, at least, the government put a lot of money into putting the Apple computers into the schools.
Yeah.
So
And pets before that. The first round was pets, and then they switched over to the Apple after.
yeah, we never
after
had
1
any
year.
pets in North Battleford that I remember.
Yeah, that might have been. You're a bit younger though, so I don't know if you would have seen those.
Well, we had a two. I was in about grade 4 or 5 when we got the Apple II in our school. We had one Apple II for the whole school.
Yeah, because we got our first pet on rotation in late '78, and then we got a permanent 2 of them in '79, and by 1980 they traded them out for Apple IIs.
Yeah, it was about 1980 when we got the Apple IIs. All right. Anyway, getting off topic there. How about we take a look at what next week's game is going to be?
We never get off topic in the show. What are you talking about?
No, not at all.
We never get on topic on this show.
No, sorry. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Here is the MC10 version of this game.
Oh, it's an Inufuto. I can tell by the little ghost things.
Yep.
I don't remember. This is not the new one, so I'm not sure which one this is off the top of my head.
The new one, somebody has to do some converting of those so that There's
Oh, to
either
put 'em on
WAV
disk.
files or ROM files to so.
This is the Pango clone, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I can't remember the name
Or
of it.
Pangon, as it's known on the.
Well, it depends on which one you're
CoCo.
playing. Like, oh, we have Ice Master, we have Pangon. There's a third one too. I can't remember.
Pango is the original arcade game, though.
Yeah.
So this is Bootskell.
Ah, okay.
Now, interesting enough, is the MC10 version and the CoCo 1 and 2 versions are on the archive, but the CoCo 3 version is not.
Oh.
So, but you can get the CoCo 3 version. At least you can get a cassette version of it off of the Inufuto website. So I'm sure that within the next, I guess, 2 weeks, this will be somebody will get a disc version out there of the CoCo 3
I can do a
version.
quick hack just to preload it with ROM, else people can load it that way. And then if somebody wants to actually fix it to auto launch, then
Yeah.
I'll just
So
write down.
if you do that,
Bootskell,
you want to
CoCo3.
put it in the
The
Get On
challenge.
channel.
Yeah.
So yes, basically it's just a Pango clone. So you push blocks to kill the ghosts in this version. So there you go.
Does it have the little 3 bonus blocks and stuff too? I can't remember.
I have no idea. I didn't play it that far. I know it's got some different colored boxes on the screen, like
Yeah, so I think it has the ones if you line them up or whatever. But it's that special.
those 3
sequence.
down at the bottom
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, looks like it does.
I mean, generally when he makes any games based on arcade games, they're
Pretty close.
they contain most of the elements of the arcade games. So
Yeah, this is actually a good one to pick because this is CoCo 1, 2, or 3. 3 will have enhanced graphics, and there's actually an MC10 version as well for the MC10
so
or the
any
Alice.
version you want to play.
So Bob, you have no excuse to play a different game this time because you got 3 different machines to play on.
All right,
Cool.
well, that's it for me.
Have you got any announcements yet for the game challenge at the show, or are you still ironing out details? Or
So we are going to have one scored game. I guess I can announce that now. It is what's the name of that one? Return of the Jedi?
the one with the 3 different levels of Star Wars stuff?
Yeah, since it's May the
Picking up
4th.
Ewoks and running riders
Yeah.
off in the trees?
That one.
Yeah, Return of the Jedi.
So that will be one where we're going to be people can record their scores and they can win a prize. You'll have to show up to the game one or to the table to see what the prize is. The other 2 are going to be, there's also going to be 2 other computers set up, and they're just going to be for fun, but they are going to be multiplayer games so that people can just have fun with their friends playing games of 2, 3, 4 players at once on the CoCo. And that'll be rotating throughout the weekend on what games will be on those 2 computers.
Yeah. And you have a dedicated table in this spare room for that? I believe?
Yes, there's going to be a dedicated table in the spare room, so you have a reason to go into the spare room and see
check
what's
out the
going on
vendors there too, because
Yeah.
that area is almost full now.
So, yeah. Now we just got to get the computers and the monitors. And if
A little bit of logistics work.
yeah, there's still a little bit of logistics work since I can't bring my computers as I'm flying. But
I may have transportation to bring a monitor and computer for that.
okay, and and if anybody has any spare SDC that they want to allow us to use for the weekend, I'll probably bring mine along. But
Okay. Yeah, I only need one set up for my table, so I'll bring 2, and as long as one doesn't break, you can use it for the game thing.
Yep.
Yeah, and Frank's bringing
Perfect.
brand new ones, so maybe we
Yeah.
can borrow one of him too. So
excellent. That's all I have
Cool.
to say. And I won't be here next week, so
what?
I'm leaving it up to Sloopy to figure out how to do the tallying of Adam.
Good thing. Good idea.
You should give him the differential calculus one too.
Oh yeah, how do you
I
tell
will.
him
I
that
will.
one up?
I will come on live from like Mario Land in LA next Saturday.
Cool.
Okay, well,
that's a good one. Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about Inufuto doing all these game releases, and especially releasing the OC10, is they're actually getting arcade ports they never saw, and not just basic ones like Jim Gary's ported hundreds of arcade style games. But these are actually at least somewhat a semi language. They're tile based. I mean, they could be a bit more sophisticated, but
well, that's
what you get when you try to cross platform develop for 70 systems at once.
They also work on the Model 100.
Is that that one I know is, but is the newest one? I didn't see a Model 100 any Tier City black and whites yet.
Not yet, I don't think. It takes them a little longer to port those ones to the.
I do know that people in the Tandy Discord that deal with the Model 1 and 3s a lot more always complain they're making the files wrong, and they have to fix them to get them to actually work on actual real machines or some of the emulators. I'm not sure exactly what the problem is. I don't remember off the top of my head, but they said, is there any way to contact the guy? And I have no way to contact him. Plus, I think he only speaks Japanese. So I don't know.
Right. That would be your problem.
Although it's interesting because he does play them on all of these emulated.
I wonder if he's got one specific emulator he uses, and maybe that's not what current people in North America use anymore or something. I don't know.
It could be. Or maybe they just don't.
They seem to like the games once they're ported, like once they
Yeah.
fix them up for the modern emulators, like Tier City GP and some others. Actually, a lot of those guys are actually down probably at VCF. I'm guessing. I know Peter Satinsky's down there. He's got a huge model. What, 2, 4, 16, 12, 6,000?
Yeah, he's got all the he's got all the 2 through 6,000 series cards there. I actually saw his exhibit. And I did not realize that there was a 640 by 400 monochrome resolution mode that was available with one of the cards for the 16.
Yep. That's when they always drew that little 3D hat that James Diffendaver uses as his avatar.
Yeah, I was
this one.
wondering. I asked him if they ever released VersaCAD for the 16, or VersaCAD on Xenix, because that was the killer app for the 2000, if I remember correctly, was VersaCAD.
Yeah, there's an electronic CAD. It's not specific to regular CAD, but there was an electronics CAD for the CoCo 3 required 512K, and the guy that wrote it is literally a block down the street from me, Alan Baco. But he doesn't have a CoCo or his discs anymore, and I don't know anybody who bought it, so it's never been put on the archive. But he made 3 versions of it, 1.0 through 3.0. It's supposed to be quite good from what I remember seeing reviews of it in 6 to 8 micros. But I'd love to see it. Unfortunately, he doesn't have it. So if anybody out there has got a copy, please put it on the archive.
You just got to write it again.
Nah, he has no interest in going back to retro stuff. He's totally modern stuff. That's all he does. He works at one of the big electronics developers here that actually manufactures stuff for sale.
You have to wait till he gets retired and bored, and then I'll.
Yeah, he's got kids and stuff. I doubt that'll happen. Young kids. He's got kids like in pre-teens.
Oh, geez, we're lost.
You're looking at a good 10, 15 years before he gets even slightly interested in possibly going back to retro stuff. It was called Color Schematic Designer, if I remember correctly. So if anybody has that out there, please send it up. Okay, well, thank you, Ken.
All right.
I do have some pictures from VCF East, including Peter Satinsky's booth, if you guys want to see those.
Yeah.
So I've got 5 pictures that Peter put up from Friday, and then somebody else calling themselves Glorious Cow put up a couple pictures too.
Moo.
And actually, since you're here, Henry, if you want to comment on some of this, since you actually are more familiar with this kind of stuff, then because I won't have the context you have.
All right, that's the consignment area. So that would have been, wouldn't have been taken yesterday unless they were just setting up. That place it's jam-packed with people, and it's fairly nicely packed with a good variety of things to go ahead and pick up there. Somebody walked out of there with a K-Pro 2 for like $20. It was a parts machine, but still. Yeah, it's smallish, but then again, it's apparently larger than what it was last year.
Yeah, 'cause I'm actually seeing like a VIC-20. I'm seeing a bunch of PCs.
Yep, you're seeing a bunch of PCs. What I saw there, I didn't see much in the way of what I'll call high-end retro, and by high-end retro, I mean like SGI, IRIX stuff, that kind of things. But
Right.
you did see a lot of like Commodore. There were several Tandy 1000s just sitting there, ready to go home with you.
What's that monitor up there? That is
Yeah, it's a Tandy one. Is that
CM5.
a CM8 or 5?
A 5 or an 11?
Yeah, that one I don't remember seeing, so it could have been gone by the time I got there.
Yeah, it can't be a CM8. It has a door.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
and wrong
the
colors
CM8 has
too. Yeah.
Has
It's
a grey
thicker
bevel
holding on.
around the monitor anyway.
Yeah.
And you got
I
coffee
reckon-
mugs apparently you can get here.
I think those are just display items.
Right.
This is a Commodore 64.
The
Couple
Tandy
of disk
Commodore
drives.
SL
Yeah.
at the
Box
top
on
shelf.
the shelf.
Yep.
The very top is an SL.
Yep, there's your 1000, there's the SL.
Yep.
Yep.
Something it says.
This is also a more wider of the consignment area, I'm guessing.
More, yep, a wider view of the
Oh
consignment.
yeah.
And this, like I said, pretty packed with people. And so you're looking at basically a 2-door firehouse garage. So you could fit a couple of trucks in there. And about the whole depth of it was used for the consignment area. You had some tables set up in the middle. And a significant portion of the available floor space was blocked by the unfortunate need for people to check you out and take your money.
Oh right.
I'm just trying to see if there's any faces I recognize there. I don't see anybody I know so far. And then I got a bunch from Peter Satinsky himself that he took. This was one he took this morning from behind his display.
That's right. Yeah, that's right over by the Tandy by Peter's thing. Yeah. There's
a funky lens on that, hasn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, I took a panoramic view basically.
Yeah. Fisheye makes everything
that
nicer.
is
bigger.
he's in one of the 3 major display areas, and I think the one that Peter's in is not the biggest one. I could be wrong though. There's a big old display. I think it's in this room, up at the corner you're looking towards, that has like that's the generic cable folks. They're showing like old weather channel stuff, the old channel preview thingy, scrolly thingy.
Oh right.
Yeah.
I mean, like a video toaster style thing, or
No, not a video toaster. This is actually the character
Like
generators. Yeah.
TV guide channel.
Yes, TV guide channel and your TV guide channel and your weather channel stuff. And you're looking back towards where, I don't know if any of you saw Action Retro's B-Box build, but that's the B-Box he built, sitting back there.
okay. These are ones he took Friday night during setup. So this is his display. I'll zoom it up a little bit here.
Yep, and that's the machine that's running the high res card.
He's got kind of a history of some of the motherboards and
wow,
very well done display. I think he had this display at the last Tandy Assembly too, if I remember correctly.
Beautiful display.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah, he's like organized in everything. I should take notes. Yeah, too much effort. I can see a Mac in the background there too.
Yep. This year one of the themes is the rise of the GUI. So you'd find in it may very well have been this room that we're looking at, but in one of the 3 rooms was kind of, as you walked along, you got farther and farther down the line of how the GUIs were, and how the GUI became more prevalent within the home microcomputer arena.
They start all the way back to the Xerox Star and stuff too, or did
No,
they just start with
didn't
the
go
Connects?
all that far back. We're talking home computers here. So
Okay.
we're talking about like IBM PCs,
The original Mac, maybe the Apple
Yeah,
II GS or
exactly.
something.
Yep. They did have
JMOS.
Yeah, JMOS was definitely on display. There actually were a couple of leases that I saw while out there.
Let's see if we can actually read the text here. I think we can.
You can, yeah.
So Tandy 6000 via net board or via net. Modified
Via net.
Tandy ArcNet.
I wonder if he's got any 68,000 boards that were modified for the newer version of Xenix.
Is that one of them?
There's
I
a
think-
68,000.
There's two 68,000 boards here. So
Yeah, and he had one on display that was up front that was was a factory modded 68K. It was modded with the MMU, so it could do, I think, 4 megs or something like, or 4, yeah.
Yeah, we had to do a couple of those in the field, and it was a big. We went through a whole roll of Kenya wire to do these things. I mean, it was just a solid mass of bodge wires when we were done.
it looks like these two here, they're mentioning the first one's the early large format board, and the second one is the later smaller format 68,000 board. 1 mega RAM max and 6 megahertz. Oh, here's this Tandy 6000 8 megahertz board.
Yeah, I think it added DMA or something like that, but it was just a massive
MMU,
bunch of wires.
MMU with DMA.
Yeah, it's just basically added 8 megahertz instead of 6. But it looks it's still 1 meg.
Yeah.
Oh, here's another one.
Was OS 9 68K available around the time that these boards came out?
Yes.
Yeah, but these boards were, I mean, you didn't run OS 9 on the 8-inch machines. You ran Xenix.
Yeah, it would have been good to have a.
Yeah, they could have.
68K on.
And would have had a common operating system between them all. That would have
Yeah.
been pretty cool. But
yeah.
no, the 68,000 version of OS 9 came out in 82 or 83, I believe. If I remember correctly. And that was like on gimmicks and smoke signal chieftains and SWTPCs and that kind of machine.
Yeah.
Unknown IO board. That's a fun one.
A homemade one.
Yeah, stuff comes
Henderson
in.
Data Systems Unicom memory board. And something clock board. Disk cartridge interface. Looks like this one here.
Yep.
Was that a hard drive interface?
Probably that's, well, I don't know because it's got the Tandy branding on it. Radio Shack.
Because
The Bernoulli?
Bernoulli. It's a Bernoulli.
Bernoulli. Yeah,
okay.
the Bernoulli box. thing.
I remember that beast.
Pretty sparse compared to some of these other ones.
I wonder if anyone's created a modern FPGA or version of this a board for the 68,000 or whatever that had RAM and DMA and everything using
I'm
modern.
thinking in the Tandy
components.
Discord, I think there is something. I can't remember who did it, but I think there is something where they've kind of made a modern version of it.
Yeah, because I could probably.
Hopefully, I'm
make
remembering the
one
right board.
card.
Is they talk about so many hardware projects on the various tier cities and Tandys, and there might be them mixed up. But
One card to replace half a dozen.
now this here is this a different hall we're looking at, Henry? Or
No, you're looking at the same one because I mean that tall thing right over there. That's Pete's display.
Well, that's the
right off
display in the
distance
back in the
there.
middle. Yeah.
So this is
Yep.
just at the back of the room type thing.
Yep, this is the other side of the room.
And there's
You
3
really
of these.
stood out.
There's 3 of those, and now there's something about it. I think the one that he's in is the largest. And they're all in the main. They're all right off of the main entrance. So in that main building, there's what they call like the 4th area, which is just in the hallway of the computer museum part of InfoAge. So there's a building where the computer museum is. You walk into the computer. You walk into that building. You got a few tables along the hallway there for exhibit items, and then on the left is where your actual computer museum is. I think that area by the computer museum is where Usagi Electric is going to be setting up tomorrow with the Hawk Drive Madness.
So are those 1K or 256 byte modules?
See, Corvus hard drive interface.
Yeah, those were some aftermarket cards.
Yeah, third-party aftermarket
high
capacity memory
capacity.
board.
So those are 1K modules. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever K. 4, 8, 1 meg. Okay.
Bernoulli, that's the one we looked at before. This must be the same thing, just not laying down before you set it up.
Yeah, it's laying down before you set
Yeah.
it up.
Bob Snap, 2 megabyte, 68,000 memory board.
The official 2 megabyte jumper wires, I'm guessing.
Wow. That looks like spaghetti.
That's how you make a 1 into a 2, right?
Yeah, stacked RAMs and connect the extra memory address
After
lines.
stacked RAM.
That's like my old 32K upgrade in my D board when I had 2 sets of 16K chips, except there's a lot more chips here.
Right.
I'd say unknown IO board again.
Is that top one? What was that?
RTC.
I think it's
What's
a clock
that?
calendar, clock board,
Yeah.
clock
Oh.
Yeah, it
center.
says clock board. I can't remember what the rest of it said, but
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
with
got
your
a-
battery backups and a buzzer to let you know
Yeah.
the clock went off.
even got
An
dip
alarm?
switches there. Is that for like military time versus regular time or something? Yeah, it's
there's
just the
more
same
chips
60,000.
on these. There's more chips on this than a CoCo motherboard.
Yeah, this has got more chips than a CoCo maxed out with a multi-pack and 4 other
Yeah.
cards.
Well, and most of these chips start 7.4 something, something, something.
And on the 68,000 bank, those connectors that are on the left or right hand side, that was like you had ribbon cables that went from your 68,000 card. You see the 2 headers there, and
Okay.
then they went. That was like a second set of buses
Mm-hmm.
that went to all the accessory cards.
Yeah.
So you see the pin headers on the 68,000 one, and they match up with the the 2 sets
Because your
on the
original bus,
accessory cards.
your original bus is an 8-bit bus.
Yeah, that was on the card cage, and then
Yep.
this was an additional
Oh, and then
bus.
you had to throw some more bits on top. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so this was the additional bus, so the CPU could talk to the accessory cards.
This reminds me a lot of Frank Hogg's K bus that he used between the TC7 and TC9 because it was kind of the same situation where they had this one 16-bit bus that was used for the 68K stuff, and then each TC9 board was an 8-bit, its own IO card, as he called it, if you put the whole thing together, and you could have the 68,000 talk to the IO on the TC9 CoCo style board and talk through its serial ports and its parallel port and have its own monitor and its own RAM. And yet you could put like 16 of those into one massive K bus and have, all of them talking to a 68,000 or 60,030 or whatever. Yeah, that's the only pictures I had found briefly before the show. So much so thanks to
fine.
people on the Tandy Discord for putting some of these up here. So at least we get a little bit of a clue what is going on there. And thanks, Henry, for actually being at the show and being able to talk about some of the pictures we're seeing here, because without that context, I would have no idea what most of this was that I was looking at.
Yeah, no worries. Oh, but one thing I will say, if you do decide to come to VCF East and you decide to go to the consignment area, be prepared to wait in line. No matter what they do, no matter how big it is, be prepared to wait in line.
If you go as a vendor and you show up a day early, can you kind of like jump the line?
I don't even know if they've got consignment ready at that point because consignment didn't open until today.
They have a separate line for that day.
Yeah, Mark Siegel in the chat mentions that they could not get Microware to do a 386 OS9 for them. And I know that wasn't until OS 9000 when they rewrote it C++. But they started doing alternative CPUs. Everything was 68K up to then. Then they added in PowerPC, x86 from a 386 or higher, DEC Alpha, Sun Spark Station, I think was another one. Then they had a bunch of them, but it was a bit slower running OS 9000. I remember that. We tried it at work, actually, and our CoCo controlled the printers better than the OS 9000 did, so we didn't use it too much. Anyway, that's all I've got. I don't know, does anybody else? Henry, you didn't have a chance to take any pictures that you have?
I only
on
have
your-
one, and it's at the consignment area.
Oh. Okay. So we've probably already seen that, so.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Well, since we've been talking about trade shows, I might as well do that part next here, and we can do a break before I hit the news. So this weekend, obviously, VCF East is running right now, and will be running through tomorrow. But also, if you're in the Indianapolis region, the Indie Classic Computer and Gaming Expo, ran by Randy Kindig, amongst others, the host of the Antic and Floppy Days podcasts, is also running this weekend. So if you're closer to that area, that's another show that you can be going to. And there's another one that the Amigos had mentioned, but I can't remember exactly what it's for. I think it's more Amiga oriented type stuff, and it might even be in Europe. But there's another one going on this weekend. So there's at least 3 retro shows going on this weekend that I'm aware of. So anyway, let's get into the other shows coming up here. Switch windows. And you guys can guess, what is the first one that's in 3 weeks?
Rainbow Fest.
Commodore?
Ringing a bell.
The world of not Commodore. That's what it is. Yep. It's the 32nd annual last Chicago CoCoFEST, of course, which a bunch of us are scrambling to get everything ready for. Like Brian, myself, Rick.
Exactly. Buying cars, getting stock placed, everything.
Yeah, at least I got Nitrous 9 out before the show this time. That was good.
Nice. Yes.
So I'm expecting a full-on onslaught of bug reports.
Oh yeah, we'll have lots of complaints. Where is your table going to be so we can all get there?
Who drew this crappy trash can? You know, that kind of thing.
Hey.
Actually, no, people have done nothing but compliment the trash can since you first made it. It did look a lot better than my old one.
Is it me, or is that trash can keep getting bigger and bigger?
Well, every time I come out with a new version of EOU, Nick stores them into the trash can. That's where he figures it should belong. So
it's swelling like a cat.
Taller and taller.
So anyway, I took a look at Tandy list last night, and it looks like it's basically the same. So the full main hall's full. The auxiliary room has only got 1 table left. And then if you want some hall spaces, you can definitely get those. There's only 1 person in the hallway. And that's, what is it? Forgotten Machines is his name, I think. He's got that portable table.
Right.
I don't know if there's any seminars, but actually I was going to ask, did anybody here get a chance to listen to or watch or participate in the Glenside meeting from last day or this last week?
Yes.
I heard a yes.
Yes.
Report.
Okay, so what will happen at the meeting, Mark? And it was how much of it affected the fest, if anything?
Not a whole lot. Pretty much everything's in place. Trying to think if there's anything notable we need to know about. It's 17th or 18th of April is the last day you can walk in a room at the pre-done rate, and then it goes up to the full rate. Let's see what else they do. They were talking about how pretty much they're going to be able to streamline signing in. Basically, there'll be a sign-in table for people that are just dropping by to try to get a number of how many people are there. But if you've already pre-registered and all that, you'll just have to get your badge and shouldn't have to deal with anything else. It should all be pretty streamlined, unlike in the past.
Yeah, that walk-in one, is that the one where they sign the guest register and they get entered in the draw?
Yeah, that's it. There'll be a guest register and then they can get we signed up for a drawing. So that's just
so we've got 3 separate prizes now happening at this show, don't we? We have the one that comes from signing in, which is what? Is that the $50 certificate or is that the CoCo SDC?
I don't remember. I know that both those were mentioned, but I'm not sure which one's which at the moment.
And what is the other one?
Yeah, somebody else donated something too, but I don't remember. I only remember hearing about the 2 of them. There's probably a 3rd one, but
yeah, the 3rd one's for Ken, I think, for the Game On Challenge.
That would make sense. Okay. Let's see. Somebody, who was it? Richard Bear, I think, was going to move from the main room to the auxiliary room, and anything else? Yeah, there wasn't anything extremely notable. I know we're getting down to the wire here, and they didn't really want to change a whole lot. So
yeah, one thing I remember Grant mentioned, I'll mention it again for those who are going to be coming to the show, or maybe an extra incentive to come, even if it's last minute, is that there'll be the ability to get a tour of the VCF Midwest warehouse and all the cool retro gear they got in that huge place. And there's a ton of cool stuff in there, ranging from games to 1940s radios to PCs to Macs to very rare machines from overseas, all kinds of stuff. And they're planning on doing that both Friday evening and Sunday evening. So if you're there either early or staying overnight until Monday morning, you'll have an opportunity those 2 evenings to actually go and kind of get a tour and see some of the really cool stuff there. I know Ken and I have been there multiple times. Then they add stuff every year, so there's always a trip to go to see what all's there. They even have some gimmicks machines with manuals and everything. I tried sneaking them out, but it just didn't work.
I'll have a pickup.
Right, 3 weeks, 3 weekends. That's it. You got, next 2 weekends to get prepared, and the next weekend we got to be there. And in Ken, in my case, we have to leave Wednesday because we are going to be going to Michigan on Friday morning to go interview Robert Kilgus in person, which we'll be recording to show on the show later or publish both on probably Ken's site and on the CoCoNation site, I'm guessing.
I believe you've got that math wrong. There's only 2 weekends.
2 weekends to prepare, and the third is the actual show.
The third one, we have to be there, yeah. So
yeah. So yeah, if you guys have any questions for Robert, of course, is the author of the original scripts it on the Model 2 and 3, color scripts it. He did some of the disc TASM stuff. He did Spectaculator. He did Dino Wars. He did skiing, color profile. Brian Weezer's still on here. He might remember some I'm forgetting off the top of my head. But he did a fair bit of stuff, and he did stuff for the Model 2 and 1, 2, 3, and the CoCo.
I think you need to dedicate an entire segment just to color script set.
Yeah. Oh, he did Color Cubes. That's another one he did, the Rubik's Cube clone. Quasar Commander he did. Did a lot of stuff with 3D scaling. He was pretty good at the 3D graphics for 1980. I mean, Dino Wars, skiing, and Quasar Commander all have, real-time scaling. And skiing even has 3D perspective a bit beyond like the stuff that people think it's a clone of, which is like Night Driver, because it actually has hills. So you actually have perspective going over hills and stuff too, where you don't see flags going up a hill, and all of a sudden you see 3 rows of them, looking ahead when you go over a hill. That's still one of my favorite 3D games in the CoCo. It usually blows people away when they see that particular game and then take into context of what year it was actually released. That kind of, there was nothing even close to it for a couple of years afterwards.
And skiing's a little different because when you first look at it, you might not get it. And then once you figure out what the graphics are trying to do, all of a sudden it makes sense, and the flags are coming up from behind the snow hill. And
yeah.
But when I first saw skiing, I didn't get it. It took me a couple of minutes to snap onto.
Well, I remember somebody recently in the last couple of weeks on the CoCo group on Facebook actually said, yeah, skiing, it's a crappy 2D skiing, and Eric Gavrlik and I both couldn't. What are you talking about? Have you ever played it? You ever seen it? It's nothing
right.
even close to that.
He didn't get to the point where he saw what it was doing with the scaling and so forth. And because you can't see the outline of the hills in front of you, you have to have a little imagination there, and people just don't have that anymore.
Oh, you just figure it's blowing snow. If everybody's ever skied and you get a whiteout, you can't see the horizon or anything else. That just makes perfect sense. So anyway, only 3 weeks until we'll meet. A reminder for those that are on the special chocolate bar list, which Ken is going to remind me to actually put in the car this time. The orders have to be in by Wednesday night, because I'm going to try to get it done ahead of time and not have to worry about doing stuff last minute. Plus, I'm probably going to have to hit multiple stores to get the various things. So please have your orders in by Wednesday at midnight, and I will start picking them up on Thursday.
And I'm not going to remind you because it's a lot funnier if I don't.
Right?
Ken, you're an absolute jerk.
It's my revenge for having to put up with 21 hours of
if you think I'm ever going to give you game tips like I did in Monster Maze ever again, that is now quashed. I will mention, as a thank you to Taylor and Amy, for those of you who were involved in the chocolate bar fiasco of 2023, I am giving them their chocolates all for free. I'm going to pay for those because they covered all the shipping charges after the $220 I paid in shipping to bulk them down. And then they went wandering all over the States for a week. They actually got all the final packages to everybody, and they covered all of that. So I at the very least, I own that. Next up, if you're in the UK, the Festival of Portable Computing is happening May 18th to 19th. And that's at the Center for Computing History at Cambridge, England, same place that the Dragon meetup happens as well. And this show is dedicated to portable computers. So it'll cover stuff like Model 100s and then, the later, more modern stuff. Maybe you'll even cover Taylor and Amy's, portable MC10 or the Porta-CoCo that is being made, we've covered on the show before too. In fact, they should be back at the fest this year too, I believe. So at any rate, they got some more details on here, the costs of the various things here. They have confirmed that it is multi-day. Because last time we checked their site, they only had it on one day. There was some conflicting information. Now they've officially made it both Saturday and Sunday. And different prices for adult versus children. And you can get a family rate too if you have multiple people coming. You can get a bit of a cheaper rate for it. So, and from what we've seen at the Dragon meetups, the General Computer Museum itself, which is part of this, is a lot of really cool stuff to see even beyond just the portables that they're kind of focusing on this particular show. Next up, there's another doubleheader weekend with Boatfest, the 3rd annual. That's happening on the weekend of June 14th to 16th at the Social Event Space in Hurricane, West Virginia, which is about 2 blocks away from where it was the previous years. And Ken and I are both going to that. Frank will be there. Jason Warrens will be there. Actually, it looks like they've got a pretty good attendance. They're already, I think I've already got enough attendees booked for it that it's going to beat last year. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Definitely more gaming oriented. There is a lot of other hardware and software stuff there too, but it's definitely tends to more the gaming side a bit more. And the exact same weekend is VCF Southwest and the Davidson Gundy Alumni Center, University of Texas at Dallas. There is a Tandy Assembly meetup, which is basically people who used to work at Tandy and anybody who was really into Tandys. This is a show I'm definitely going to try to make next year myself, assuming I have the funds to do it. Because I definitely want to meet some of these people, and I probably won't get too much opportunity to do so for too much further in the future. So definitely want to check this one out. We've got both Boise Pete and Jeff Wires of Chronological Gaming are both doing presentations at the show too. So there's quite a bit of good talks and stuff. Taylor and Amy were on one of the panels there last year. I don't know if they're going this year or not. They haven't announced it yet because it sounds like they're hitting a lot of shows. They're going to VCF Midwest. They're at VCF East now. They're coming to CoCoFEST. And if they go to this one or some of the other ones, it looks like they're going to be attending at least 4 retro shows this year, if not more, which is pretty cool. Next about that, VCF West, which is August 2nd to 3rd, Friday and Saturday, the Computer History Museum in Mountain View, California. We've covered this one before. Marko Hovers has been there. Mikey Furman is usually there. He did a Flex demonstration booth last time. There's some general history of computers you can see while you're there. It's not just, retro stuff of the microcomputer variety. It's a pretty decent one from what I've seen. I'd love to see a bit more CoCo presence at it. I don't know how many people are in the Silicon Valley area, which is where this is in Mountain View, California. But if you're in that area
CoCo people or people in general?
What was that?
CoCo people or people in general?
I'd like to see more CoCo people there.
Okay. There's a few. Tim doesn't live there anymore, but Tony Capolini's there and Mikey's there and bound to be a few other people.
Yeah, because I think the biggest display was a couple years ago when you guys all kind of had several tables together, if I remember.
2019, yeah. Tim and Mikey and Rob Inman and myself all ran a couple tables and showed off a lot of cool stuff. So.
Yeah, I think that was where you guys were showing off the sound card with Flagenbird or something. There was some sound card. No, not Flagenbird. No. Bosco's.
New game.
Yeah. Yep. And what's the General Museum like there? We haven't talked about that one too much.
I never went and looked, but it seems to be pretty good overall. I mean, I've been to a couple other computer museums, like the one in Seattle, but this one has got. They do a lot of like talks. They have people come in and they record histories, or oral histories of stuff going on from the industry from ever and ever and ever. And so they have a lot of machines and stuff on display. Not so much of it's interactive, but you can look at it. And of course, I said they have people come in and talk from the various manufacturers and industries. Some really great info has been captured there, and you can find them on YouTube, the various interviews and stuff.
Yeah,
so,
that's actually one nice thing VCF
important.
does. All the VCF seem to record most of their presentations, so you can watch them afterwards on their YouTube page. Yes. So cool. And then, of course, the big one, which I've heard is pretty well sold out again. They've got an overflow hotel already going. Is VCF West or Midwest. This is the big one, which I hear they're expecting like 4,000 to 5,000 people this year at least.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, it's much bigger than VCF East. And like I said, if you guys want a sneak peek or you can't make it to this show, if you're coming to CoCoFEST, you can kind of tour through the the warehouse museum and kind of see a lot of the stuff that they sometimes bring out to these shows and without all the crowds. So it's not actually not a bad deal at all. So right, this is their new larger venue in their 19th year. It's at the Renaissance Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois. That is the same Schaumburg, Illinois that Rainbow Fest used to be hosted at back in the early 80s. September 7th to 8th. Excuse me. There is September 6th is actually reserved for the vendors. So if you're a vendor there, you get to set up and stuff without having to, intermingle with crowds at the same time. So you kind of get that evening dedicated to setting up. The main block of the main hotel is completely sold out now. There's no more rooms available at the main hotel. So they do have an auxiliary hotel. And that one, I heard, is getting close to being sold out too. So I'm not sure what they're doing after that. But there's multiple hotels in Schaumburg. The Hyatt Regency Schaumburg, where Rainbow Fest was, is still there too. So I'm sure there's options that aren't too far away. But this is the big one. This is the biggest retro computer show on the planet that I know of. It's definitely the biggest one in North America. Next after that is Tandy Assembly, September 27th to 29th. They have started posting exhibitors on the website. Peter Satinsky and others. I don't know if they've done any more since last week. I'll just take a quick look. Brendan from CoCo VGA fame is going to be there. So it looks like the same list as we had last week. I don't know if they've been booking speakers yet. No, not yet. But I mean, it's half a year out still. But yeah, this one is in Springfield, Ohio, at the Courtyard by Marriott Springfield. And you can just go to tandyassembly.com and get the details there. This is another one I will eventually make it to. I know I keep promising them that, but I will. And the last one I've got on the list for now, because as far as 6C knows, they haven't actually booked the Next Dragon meetup, though that's usually in October-ish at the same museum we mentioned earlier. But there's another one at that museum. And this is the UK's big retro show, kind of their equivalent to a VCF. Gen Retro Computer Festival. It's Saturday, the 9th of November. And it looks like it's just the one day, though. They're still saying entire weekend here. So this one might not be fully cleared up yet as to what it's 1 day or 2 day type of thing. But this covers everything. This is not specific to Dragon or portables or anything else. This is all retro computing. And this is happening in the beginning of November at the same museum, the Center for Computing History, which actually you'll see in the news, there's actually an American went to the UK on a holiday and kind of reviewed a couple of retro computing museums and gatherings that are in there. And this is one of the ones he covered, where he covers just the general Center for Computing History without a special show being there. So that's an interesting thing. We'll get into that in the regular news.
That was pretty cool.
And that's it for the upcoming shows I got booked so far. There's some other ones that are coming up. Like the Dragon meetup that we haven't got specific dates for yet. But there's definitely more. There's a couple in Canada happening as well, towards the winter side, because everyone wants to come up to Canada in winter. So I'll announce those as the details come out.
So Curtis, I got one more. I had posted in the general chat, but I forgot to tag you with it. And this was probably a week or two back. But this next Saturday, the 20th, is the DFW or North Texas Retro Computing Users Group. They're having another meetup at the Bingo Hall in Grand Prairie that I went to a month or 3 back. So if I'm back and feeling up to it, I'll probably go to that. I'll be actually going to NAB Vegas tomorrow. So
okay, well, as long as you'll catch the Vegas flu.
Right.
Would they have good enough bandwidth for you to actually do a little bit of a live report from there? If you
I'll
go,
see what I can do. Yeah, I'll make sure Zoom is working on my phone. Hopefully.
Yeah, and if it's not, even if you can just upload some pictures that I can just yank off the Discord and show, and maybe pop on voice or something just to give us some context.
Yeah, one's nice and close to home for me, so I'll almost definitely go.
Are you going to be going to the one in Dallas or?
I'm going to try and make that one too. The one up at Richland.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that'd be a cool one to go to. That's one I definitely want to go to, because like I said, a lot of the Tandy guys that worked at Tandy back in the 70s and the 80s and worked on all these computers are actually there in attendance. They don't have a special panel like they did last year, but they're pretty well the same people are going to be there. And they're having a meetup, I think, on Saturday night. We can kind of just mingle and talk to them, which would be awesome. Like Jerry Heap and a bunch of others, that helped design some of the machines we know and love.
right?
Mark's going to be there too, from what I heard.
Yeah, it'd be nice to meet Mark, actually. Shake his hand.
Yeah. Then you get an autographed Adam poster. Anyway, that's it for the upcoming shows for now. So I think we should probably take a break before we hit the news.
Okie dokie.
Hi, I'm John.
And I'm Aaron of the CoCo Show.
And you're watching or listening to the CoCoNation, the live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its cousins.
All hail the CoCoNation.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3SCARTcable.com.
G'day from the land down under, where toilets flush backwards and thongs are a respectable form of casual footwear. I am Nick Morentes and I have been developing games for the CoCo for over 35 years. Welcome to the CoCoNation, the interactive live video talk show for all enthusiasts of the CoCo family of computers.
Hi, I'm L Curtis Boyle. And I'm Ken Waters of Canadian Retro Things. And you're watching the CoCoNation Show.
Only the bravest souls enter. Only the most cunning return. Defeat innumerable monsters to ransom the king's scepter, stolen by the evil wizard. Your sword, shield, and wits are your only allies. Pray you find a magical inn as your only respite in the forest of doom.
For the Tandy Color Computer 1, 2, and 3.
November 2017, if you dare.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins. No matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L Curtis Boyle.
Okay, you guys should be seeing CP400 color on the screen at the moment, the older chiclet version. So as a follow-up to last week, we covered the Brazilian YouTube channel called Tropical Retro, and they did a kind of a history of the CP400, but it was in non-English. And they decided to do a couple things. So they announced at that time in the comments of the description of the video that they were going to do an English translation, which we will be getting to shortly. But they also then released some gameplay footage using the CP400 with the original keyboard and the joysticks and stuff here. So this is basically kind of a demo of that. And they're using Polaris as their example game, which of course is a really, really good Missile Command clone. And it's actually on a CP400 cartridge. And it's actually been translated to Portuguese on screen. So it actually does not have the English instructions. Now, of course, this is back when Brazil had the really interesting approach to copyright law, where basically it was fair game to copy anybody else's stuff coming into Brazil, but you had to manufacture Brazil to be able to sell anything or something like that, I believe. So, yeah, pretty interesting. I'll play a little bit just so you can kind of see the translation part of it here, and also what their cartridges look like. A lot smaller than ours. So players translates to Elhas, and players, 1 or 2 player selection, Jogador, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. And after that's basically standard players. But I did find it interesting because I know a lot of other countries that where native language is not necessarily English, they don't generally translate. They just played them and people just kind of knew what the prompts and stuff were. But Brazil actually went out of their way to make sure. I've seen some of their text adventure games from Marked Out and stuff that they quote unquote ported over were actually translated. So somebody took the time to do all the translations there, even though they were unofficial and not licensed copies of the original software they're based on.
So does this tie into the whole Brazilian computers have to be Brazilian thing? So by translating the code, you've made it, more proper?
Yeah, I believe they describe it in the video that it's a very protective, is how they called it there.
Because to be frank, most people outside of the U.S. know enough English to kind of understand the simple text that's in a game.
And I mean, some of the prompts, like 1 or 2 players, you can just see the 1 or 2 because obviously numbers are universal, so that you can kind of tell what it's already asking.
Right.
Without even knowing. But they did take the time to actually translate the words. So, whereas most other countries, like in Mexico, we've seen some of the Mexico and stuff, they basically just left the ROMs, except maybe the copyright of the ROM or something that might have changed the native language, but you didn't change basic statements to
right.
become the native language.
Basic stayed English anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Next up, this is kind of a follow-up also to last week. The Russian site DFU was covering basically what this particular person is doing. He's covering every Star Wars related game on every micro platform. And he basically thought he'd finished the CoCo stuff. And I sent a suggestion via somebody else to say if they think that, because they were not just doing official ones, they were doing ones that are obviously inspired by Star Wars but weren't licensed. And I suggested Project Nebula because it's basically a Star Raiders clone, if you're familiar with that from the Atari 8-bit series, but it's got a Star Wars theme to it because you're firing, your X-Wing fighters firing all the side lasers at the same time. It's not just shooting a single shot. You got TIE fighters that you're obviously fighting against in all the places. And I suggested, well, maybe have him take a look at Project Nebula, and he actually quite liked it. I'm showing the English translation here, which unfortunately on Google Translate will not let you play embedded videos. You'll just see this and you click on it until you're blue in the face. But I mean, you can obviously see it's a TIE fighter. That's what you're shooting at. And of course, the multiple lasers coming in at from multiple angles. And it's a fairly sophisticated, it's a decent version of Star Raiders. You can get individual parts of your ship damaged. He's got a few little mistakes in the review here, probably because he just only had a couple of days to play it from scratch.
They still look like an LOL to me.
Oh, this?
The TIE fighter.
I never thought of that.
Now you'll never get it out of your head.
There's one of the maps that's also kind of Star Raiderish. And then on the right here, you can see all the individual things that get damaged. So hyperspace, if that gets damaged, means when you go to hyperspace, you can't steer. You just randomly pop to a random sector. Ion engines, that's your regular engines for within a sector. That means you're stuck at a fairly low speed that you can't speed up or slow down. Now, one of the things he got wrong in the review is he said once that's damaged, you can't dock with a space station to get fixed up and recharged. That's not true. As long as you get your measurements of your X and Y axis coordinates proper, it is in the right speed zone that you can dock and get repaired. Otherwise, the game would really, really suck. Masers, that's basically that your lasers aren't working. Deflectors means you're going to get damaged a lot faster every time you're hit. Short range sensor. If you look at the main screen here, you can see you have both a forward and a backwards radar. So you can see what ships are ahead of you. And when they fly past you into the back, they suddenly show up on the back radar. So you can actually keep track of who's behind and who's in front. So those quit working. And then you just have to go visually. And then the last was long range sensor. And you can see here, they've color coded like the magenta ones are space stations where you can get recharged and fixed up. And then you've got 1 to 4 enemies per sector. When that goes, this is just a bunch of random colors and you have no idea what the hell is really there. So one tip, if you're playing Project Nebula on the advanced Star Commander level, is when you start a game, go to your map and then record what row column your space stations are at. So that if you do lose your long range sensors, you can still go exactly where you need to go to get fixed. Because if you don't, then you're guessing. But he quite liked the game. He thought it was a pretty decent one. He wrote a pretty detailed write-up of it.
I think it's really interesting the thousands of games that were created from the old basic game TREK Trek.
Yeah.
Which was a very, very simplified version of all of this, but that framework was projected forward through thousands of games. And if you never saw the earlier game, you might not understand the relation between all of the subsequent games that came from it. This could be
And
a
Star
whole
Raiders that
show.
this one's based on, that was one of the earliest Atari 8-bit classics that came out in 1979, like just when the Atari was getting launched for the 400 and 800. So it was a high-end game. It came out for the 2600, I think, after the fact. And then I think, was it Activision or the Supercharger came out with an even better one for the 2600?
I think, yeah.
Yeah. And actually, here they go all the way back to like 1978 with, Bob Bishop doing a simple shooting gallery thing here. But this is really simple. Basically, this TIE fighter just wanders around, you steer it in the center, you shoot it. Because there's no back radar, there's no front radar, there's no docking, there's none of that. It's just a target shoot. But I mean, obviously that, done in 78, that was right after the first Star Wars came out in 77 in the theater. So, and that's pretty early to even attempt to do, decent 3D graphics and stuff. So
That'd be a good light gun game too.
yeah, actually, that would be.
Right?
Yeah, I agree. Okay, hot on the heels of doing another AGD pack in just the last couple of weeks, and also doing a Dragon Plus enhanced version, or Super Sprite Plus, FM Plus, I should say, by Dragon Plus. Pere Serrat has actually come out with another pack of games. This is pack number 63, so another 6 games are added here. Now, he does make a note on this one that 3 of the games are actually programmed by students from Bearsden P6. I'm guessing that means the equivalent of grade 6, so don't expect miracles on those 3, but just kids getting a chance to design their own levels and design their own game, and then getting their names up in lights. I think it's worthwhile doing it, and definitely cutting them some slack.
Yeah.
And then you got some other ones here that are actually, by people that develop games more for a living type thing. Well, maybe not a living, but we can't all make money like Nick and Randy's does. But you've got the 6 games here. So this is Bod Run, and I think this is one of the ones that's done by adults. I'm not quite sure what the gameplay. It looks like a standard platformer, bit load runnery here. I'm guessing you have to gather these things here. I'm assuming they're treasures. A Bubble Bobble clone, which is kind of cool because that means we have a Bubble Bobble for the CoCo finally, because I don't think we've ever had one. Is anybody here on the panel remembers ever seeing a Bubble Bobble on the CoCo? Because I don't. Nope. Well, we got one now. Several screenshots of that. Devil Run. This looks like an interesting little platformer. Here's where you can start seeing the young kids getting going here on this one. The Invasion of Japan. And it looks like they took like a light pen or something and just wrote on the screen the title, which is awesome.
Jake and somebody.
Yeah. Now, once you get to the actual game, because they're using like tile sets and stuff like that, it actually looks a lot more professional than the title screen does. But I'd have to actually try to see what the gameplay is, but it looks pretty good. And of course, the AGD engine is basically platforming style. So that's usually what most of these games are. And there's Roasty, the potato that wants to be eaten, which reminds me I'm hungry.
Nice concept.
This one's got some pretty interesting little things. I don't know what these are, some of these things here, but that looks pretty interesting. It's like a microwave or something. I'm not sure.
Looks like a Wi-Fi signal.
Yeah.
Oh,
Could
right.
be. Is this an oven?
Curtis is quite hungry, isn't he?
I don't know. Wi-Fi signal that looks like it's possibly a PDP 11 terminal or something.
Well, it depends. I mean, we usually used ADM 3As and 22s in our PDP, but
it's an
they have a more
oven.
rounded, curved edge.
Yeah, the Atom 3 was really swoopy.
And here's the Shmup Kit, and this actually is making a kind of Galaga style game, which I've not seen that kind of stuff in the AGD engine too often. So this is not a platformer, but it looks to be ships that are dive bombing at you in formations. So that one I want to try to see how smooth this one plays, because that's not something I've normally seen on the AGD engine. So I want to see how that got implemented. And it looks like from some of this here, it might even give you some color properly in artifacting, or that just might be a side effect. I'm not sure. Anyway, that one's available. You can get it at the worldofdragon.org in their forums in the downloads or upload section. You can go grab it for both the Dragon and the CoCo, and there's both emulator friendly with really long file names and descriptive ones, and also the shorter 8.3 ones to run on the CoCo SDC. So you can grab all of those, whichever one you prefer, whatever, depending on what platform you're running it on. Next up, I was going to tell you about Paul Shoemaker, getting further on his Game of Fire Playtest 7 based on a story he released on Facebook 4 days ago. And then this morning he announced it's actually out and available and you can get it right now. So don't have to do that now. So Ken, I don't know if you've had a chance to grab this one yet or. Oh, Ken's away from the desk. Must be having his snooze. Has anybody else on the panel had a chance to grab this one since it just got released, a few hours before the show today?
Is anyone not snoozing?
It is the news after all.
I grabbed it but didn't play it.
Okay. Because this is actually based on a game that Erico Montero did.
I don't understand the name.
I can't remember what platform. Sorry, was that wrong?
Well, explain the name. Why is it?
I have no idea where the name came from.
It's like bizarre.
Yeah, it is. I agree. Now, it requires a 64K CoCo 1, 2, or 3. The graphics you're seeing here are based on the original version, which I can't remember what Erico did it for. It might have been the Game Boy or something like basically a grayscale system. And Paul on the CoCo 3 version is keeping that aesthetic, so it looks the same. Now, on the CoCo 1 and 2, you don't have grayscale, obviously, so he's actually just using P mode 1, I think, graphics, or color mode, which I'll show you pictures of it when we get to that. So it's available now. If you go to his earlier post on Facebook, he actually has a bit of the gameplay video here, and I'll just play most of this here. Basically, you're trying to rescue people that are jumping out of buildings with your trampoline thing and trying to bounce them into the fire truck so you rescue them before they hit the ground. So we'll play
so that they can go to.
Did you guys hear the sound there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is it too loud? Because Facebook has different volume levels
fine.
on YouTube. Okay. It's parallax scrolling here, which is kind of cool. This is kind of the splash screen where it's kind of giving you the credits.
Yeah, I like the slide.
It's great artwork, I must say.
Yeah, for that slower res, that's actually really nice. And you got the background trees going at one speed in the foreground with the buildings and stuff, going faster. So you're actually getting the parallax.
The moon has got me a little bit crazy though in my head.
I don't think that has anything to do with the moon, Ron.
No, it should be. Oh, you're running ahead of the moon. Yeah, that's technically not right, is it, Ron?
It's the dark side that's.
It's an eclipse.
Oh, it's a reverse eclipse, and it chases.
Yeah, it's a reverse eclipse.
Yeah.
Reverse crescent. I guess.
Well, there's no claim that this is on Earth. I mean,
well, I'm watching that and not playing the game, right?
Right.
I mean, the mechanic for the player here is similar to Clowns and Balloons. You're having these two guys holding a trampoline, and you're trying to bounce them off. And they do it hit the edge of the screen. They go down. You're trying to throw them onto the truck without letting them hit the ground.
What's neat is there's no side doors. It's a sunroof entry.
Yeah, sunroof entry.
And if they're on the
Should have brought
ground.
a Dodge, Ron?
Yeah.
And some heavy people landing in that truck. Watch it bounce.
Even worse, because it's titled as a combi.
Yeah, it's a VW.
There's a big
VW bus.
There's a big K on it.
And people who missed the truck run back into the burning building.
Yeah.
Jump out the window again.
Beauty.
So obviously they're brain damaged.
Smoke inhalation.
Yeah.
Right?
Disoriented. Yes, that sounds good.
These people look like ants.
Eric goes in the chat here. What did he say? The name is because the original was made as a promotion to a game code party called Playtest 7.
Oh.
I just added fire because of the original.
Fire
there you
Test
go.
7. Okay.
That's why it's called that.
I just didn't know what the dot was. It actually says F.IRE, which, what is the significance of the dot? What does it mean?
Should change the name. This is a CoCoFEST themed game, apparently. Change it to.
Yeah, I don't know if Paul was considering CoCoFEST theme. He just wanted to try to get it out before CoCoFEST, and then he's 3 weeks early.
Then that truck drives to an elevator.
Then the second phase of the game where you get axes and try to rescue David Ladd, Curtis Boyle.
That's right.
Love it.
Anyway, if you're interested in getting it, and you can get the address from the show notes here, it's on Paul's itch.io page. And it's one of those ones where name your own price. So if you are totally dead broke, he's fine with you downloading it for free. But if you want to contribute a little bit to, as a thank you for him to actually porting the game over from Marko's original, then feel free to donate. And 6 challenging waves, nearly 29K of wonderful pixel art created by Erico, 3 stops to catch more festival goers. So I guess he is kind of CoCoFest themed.
Yeah.
And he's got some screenshots here of the CoCo 1 and 2 screens. So if you want to see what it looks like on a CoCo 1 or 2, you can see actually it's more colorful, obviously, because you're kind of forced to with the palette.
Or you can flip the switch on your converter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you have like a SCART
VGA
connection or something, yeah.
called, yeah.
Actually, it looks pretty decent even in the 4-color version. This is one where the palette isn't that bad.
Now there's a white border around that, isn't there, normally?
No, this is the green screen, so this has a green border.
Green, okay, yeah.
I guess
Yeah, because it'd be the green, yellow, blue, red color set.
Yeah, that's right.
So if there's not many people that show up to our CoCoFest, it's because they didn't get bounced into the van.
Right.
They're lying on the footpath
Yeah.
outside.
Now, I don't know if Ken's still on the call here, if he's out having a nap or
Hey,
eating
Ken,
or
wake
something.
up.
Is he still on the call? I don't think he is.
I think he had to step out.
Oh, did he? Okay. Because I was going to say, like, I know his rule for this year's Game On Challenge live at the show is to be multiplayer games. That's what the main theme is. But this might not be a bad one to throw in as one little extra, just because it's, fest themed and just came out before it. So,
Well, maybe
if
we
there
need to have that as a game on challenge the week before the fest.
well, I'll include it so you can play it at the fest as part of the Game On Challenge. Yeah, so people can
Right.
play it at home if they can't make
Like
the
I
fest,
say.
but they can play it there.
So we
Week
could have a
before,
better
yeah.
turnout.
Then it's game 2. Week 2.
Then we
is-
can make sure these people don't Photoshop their scores because we'll be all watching them like hawks. Anyway, it looks like a fun game. I definitely want to give it a shot. So, Ken, if you're hearing this, or if you review the show afterwards, this might be one to throw in as part of the Game On Challenge to rotate in on the machines that aren't doing the dedicated one that actually is getting the prize.
Yellow sky is a bit funny, but anyway. Oh, but it's meant to be nighttime, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know what palette change you would have done to get around that. Like, what would you have used for the buildings and stuff if you made the sky blue, for example?
Yeah, yeah.
You want to have a red fire, don't you?
A red what?
Fire?
Or
what is that in the background? It's
Well, I'm
cloud?
thinking you could go yellow moon, blue sky. You could maybe do
that would make some
something,
sense.
Well, like we're going to improve it.
Well, right, yeah. We're actually going to do any work on this at all.
Yeah, it takes me a year and a half to do Nitro 9 update. I'm not going to be improving this one.
So I'd say it's well done.
After we pick it apart, nobody's going to download it.
Oh, no, they
No,
will. This
that's
looks like a
right.
fun game.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's well
And it
done.
runs on all 3 CoCos, so that's cool.
Yeah, that's
We'll have
true.
to try it on the deluxe, Brian. So,
Well, this is a multiplayer game if we have like 4 or 5 people playing it themselves on the screen at one time.
yeah, I don't know how many machines we're going to have, though. I mean, I think it's just a single table. Is that right for the Game On Challenge in the spare room? Mark,
Don't know.
do you remember? Or?
Huh. Oh, and we could do like pies. Or
I mean, it's going to have a
something
couple
if-
because we want to get some multiplayer games going. And that's
So-
one of the reasons
so-
to do the multiplayer is you don't need as many machines to get more people playing simultaneously.
Well, it could be true. We don't need CoCos for all of this. We could have some pies in there to just kind of provide more stations that aren't real CoCos, but still provide.
Yeah, I mean, how many people here have CoCo pies they could bring? Like, I don't know.
I have a couple I don't use. I can bring them. If someone wants to set them up, they can certainly do it.
And do they work with actual CoCo joysticks and stuff too, or do you have to bring separate controls?
Well, no, it gets
Mine-
complicated really quick. That's
Mine has a regular joystick or a regular mouse on my Pi.
Now, this game could also be converted to a MC10.
Yeah, it's low enough res. It could. I mean, you'd probably like the fact that it takes 64K. I'm guessing the graphics might be a bit much unless you get a.
oh, right, so tiles and stuff.
You need the memory expansion, yeah.
Has Gary ever come to the CoCoFest at
No,
all?
he's never made it.
No.
I keep bugging him. I'll continue to keep bugging him.
Wouldn't it be cool if he showed up with an MC10 playing this?
Or any of the stuff. I mean, he's got he's got
Oh,
500
yeah.
of his own games to
Right,
play
pick
too,
something,
so-
anything, right? That would be cool.
Just to catch up on the chat here, Erico's actually had a few updates on this as well. He said it's like the old Nintendo Game and Watch game. Is
Yeah.
CoCoFEST themed now? Press P on a CoCo 3. I'm not sure what that was referring to. And then he says it goes through okay, this is to change the color sets in the CoCo 3. So it has a bunch of different color sets, not just the grayscale, some super cool ones.
Cool.
You know, what's
And-
neat is he didn't make it so that it's any one CoCoFest. So, you know, it's going to be good every year.
Yeah. Well, Jim's way on the east coast of Canada. He's in Nova Scotia, I believe, or New Brunswick. So like VCF East might be a closer place for him to try to get to.
Right.
And Erico says here, compiled sprites, according to Paul Shoemaker, takes quite a bit of space. That would. So that's basically raw load stores of every single pixel on the screen type thing.
Right,
Rather than
so
a
you're-
shape table maston. For the speed, because he has the multi-planar scrolling. He wants to keep it smooth.
Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah, it looks quite good, actually. That looks like a fun one.
It plays rather smoothly. He
You
says,
downloaded already?
Yep.
What's your score?
11.
Oh.
And counting.
Yeah, I'm counting.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have very many multi-planar scrolling games on the CoCo 1 and 2 in particular. We have a few on the CoCo 3, but
So
that's
this
kinda-
high and last, it doesn't remember your score when you turn it off and turn it on again, right? It's just last when you last played it.
Yeah, it's this session basically.
Yeah.
Last would be your previous game, and high is the high of the entire session.
How often is it that games actually do record your score and then, you know,
On
when you
disc?
put-
Not
Yeah,
too many.
very-
There's a few in OS 9, like Pack OS 9 does. Sailor Man used to do that.
Is it
Done
true
stuff,
that
huh?
in some games you have to actually save it over in order to save your game score?
What do you mean save it over?
Save it back to disk.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
in the
50.
state it's in, you know.
I think Ghana kept your scores too on the disc.
Yeah.
It's only on disc, not any ROM cards.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There's a few cassette
Yeah.
games that did do it, but like you have to say rewind the tape or put a new tape in to save it. It was kind of a pain.
And the ROM cards always did passwords, which, oh my God. Type down these 67 characters and then you can restart your game at some future date if you type them all back in.
Yeah,
CoCo
that wasn't too
did
common
that.
on the CoCo, but yeah, I remember like the Turbo Graphics had a bunch like that because they didn't have any save state static RAM or anything back in that time.
Now, arcade games, would they have the highest score played on that particular game? Do I remember that correctly?
Until the power went out. You are
Until the power
correct.
went out.
Yeah.
Okay.
It depends on the machine.
Yeah, some games didn't keep track of high scores. Some kept track of like the top 5, top 10.
Okay.
They have to have a writable ROM or something to store it.
Yeah. Like the few that I remember on the CoCo that actually saved your high scores. The future sessions were all disc based. I don't remember.
All disc, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Did Sailor Man have the option to save it on cassette? If you bought the cassette version of Sailor Man, I can't remember if they did that or not. There's a few that I remember did try it, but it's such a pain in the butt. You misalign your tape, you can actually wreck your game if it's saving on the game
your
disc tape
save
itself.
died. Yeah.
You know, you put it halfway through the header by accident because you had to tape a little forward. Now you've screwed up the whole thing and won't even load anymore. So
My Gunstar saved to disk.
yeah,
That's
that's
cool.
right.
So is that common across different machines? I mean, to not have scores saved?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
It's much more common to save now because with hard drives it's like lickety fast and you have tons of room to save them. So you know, who cares
Yeah.
type thing.
Mm.
But back in the day, like for example, if you go to the UK, because their whole economic situation was quite different, like disk drives were too expensive up until the late 80s. So everybody was still running off cassettes in the mid 80s, so that they didn't do it that often, or you created a separate cassette for your high scores for each game, and then you had to label the tape so you knew which game it was referring to load it back in.
You know, if you think of it, the camera today with, you know, unlimited film you know, because back in the day we didn't have it. You can take a picture of your screen and you have your highest score, right?
Yeah, that's how you submitted to Rainbow.
I mean, yeah. So that's pretty cool.
But yeah, like game save tapes. Remember your Dungeons of Daggereth game save tape? And will it please reload so I can finish my game again?
I would have a whole sequence because I'd save it and then I'd get a little bit further and I'd save it again and I'd get a little bit further.
On a different tape, so you get
yeah.
I
This
see
one's
Jim Gary's
impressive.
joined us.
Sorry, was that Mark?
I see that Jim Gary has joined us.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah, Jim, we have to get you to a fest sometime, whether it's
Yeah.
VCF East or CoCoFEST or something.
Right. Don't dox yourself. We'll come get you.
I'll bring my MC10.
If it's CoCoFEST, maybe we can coerce Glenside to do one of the sponsored guests like we've done a few times in the past.
Ooh. Hey.
This game you're showing now is impressive.
Yeah, this is Erico again. So speaking of Erico, this is an anime GIF he did for another low-res, Semi-Graphics 4 game that he's kind of working on called The Savage Sword of Kokon, which I think is based on something else that I can't remember the name of the top of my head. But he does all the animations here for swinging your swords. He's going to actually add in stuff like decapitating your opponent and stuff too. So
If you
can't
think
wait
of
to watch
it,
that in low-res.
the sword name has CoCo in it.
Yeah. Or the owner of the sword, I think, is what it's implying.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm assuming that's supposed to be this Savage Sword of Conan switched over to CoCo. But nice animation. This is something Erico's brilliant at, is animating like really low res. And given the palette limitations where you have a 2x2 block that has to be the same color or black, you can't mix colors. So the fact that he actually gets this to look as smooth as it does with some detail where he's actually using those extra pixels as opposed to the 2x2 block as a block.
Just
really want to
floored me.
I really want to see what this yellow blockhead looks like as it goes flying through the air with the blood spurting
Yeah.
out.
A trail of little red pixels behind.
Right.
And then you know the guy that says, "I kill you."
I kill you.
Oh yeah, the comedian. What's his the terrorist guy?
The terrorist.
I kill you.
Yeah.
Dunning.
I kill
Jeff
you.
Dunning. Dunham.
Yeah, Dunning.
Yeah.
I kill you again. I kill you.
He also does that other puppet with the old guy, the
Walter.
sarcastic old guy. Yeah.
Yeah, but he looks like a president I know.
Actually, what he reminds me of is Statler and Waldorf from the Muppets.
Yeah. Although I think those two smiled more.
Yeah.
Possible.
Well, they laughed more.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
I kill you.
Anyway, looking forward to this game.
Yeah, he's done well with the animation.
That's a lot. That's a lot of work there.
Okay, now for something a bit different. The Laird's Lair, and we've covered this channel before on YouTube. He does comparison videos of clones or official releases of games between different systems. So in this particular one, he's doing Ladybug clones, and he's covering 4 different computers. And if you remember his previous videos, he actually has all 4 videos playing simultaneously. And then he'll turn the sound on between each one so you can hear what the game sounds like on each individual system. And sometimes it'll have sound when it's loading. Sometimes it'll have sound during a splash screen. Sometimes sound of just the gameplay. Just depends on the machine platform. So in this particular case, he's doing Ladybug clones. And the 4 machines he picked for this particular one are all UK-based ones. So he's got the MSX, the BBC Micro, the Dragon 32, and the Philips P2000. And on the Dragon's particular case, he actually goes through and shows you all 3 graphics modes. You can see the color set 0, color set 1 for P mode 3. And then you also get to see P mode 4 without artifacting because PAL didn't have artifacting. And honestly, on this particular case, I think that one looks by far the best. But it is hard to tell if you're trying to catch the letters for special and extra as to which letters are lit up right now. You basically have to base it on the bar timer that you can run through. But for those of you who haven't seen the other versions, I thought it'd be kind of interesting. So I'll just fast forward a little bit to show you here's the actual load screens, which I'll skip ahead until the actual gameplay starts.
Spot the CoCo.
Now the MSX, if I remember, was that the one that was based on the same hardware as the ColecoVision? The original
Yes.
MSX? Which is why it looks very much like Ladybug on the ColecoVision. And the BBC Micro, of course, has pretty decent stuff here too. And the Philips is not a machine I was familiar with. I don't even know what CPU that's got on there. Nick, do you happen to know?
No, I don't know. Yeah.
So I'll play a little bit so you can hear the MSX sound, which of course will be much better than the CoCo version because they actually have a sound chip. But you notice the top two actually have like smooth sprite animations here, and the bottom two, the dragon and the Phillips, actually moved by tile style, big jump of pixels. Let's go fast forward until I get the.
Are these
VCF
all
micros.
64K or so 32K machines or what?
I don't even know. That's a BBC micro sound. Let's fast forward to the dragon. So here's dragon on the green color set with sound. But you can see, like, because of the artifact, it was set up for artifact originally, it's pretty hard to read. The white character set actually looks better. It's a little bit more readable.
Actually doesn't look, yeah, too bad.
One of the few times I've seen the pastel color stuff look better.
Yeah.
So if I was going to play in color, this is the mode I would pick. I would not use the green one. But the black and white actually looks pretty good too. Like I said, the only tough part is trying to figure out the lighting of the letters for when you're collecting your specials and stuff here. There we are. Like now the text is really readable. And you can tell when you're collecting the multipliers, the 2, 3, and 4 or 5 times. That's super easy to tell because it's bright white, but then you get the sort of the gray look for the special and extra, which is supposed to be red and blue. And it's kind of hard to tell which is which, but you can tell by those moving white bars you can see in the lower left corner. I think it's the first row is special and the next 2 rows is extra, pretty close to that. And then everything else is white.
The turnstiles make a lot more sense in the black and white on the dragon. I mean, everything just reads better.
Yeah. I wish David had actually done a bit smoother sprites instead of just tile, though. That would have been nice. And now you can hear the Phillips, which actually has more primitive sound than we do. And the graphics are definitely more primitive. I think it's got a much lower res character
Yeah, it
set.
seems it.
Yeah, it's got the score in a nice, decent font. So it must be one of those redefinable character set ones.
Yeah, that's right.
Or they had their own version of semi-graphics and they're using that.
Yeah, I think it's running in an actual text mode.
I mean, gameplay's there. The turnstiles are there and everything else. So
Yeah.
But yeah, if David Crandall had actually made it a bit smoother on the CoCo version. This is actually a fairly decent clone of Doodlebug or Ladybug. It actually plays quite well.
Doodlebug wasn't bad.
And it ran 16K. I mean, it wasn't a big game. So anyway, that gives you a little bit of a sneak preview, but if you want a more extensive view of it, feel free to go to the Laird's Lair on YouTube and check it out. He does these comparison videos every once in a while, and actually I've always found them rather fascinating. We've covered them before. Next up, we have Expert Tech. He's a Spanish-speaking site we've covered before, and he's got his CoCo 2 real hardware running on his Amber monitor. I don't know why he doesn't get a color composite monitor at some point if he's playing games, but that's what he's doing.
Maybe
So
he's
he
sick of
actually plays
doing-
one of the classics, Cashman.
I wonder what it's like if he had space, and change the.
He's got some music in the background, so I'll just kill that because I don't want to get hit with a ding.
Right.
Here's your high score list there, Ron, that you're talking about.
Yep.
Now, I
I
know
love the game.
this is usually compared to Jumpman, which was on a bazillion other platforms like C64 and Atari 8-bit. It's a bit different, though. It's not quite the same gameplay. Like, you're not running over stuff to fill in lines of color. You're all going around to collect money. And some of the gameplay elements are a bit different, too. Like, I would say maybe it's loosely based on, but to me, it's a bit more unique than that. What is your guys' opinion? You've played both.
It is a bit different, yeah.
I don't even know how many screens are in this one. I've been up to screen 46 myself. That's as far as I've ever gotten.
Jeez.
I'm not
How
sure
many-
how
how
far
many are
further
there?
it goes. That's what I don't know. One of these days, I'll go disassemble the stupid thing and figure it out, but that's years ahead.
Think catenary and yeah.
And this is a really fun simultaneous 2-player game. Like if you want to do this one at the fest as part of the multiplayer, this would be great because you actually play on the same screen at the same time. And it's both cooperative and combative at the same time because you can, try to get all the money, the dollar signs as fast as you can so you don't get hit by, cats and dragged away by birds and whatever else. But you can also shoot each other and stuff too. So, or you can hit the guy to bounce him away so you get the money and he doesn't. So it's fun. It's
We
a
have
great one
one-
for siblings. This is a good sibling rivalry one, which I think they actually have already covered this, but it can get pretty vicious.
We haven't played this on the Game On Challenge, I don't think.
I thought we had, and Ken's not
Oh.
here to check.
Okay.
I know if anybody wants to go in the Discord and quickly check out the screenshots of the spreadsheet he's got at the top, we can find out. But I thought we played it like way early on.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, that's it for the game news. So I'm going to switch over to the other one.
As we get older, we could play the games over and over again. And
Yeah, we won't remember them.
playing this.
Right. You knew.
That's already happened to me. What are you talking about?
Well, I do that with pictures on my Facebook page, and I'll my wife looks at it and goes, "You already posted that." Oh, okay.
So one thing that is being demonstrated at VCF East, I believe Henry has mentioned, is FujiNet. Now, is Thomas himself down there, or has he got other people
Thomas was down
representing?
there. He gave a talk yesterday morning. He's active in the Atari classes that are going on yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And I actually spoke with him for a little bit when he was seeing who would be taking FujiNet to the CoCoFEST.
Yeah, because I mean, he's been really going gangbusters on the CoCo version last while. He's actually ported some of the apps and stuff now that he's got it basically working. So
yeah, and one of the bugs that I put in the ear, and I may wind up having made a significant mistake because I might wind up being the one spearheading it at some point, is transitioning, because right now the FujiNet uses a DriveWire protocol. It bootstraps HDB DOS through the ROM cartridge or through the cartridge slot, but it runs the DriveWire protocol for its communication through the serial port. So I'm like, well, why not just base it off the FDC and use stock bog standard deck beat? And he kind of looked at me and said, "You can do that." And it's like, yeah, that's how we ran our disk drives, was through the cartridge slot.
yeah.
So that may be on the horizon.
He may have done that because in case you don't have a disk drive or you don't have SDC, there's an option to use it with the DriveWire through cassette purely.
It was the most accessible thing for him. And in going through the Atari, you go through whatever their version of the IEC port is. Going through the C64, you go through the IEC port. He hadn't worked with a system where the disk controller wasn't already air quotes built in some form or fashion. So what he had was DriveWire and the DriveWire protocol that made sense. And the other thing that he knew about was the CoCo SDC. He honestly, I don't think he recognized that the CoCo SDC effectively emulates a floppy drive controller. And so he wound up going with, not necessarily you don't have a drive, but this is what he knew to use. He was actually trying to use the deload protocol at first to get the HDB DOS to bootstrap. But when that failed, he went to using the cassette port to bootstrap, and that was failing. It was quite like fragile. So they went to the ROM port to bootstrap. If you go into the ROM port already, might as well go with
and drive or SDC DOS actually supports some DriveWire already built in. So
could you explain what FujiNet? How did they get the name FujiNet? And then what is it, like a big bulletin board?
No, but I'll let Henry explain because he's actually fiddled with one lately.
Yeah,
what is it?
It is an online device, so it gets your machines online, and it's multi-platform. So I think probably the biggest killer app for it is, oh, you want to play 5-card stud on your 8-bit computer, but you've got a CoCo and they've got an Atari 800. Well, you can do that with FujiNet. And FujiNet brings all this together through the wonders of the internet. It seems to be a wonderful little addition to what's available for 8 bits.
You're not really hitting what I'm trying to get at. Like, it's connected to the internet, correct?
Yeah.
And it's a reducer of graphics, so you can see stuff on your little CoCo, whereas other computers could use maybe a bigger volume of information from FujiNet.
I mean,
I don't get what is the bonus of this.
As the other Ethernet guy, basically the CoCo is connecting to a local processor that can connect to the Ethernet. And therefore you can take all of this nice data and get it on your CoCo, and you don't have to write a terrible ton of CoCo stuff to do it. You get your FujiNet software,
Which
and
is
you can do
what
all this
happens-
stuff.
So, Ron?
That's what happens when you telnet to a PBS.
Well,
yes.
Well, no,
Yes.
but when you telnet to a BBS, the CoCo is telnetting to the BBS. When you do FujiNet, the CoCo is connecting to a FujiNet machine, which is connecting to the internet.
And effectively, what it does,
There's a second step, but it's very effective because
it effectively mounts the internet as a drive.
as a local device that you can deal with. Yes.
And it's instead of a like an SDC Explorer or something like that, you'll go to a FujiNet website through the FujiNet interface on the CoCo, and then it'll show, okay, I've got these applications, I've got these games, I've got all this stuff that you can go ahead and play, including like the ISS viewer that he's showing there.
Which is no different than a BBS.
Yeah, pretty much. It's actually more like Genie or CompuServe.
Yeah.
So, Ron, the
only
ISS
difference is-
tracker.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ISS tracker is just merely a local graphics program that shows where the International Space Station is. The
Yeah.
server just provides coordinates, and it doesn't care because those are all in text. And so each client, whether it's for the Atari, the Apple, the CoCo, the Atom computer, doesn't matter. It gets the coordinates, and then it has its own graphic representation of that. Same thing with the games. They have games, like I said, 5-card poker. So each client has its own graphical interface, and then it just exchanges play information with the server.
Right. Okay. So the CoCo is basically a terminal to the FujiNet, which connects to the world and does the things.
Right. But
Well,
the
what's the
FujiNet
other
also
thing
allows you
that's
to
like it?
to mount disk images through what's called trivial NFS, which is from the Spectrum community. Basically, you can have a disk image somewhere that you can actually mount like a local drive, but it's really through the internet. So what was your question on?
Well, what's the other thing that you can go on through the serial port? It's on starts with an I think.
You thinking IRAD online?
Yeah, isn't that
that's
nearly
that's
the
a Plato
same, or-
system. Well,
All right, what's the difference between Plato
so-
and Fuji?
So Plato system, Irata Online is a particular Plato system. Plato is an operating system that ran on control data mainframes. And so Thomas Cherry Holmes is running a cyber mainframe emulator and then running a copy of Plato on it. And so, yeah, it basically has a terminal. And Brett Gordon is the one who made the CoCo 3 port from the Commodore 64 software. So you can have a CoCo 3 connect through DriveWire and connect up to Plato. And then you can log in and do stuff just like you would from any other system, whether it's a Plato terminal for the PC or whether it's for the Commodore 64.
Sorry, I got to interject here for a minute. I'm now understanding that you're saying Plato as in platonic.
Yes.
A while there,
Yes,
I was
Plato.
hearing Play-Doh as in the operating system is
Sorry.
being modeling clay.
No, sorry. Plato is a earlier project. Irata Online was the project that Thomas Cherry Holmes was working on before he got into the FujiNet. Oh,
Okay,
also,
so-
Ron,
Yeah.
FujiNet is the symbol for Atari looks kind of like a mountain.
Mount Fuji?
Yeah, so and that's described as Atari, of course, is highly regulated and very the litigious litigating company. So they shied away from using Atari and then just chose the symbol of the original Atari, which looks like Mount Fuji, and that's why Fuji is associated with Atari.
So it has
And
nothing
that
to
is
do
where-
with Japan.
Nope.
Well,
other
Mount
than a
Fuji's
lot of
in
stuff.
Japan, but
Fuji's in.
Yeah.
And another
Yeah.
interesting, and another interesting fact, the FujiNet logo has nothing whatsoever to do with Mount Fuji, despite the fact that the Atari logo looks like Mount Fuji. The FujiNet logo has everything to do with the FujiNet logo has everything to do with Atari, because if you look at it, it is a portion of a Go board, and the piece in the middle is in Atari.
Right.
so did that answer your question, Ron?
Barely.
I take your double. I doubled back to you.
Okay. So
It's
phrase your
just a
question
big-
again.
It's just it's a big BBS, but more of a live reach out to internet. Because really, you can't do anything more. A BBS can actually feed you live stuff from the internet, couldn't it? I mean, just the same. I mean,
Yeah,
what
theoretically
what
it could.
about that? Who did the weather program in OS9?
Todd Wallace.
Lord Dragon. Lord Dragon. Yeah, Todd Wallace.
Yeah, Todd Wallace.
Doesn't that do the same thing then? I
Yes,
mean,
it
that's
could.
live input of data from a hookup,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Okay, that's interesting.
That's what the ISS is. I mean, it's feeding you live
Yeah.
data.
Yeah,
Well,
it's a
except
different standard, I
say-
guess, and it was created more for interactivity between the 8-bit platforms. Where some of the other ones, you basically just write a client to do as close as you can to whatever the original, like Plato term was meant for a fairly high-res terminal. So on a CoCo, you have to scale it down. These are more meant to be more common right off the start. Like RLE graphics used to be in CompuServe. Remember that? Because the PC had an RLE viewer and the CoCo had an RLE viewer, and some other machines did too.
When you track the space station, that's actually software that can run on a planetarium program. I mean, all you need to do is know the current statistics of the orbit, and you don't even need to be live to track it.
Yeah, I think this one actually is pulling it live off of the NASA servers, though, I believe.
I believe this is what I don't like about FujiNet is that the CoCo isn't doing any space station tracker or anything like that. It's drawing this graphic. That's what
It's really a
CoCo's
graphic
doing.
terminal. It's a graphic terminal.
Right.
Which
Somebody
makes
got
it-
us in the chat saying, didn't Tom Cherry Owens have a presentation of this? Yes, he did during CoCo Tech. So, Mark, I don't know if you have the link for that. You can post in the chat there so that people can catch it because he was one of our guest speakers talking about FujiNet.
He's also presented at VCF South Cattle and VCF East.
Yeah.
So is there actual ideas that are going beyond? I mean, how far can you go with this FujiNet?
Well, one thing that Mark has been involved with is there's plans on making a multiplayer, simultaneous, across platforms racing car game, which I don't think I've ever seen that kind of thing done on a BBS. Most BBS stuff you can share stuff. But most time it's ANSI graphics and stuff. It's more primitive. Whereas this year,
The
you
8-bit
could
six-
literally write a protocol that reads joysticks and send joystick positions across if you wanted to.
The 8-bit Slicks game is already done for 6502 systems, Commodore, Atari, Apple, and that was before kind of FujiNet got kicked off. So, I mean, theoretically, that could be done in FujiNet also.
Thank you, guys.
Have we further confused you, Ron?
Yeah.
No.
And if that didn't work, Ron,
It's better.
I've got a bonus
better.
for you. We've got Thomas himself actually in this video actually talks about why did it just auto start without turning the sound.
Once your TRS-80 color computer is turned on, it will load the configuration program into memory. There you can select your home network, enter your network password, and select software to load from either local or remote sources. This is the out-of-box experience. This is FujiNet, a Wi-Fi network adapter for your TRS-80 color computer.
So that was just a very brief description of some of the stuff it does, but I guess Rick, since you're doing your own and you're more low level, I think one thing about FujiNet, it's more high level type stuff. So you're probably a bit more restricted on what you can possibly do in the future, but it's also a bit easier to program for these things if it falls within their wheelhouse. Is that a pretty accurate description?
Well, the difference in my project, I guess, is that we just want to connect the CoCo to the Ethernet directly to the internet, and we may stand up a proxy server ourselves to like do SSL where you connect to us and do SSL to other places. But I want to see how much Ethernet we can do actually on the CoCo rather than just asking a Pi to do all the Ethernet-y things and give us a picture or whatever. So it's a completely different project. It's not going to provide as much data, but I think it will be more interesting in the long run as far as writing games where two CoCos interact with each other over the internet without any third parties or, co-processors or anything like that involved. So I'm really trying to,
But in theory, I mean, if somebody wrote a kind of a FujiNet wrapper, they could run that over your card as well. And then if somebody just wrote the interface software to.
Well, now that might be another thing. We run a FujiNet server, Connect hosts the FujiNet server, and you just connect with your CoCo, take a wire, plug it into your cable router, and connect to our FujiNet server. And you don't need a local Pi and stuff. Now, this this is, getting into the weeds because a Pi is so cheap nowadays. You can just throw it on. But then again, why don't you just plug a keyboard into the Pi and run, and main, and you're done. I mean, it really, what are you trying to do? So I guess we have different targets in the end, is what I'm getting at.
You can't telnet into FujiNet, right? Because the baud rate's too low.
Well, because we can't do CoCo's not smart enough to do SSL.
Right.
So there's going to have to be a connection to a remote server to do the encryption to connect to everything else on the internet that demands encryption to even talk to you.
Right, but
it doesn't necessarily have to be smart. The CoCo can connect dark web to this device that does all of its encrypted connections, and then the local user doesn't need to provide anything. And it's just I'm shooting it.
What do you think the top speed of a CoCo is while it's communicating? It's never going to be very.
It's pretty well.
Depends on the data, right? If it's 0.
No, it depends on the bus speed. Ethernet is faster than the bus speed, so we boot level 2. Well, we boot ELU off of the internet, and it's a little bit slower over the internet, but it's not slower over a local connection.
Yeah, it's not like a serial port. It's much faster than a serial port.
It's way. I mean, it's fast. It's as fast as the SDC to a local machine.
All right,
and it's not much
at
worse.
least floppy speeds, if not better. At
So
this
that's
point,
what-
that's with unoptimized drivers, I'm presuming.
All right, so that's what the ultimate goal is, to be the fastest we can get and manipulate the data enough to actually get something usable from the large bulk of stuff that's out there.
Right, and my special kink is getting it out of the house without another computer.
Yeah,
I want to just, you have your CoCo and you plug it into the same thing your TV's plugged into, and you get out of the house. That's my toy. That's what I want to do. That's not what Mr. Cherry Holmes wants to do, but they're both good projects.
If we were in 1986 and just opened up our color computer and set it up, and
this would be
somebody
great.
came along and said, we have FujiNet now.
Right, or Ethernet or any other dang
any of that is like beyond our comprehension, right? I mean, from back then, I mean, we didn't even know how a hard drive worked with the CoCo, let alone the.
Well, unless you had lots of money.
Yeah.
Or you were in academia or the military.
You learn it
exactly.
Now, they're different approaches, but I mean, this is definitely faster than serial. Like if you're thinking about the old serial logging with Telnet or something like that, where you're doing.
No, it's still serial. I mean, it uses the built-in bitbanger port to transfer the data.
Yeah,
well, yeah, but that's
does
only
the FujiNet use a
the
bitbanger?
cartridge. The cartridge one won't, but the cartridge one shouldn't have to. But the
and the thing
version does.
And the thing is, the old serial net connections were serial end to end, and the FujiNet's only serial locally, and it's Ethernet from there on.
And it's still pretty darn quick of a transfer rate, because at least on the 2 FujiNet, or at least on the 2, your serial transfer rate on a drive wire connection is 56 kilobaud.
Right.
So these guys could probably come up with an app that shows internet speed to your machine, even though it's whatever.
Not on the internet.
Right? I mean, wouldn't they show it on the CoCo? I mean, they'd show
your internet speed is 100 megabits per second, as if you can use it.
Right.
Okay.
Now, Rick, yours actually does an entire byte at a time. There's no bit banging going around on yours at all, is there?
It actually does 2K at a time, and you just have to get that off of the card onto your CoCo somehow, which is just TFM. Read the same address 2,000 times.
But you're getting a whole byte presented in one shot, one read from the CoCo, as opposed to.
I bring up the 2K because that's a byte addressable register. So if you want to invent some scheme where you've encoded your data in an Ethernet frame across 1,500 bytes, you don't have to read all 1,500 bytes. You could jump to byte 1233 and get that. And the CoCo doesn't have to deal with the other 1,500 bytes. So there's an inherent time saving in there that I really want to find some software to take advantage of, so we can start moving this puppy. Because it's inherently, if you had something to use that, it would be really quick, because just the Well, let's say you can also set it to put a 6K buffer on the receive end. So the whole game map is just in a 6K buffer on your CoCo. You didn't download it. You didn't think about getting it there. It's just there. And so you just pick through that 6K for the information you need and put it in the 6K write buffer, which again, you didn't have to send or think about. And it's all retransmitted free. So there's sort of a free shipping going on in here between those buffer spaces. And I hope that's the thing that pushes this, my project forward.
You remember when we used to zip files and stuff or whatever, and
right.
it would organize the data, and if anything was the same, it would tag like a whole
Right.
string of the same number together and say it's 5, or whatever. Is that the same kind of thing that's being done fast?
Well, so what I'm trying to do is sidestep that. So you don't have to zip that 6K of data and get it over here efficiently. You can send it as a big sloppy 6K because the CoCo never even dealt with it. It just showed up.
Okay.
And then you pick through the 6K and get the, 50 bytes that you need out of that 6K, and you don't deal with the other, 5,500.
You would have to know where they are to jump through it. Yeah, then you just discard the entire buffer when you're done with what you need.
I think I'm calling it free shipping now. This is the best way to call it. You can put 6K up, 6K down. You only write the 12 bytes you deal with. And you don't have to worry about compressing it or organizing it or anything like that. You just kind of.
So there has to be some kind of intelligence to decipher the stuff, right? And that's in the ROM or in what? I mean, that's offline, somebody else is doing it? The intelligence stuff? So you just ask for.
Okay, so we're getting way into the weeds here. I guess CoCoIO maintains its own Ethernet connection and these buffers, so the CoCo doesn't have to do it. So it's kind of halfway between a serial port and FujiNet, and that, I don't know, it gets you into the Ethernet, but it doesn't get you SSH. It doesn't get you any remote applications.
Hey, Ron, I'm planning on doing a CoCo Tech on specifically the CoCoIO.
Well, I will be watching that one.
Yes.
Yeah, let's move it there because
yeah, we could spend the rest of the show on that. I still got some news to get through.
We could.
Yeah. All right, but it's pretty neat.
Thank you.
Watching the CoCo do Bitcoin mining.
Right? That might take a minute.
It could be a terminal.
I'm sure we can outspeed the C64's version.
Right.
Yeah.
So here's the last bit of an updated video. So like I mentioned, Thomas is actually, since he's got the basic protocol working, he's actually jammed out a few apps all in rapid fire. So we did the ISS tracker and stuff. And here's actually got a dumb terminal program like you were talking about, Ron, that he demos a little bit here.
I'm going to quickly show this working. This is Netcat, the dumb terminal emulator for FujiNet. We're connecting here to level 29, and you can see it's working just fine. I'll log in as visitor.
This is on a CoCo 2 as well, not a CoCo 3.
And 32 by 16 with a dumb terminal emulation. So, yep. No interrupt control, so there's polling like mad. But other than that, it works. And if we're done, we log off, and it will just drop us back to basic, disconnected. That's it.
I don't know why the video stalled there, but I didn't do that when I played it earlier.
I'm going to quickly show this working.
Anyway, that's kind of the dumb terminal program you were talking about, Ron, where you can actually log into a site across the net. Next up, CoCo Town is, after a rather lengthy sidestep in learning how to do background sound, etc., is actually back to his game, which of course is a Moon Patrol style clone. So the Game Revolution Cycle 6, which is the title of this particular episode, is where he's actually going into now trying to speed up the graphics and improve the sync so that it's not, running a bit slower than it should be, like it's not tearing, and a few other things that he was having a little bit of issues with, basically timing. So he did a whole bunch of different things here, which you'll have to watch the video to get into the details. But I just wanted to show the tail end of his video, which kind of does a comparison left to right of what he was before he just started doing these optimizations, and then what he's got now with the optimizations, where he's been optimizing how much of the screen is he redrawing. There's certain parts he didn't need to redraw that he was doing just because it was easier. Now he's not. It's a bit more complicated to set up, but it's definitely giving him a big increase of speed. So you can actually kind of see the results yourself. It's quite a noticeable speed increase.
Let's see how it stacks up. This is what we had before our optimizations, and this is what we have after. I think it is pretty clear that the after is much faster, and I think it's all the more impressive given the fact that in the before, we were not wasting cycles trying to synchronize with the vertical sync. After we're actually spending a bunch of cycles waiting in that sync instruction, and still it's that much faster.
So that just shows you how much software optimization matters for games. Like sometimes we see a CoCo game, especially from the old days, like the early 80s or something, and you kind of go, oh man, I wish the CoCo could do better than that. Well, a lot of times it could. It's just that the programmer didn't have the experience yet, or the platform was quite new and people hadn't quite figured all the tricks yet. And as programmers learn those types of things, and they start learning better and better ways to do things, you can get some like in this case, literally twice as fast, even though it's literally blowing time, sitting at a sync instruction for an H sync to complete, to keep it in sync, but without doing anything. It gives them an opportunity to save some time for the background sound he wants to add in interrupt driven later on that he spent the last couple months kind of talking about. So yeah, I mean, once you learn these tricks, I'm sure, Henry, you're going to be going through that with your fourth and stuff too, where you kind of learn as you go, and oh, this is a much better way of doing this, or I didn't really need to do that part. I guess I can kind of skip over that, type thing.
Alan Huffman's good at that, isn't he?
On the basic side of things, definitely, yeah. I don't think he's got quite enough ML experience where you really get down to the nitty gritty on it, but yeah, even in basic, like if you know some of the tricks, like if you want a zero, put a period. It's much faster to interpret through the basic floating point interpreter. To actually register that's zero without having to interpret the ASCII, convert it down to binary, period, and there's nothing else after that. It just knows that's zero and just loads it immediately. So lots of little tricks.
So that circle thing, is it the Earth, or is that a dog with a puddle of pee?
It can be whatever you want it to be, Ron.
Asparagus.
Asparagus called. Move on.
Anyway, it's a really good episode on going through some of the optimizations, and he goes through a whole bunch of them, screws them up on occasion because he leaves some mistakes in.
That's good.
But a lot of really cool stuff there if you want to do some assembly language optimization. This is the Glenside meeting I was talking about earlier, which unfortunately I was not at. And Mark, you said you can't really remember anything of too much detail that was.
Nothing of any note. I mean, we're down to the last few days, and everything seems to be falling in place. Most of the tables are sold. The room rate's about ready to go up to full price, so get your rooms booked if you haven't. And
yeah, 4 days left on that. April 17th is the last day you can reserve at the discounted rate, and it's a fairly good discount. So I would not wait if you know you're going to be coming and you haven't registered already.
Don't wait. Other than that, I don't remember anything real notable we need to bring up. So
okay. Anyway, if you guys want to catch the meeting notes, I guess, kind of live, you can actually go on the Glenside's YouTube page. It's an hour and a quarter long meeting. I'm sure you can zoom, skip ahead in certain spots, whether just doing all the background stuff, like reproving previous meetings minutes and all that kind of stuff. You can actually just go for the meat and potatoes part of it instead of the fluffy stuff.
I'd like to inject something here important because Glenside is a 503C. They have certain requirements they have to do, which includes having regular meetings, having enough people to show up to make a quorum and vote on things. So if you can, please show up, because sometimes they don't have enough people. So,
if they move it away from the Game On Challenge, that would be much easier.
Yeah, it would be. But anyway, please try to show up occasionally.
Saturday mornings?
Well, are they doing one, like they usually have a meeting at the actual fest too, don't they, on Saturday morning or something? Are they doing that again?
Sunday morning? I think they talked about that, but they wouldn't do much other than just talk about, the attendance and, how the auction is doing. I don't think they're going to have a full meeting.
Oh, so that must be later in the show, like maybe Saturday night or Sunday or something?
Sunday morning, yeah, something like that.
Next up, and this is one of the ones that I think Ron was referring to near the beginning of the show, about Alan Huffman doing an AI-based CoCo song. So AI, of course, has been doing a lot of stuff recently, and one of the things that a lot of musicians have complained, I think, in fact, there's a petition with at least 200 professional musicians complaining about it. But AI is going to get them out of jobs too now, along with a bunch of other people. Which, I mean, we've heard with stuff before, but this one to me personally seems like this is a bit more of a threat than some of the other previous technological innovations where you have replacement jobs that come as part of it, because this is taking away from the creative side of things. Most of the time you're getting rid of like a process of doing a physical manufacturing or something that's really tedious, doing a ton of mathematical equations for physics or something like that, where it is actually better to do in a computer than the humans can actually do something a bit more forward thinking and not have to do the drudgery work. Creative people, like people that are doing paintings or writing music and stuff like that, though, that is the whole point, is the creativeness of it. And that's something that if AI gets good enough that it can just create a fancy blues tune or whatever, just automatically, or in this case, more of a 30s and 40s TV movie style thing, that the creativity is going to be gone. Now in this case here, I think Alan, if I remember, he got the AI to write the music part of it, but I think he supplied the lyrics.
He supplied the lyrics, correct?
Yeah.
And this,
but the voice, like the actual voice singing here, is AI generated. The music itself is AI generated.
Right.
And I know, like, Billie Eilish and a whole bunch of others have signed petitions saying that they don't like the way this is going here because it's going to kill their livelihoods. And because creative people generally don't do as well. This is a bit of a generalization, but they generally don't do as well as regular jobs, because that's just not the way the brain works. Like the creative types generally tend to be your hippie style, right?
Well, have you guys?
This is going to hit them hard, I think.
Have you guys noticed that Billy Mays is back selling stuff? And I think it's AI based. I mean, because he passed away a couple of years ago. And
yeah. Well, there's some estates and stuff that have actually been suing some of the AI things because they've taken styles of deceased musicians and making music based on that, and the algorithm obviously is based on what they've done in the past, and they're claiming that's a form of plagiarism.
And it's not creative at all, but since creative people aren't good businessmen, the businessmen will take over and the creatives will be squashed out, and we'll all listen to
that's
Disney movies for the next 50 years.
Well, let's hear Billie Eilish's CoCo the Musical.
Well, that's the thing. You could pick any band, any singer, any guitar player, whatever, and just have it done. And the thing is, it is basing that, like, if you ask it to play like Billie Eilish or whoever, Stevie Ray Vaughan, whatever it is, it's going to sample from that person. So it is kind of ripping off some of their stuff, whether they're alive or dead or not. Well, so to me, this is a bit of a gray area, and I'm not as keen on this as I am for it running through a whole bunch of data for some medical condition to figure out, do you have cancer, or do you have a good chance of cancer? You should get a full-blown test type done. Like that, to me, is better use of AI, because it's doing something that would take a human hours and hours to do, and a human doing something for hours and hours dealing with raw data is more prone to mistakes. So that makes much more sense to me, that's a good application of AI. Taking away creative type stuff like this, that kind of bothers me. I mean, maybe because I'm a musician myself, but that's...
This does lyrics by a human. Does that mean it's sang by a human, or is it just the music?
No, the voice was created by AI. I don't know what it was based on, because I don't know what parameters Alan included in there. But the thing is, they've actually, they've been creating lyrics too. Create lyrics in the style of Don Henley, with music by Judas Priest and a singer that sounds like Billy Idol or whatever. You can just do all these combinations, and it's sampling all this stuff to figure out what those are, kind of ripping them all off at once and then producing the result.
Which is great until 50 years from now, when no new thing has been created for 50 years.
Yeah. If you guys have seen the Pixar movie with the little robot, I'm trying to remember the title of it.
Wall-E.
Yeah, Wall-E. This to me is what is happening right now. You're gonna, I mean, I don't know about the heaviness, for doing the physical labor thing, because this is more of an intellectual thing versus a physical labor thing, but it's the same thing. Your mental state will start to decline, I think, because nobody will be doing anything creative. They'll just tell it, I want a new song that's in this style with this type of a theme of lyrics, and just go do it, and nobody's gonna be writing nothing.
Right.
That's my personal feeling.
That's the same thing happening in the car industry, but they're all trying to work on these self-driving cars, and I think we're going to get to a point where people...
Well, we've seen some of the drivers in the States. They might have a reason for that. No,
this is what's happening in general. It's like, take away the warning signs and let it clear up.
And then someone jumps into an old stole car and they've got no idea how to drive it. What's that? What are these foot pedals for?
Yeah, there's 3 of them down there.
I know. I've only got 2 feet. Why is there 3?
No, in
I'm
that
supposed
particular
to
case, that would be a temporary thing until everybody switched to self-driving, right?
Well, but now we're getting to the point. I'm supposed to drive all the time. I've got important calls to make. I've got food to eat. I can't drive all the time. That's where people are today. And the cars aren't self-driving. They've just given up driving. So,
but the thing is, like, if like driving a specific example, if you go to Europe, they all take trains. Nobody drives. Most people don't even own cars.
No, most
they don't.
people in New York
It's North
City don't
America
own
with
a
the wide
car.
open expanse.
Well, no,
that we all do this driving thing. They don't. They haven't been doing it for years.
You're wrong. Nobody drives in the U.S. hardly. There are cars going around, but nobody's driving the damn things. That's the problem.
Well, in the future, yeah. I mean, right
well,
now,
no,
Europe has
today
not been
they're
doing
on
that.
their phone. They look up when the light
that,
turns
okay. You mean
green.
like paying attention driving?
They're yeah. Then the car's going forward. They got their foot on the gas. It's kind of following the road on its own because cars track well nowadays, and they're on their phone or they're eating or whatever. I'm sorry.
Honestly, I don't see that much of that up here because we have pretty hardcore laws. If you get caught, like if you get caught, on your cell phone looking at the screen, it's an $800 fine to start. That's your first offense. Keep bumping it up, and then you get your license taken away, and then you get your car impounded.
It's a DUI.
So, I
but
mean, if
with
you want
the
to do
phone.
that, I think
Yeah.
it'd stop it pretty quick because I don't see too many people doing that now because the fines start so high.
There's-
And I think it's the 3rd or 4th time your car's gone, it's impounded,
There's
and you've got a $4,000 fine,
And
and
now
you've got
they've
your
got
driver
it.
license suspended.
And now they have it so if you stop paying on your car, the car goes back to the factory by itself.
Well, the self-driving, I don't know, maybe
working
is it
on
much more common in the States than it is here? Because self-driving is not that common up here.
No, it doesn't really.
Like that's a ways off. And they've had too many fatal accidents actually with self-driving cars. I think that's going to take a while before it's deemed to be publicly safe.
We've adopted certain features like OnStar is always active and your phone can always be tracked and things like that. But we haven't really gone into actually driving the car away.
Anyway, to get back to the main topic here, let's hear what Alan did. He supplied the lyrics. He had AI generate the music, and he had AI generate the actual singing voice. I won't play the whole thing because if it's sampling from too many real artists in here, we
Right.
might get a ding anyway. So I'll just play a little bit of it.
I had a CoCo when I was a kid. I can remember the things that I did. Doing homework and playing some games. Oh, how I miss all those days. 8 bits was all that we needed then. 64K was enough. Saving to tape just built characters, though you might consider that rough.
That's supposed to be Ethel
Anyway,
Merman.
that's enough for a sample, but so it was Mark.
Is that supposed to be Ethel Merman?
I have no idea. Like I said, I don't know what parameters Alan
Well,
specifically
it's a
put in here.
musical, so
Yes, generic 70s musical.
It sounds like the wife from Family Guy.
Yep.
Could be, yeah.
All I want for Christmas is my tooth.
Oh God.
Asparagus.
Yeah.
Oh, that's twice in one.
Asparagus with the roots.
Yeah, I like. I have issues with this, and also like it makes some the people that are just learning to be creative. It makes them incredibly lazy because they won't try to learn stuff on their own, and they're just
As if they aren't already, but yeah.
yeah. Because there are some of the younger musicians that are actually going hardcore into this and actually don't have a problem with it. It's more of the older ones that are, or the ones that have been successful for a decade already or something that are against it.
Remember
I
when
wanna know-
stealing?
What I want to know is who told the thing to use 12/8? That's
Well, it
not-
could be the genre he picked if he picked like a 1940s musical style.
Yeah,
Then there you go. Yeah.
I've not heard that many musicals in 12/8.
I think back in the 40s and 30s and 50s, I think there was more of them. Nowadays, yeah, it's more simplified 4/4 time.
But you're assuming there's thinking here. It just picked a timing.
Or it picked a sample of an existing one.
And
from,
that was the
Sound of
timing
Music
that
or
the
something like
sample
that.
was in. Yeah.
Adjust it to a different
isn't-
key and different
it
timing
isn't
when the chord
any
changes.
deeper than that's what it picked, and it was able to assemble it. And that's
Alan,
as deep as it
come on the
went.
show. Come on the show and tell us what you thought.
You'll have to contact him
What you
directly. He doesn't
told me,
watch our
yeah.
show very often, so unfortunately. And yeah, actually, as Anjan Mira says in the chat here, I stop listening when I hear autotune singing disgusting to my ears. I totally agree.
Yeah,
It was nice as an effect when it first came out, just to be
Yeah,
something a little bit different. But now everybody's abusing it because they can't sing.
The
Anyone
favor
that
that
bothers
world,
me.
the favor that sure did the world was the "We Live for Love" thing, or whatever the hell. What was
Cher
her
one?
song? The Cher song,
Yeah.
where she cranked the auto tune up to let everyone know what the industry had been doing, and after that, you couldn't miss it in any song it was in.
Well, she did it as an effect. It's just like adding a chorus to your voice or something like that. She did it
Well, yeah, she
specifically
did it
for
on
that
purpose
song.
to point it out. Exactly.
Well, not just to point out. She did want kind of the effect of that warbly that it gives when you're really cranking the auto tune. But she had no idea people were going to go, oh, we should do everything like that now.
Well, no, it had been in the industry for like 5-6
Yeah,
years.
but it was
before
usually
that.
meant to like, we don't have enough
Well, it
money to make it a whole
enhanced
other take and
voices.
punch it in. We're just going to
But
adjust it a bit and fix it.
the objection was it was really bad singers becoming more popular than they should be. They couldn't even sing their songs in the studio, much less live.
Yeah.
But auto tune was dragging them across the finish line.
My
And I think that's-
92-year-old Sicilian mother can sing, I guess, with this auto tune.
I could sing with this, and I
a
can't sing.
frog can sing with an auto tune.
Cows, they have done an auto tune of cows mooing. And it's surprisingly
Turned it into a song.
It's surprisingly good.
Yeah. And it's like the controversy that's hitting the Eagles right now because they've actually done some. There's a analysis software now for voice that will tell you the exact pitch changes and stuff, and like where you're dropping your octave or whatever
Right.
type
Does it
thing.
vary? Does it lock in?
And they did
Yeah.
Desperado by Don Henley, and they picked a couple of concerts. They did one from way back. They did one from last year in the fall, and they did one from the spring. The one from last year in the fall is the exact same recording, so he's not singing it live at all at concerts. This is
Right.
actually just a
Right.
recording he's miming to. Like
What?
it's just getting lazy.
Right.
That's
Well,
been
if
a
you've
big
ever
stink the last 2 weeks.
if you've ever heard Don's voice, he hasn't had that voice in 20 years.
Yeah, it's like John
I can tell you,
Fogerty.
I used to be able to sing that high, and yeah, no, that's been gone for a while.
John
So-
Fogerty and Paul McCartney, they both suffer from older age now, and they can't really.
Yeah, they have to
sing
drop the
all that
octave or
well.
drop a
Yeah.
a few semitones or whatever. But every
Yeah,
musician does that.
And they slow down the music too.
Sometimes they keep the same speed. Depends on the speed of the original song, I guess. But they're running out of breath trying
Well,
to do
if
it.
they got to hold a note or something.
Yeah. But most older artists will just adjust down because they can't hit the high pitch that they used to be able to do. That's pretty normal. But I mean, Don's not singing at all. He's just going
right.
Lip sync.
and he knows what timing it's going to be in. But they actually there's a UK based guitarist that has been doing a lot of analysis videos, and he's actually been using the software to detect auto tune because you can see it locks on to the exact frequency of a note. It doesn't warble like a normal note does a little bit. You don't have that little light
Right, a little
vibrato that you
low,
can't
and then
help.
it comes up to the note.
Yeah.
And,
Like it jumps instantly. Like it skips everything in between and bang, it's over there. But when they did the Don Henley and he ran the 2023 concert versus the 24 concert, it's exact. And I mean, there's a little tiny bit of fluctuation because he's got crowd noises different between. It's trying to isolate it out. But I mean, it's so exactly the same that there's no question that's a pre-recording and it's just being mimed in both cases.
So you think Vanilla Ice is ticked off now?
Milli Vanilli.
Milli Vanilli. Oh yeah,
Whoever
who
it
never
was.
sang,
Yeah.
never sang a note, but hey.
Right.
Yeah. The ironic thing is the one half of Milli Vanilli that's still alive has actually learned to sing not too badly. He's not like the greatest, but he's not bad now. But yeah, back then they were all doing the lip sync stuff.
And
Hey,
then-
I didn't want to turn that to a whole controversy, but
Oh, I've got one more controversy. Then we can go a bit further and have like what ABBA did with the virtual concerts.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
Kiss is doing that now. They sold the rights to their
Uh-huh.
virtual concert for
There you
$300 million or something.
There's your next controversy.
Well, here, this will affect you, Nick. Once we get AI to the point where it can rip off video game design, I can just say, make a 0-hour game, but, use the theme of Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
Bing.
Didn't
Well,
have it.
I know what AI is.
As long as I can say, send the check to.
No, that's the thing. They got to make some laws. Like if the AI is stealing algorithms and stealing graphics and making them fair, manipulating a bit so they're not as obvious. But there's most of the time when you get AI to draw stuff, you can see what the influences were. Now maybe it'll get better so it doesn't, but I mean, once again, it's a stifling of human creativity that's the problem to me.
Well,
Sorry, Mark Mosley, you were saying something.
Didn't ABBA do a virtual concert recently?
Yeah, that's what he was talking about.
Oh, okay.
Thing is,
yeah, well, they had avatars basically doing the singing that they did.
Yeah.
They dressed up in the little things with all the little green dots that they could use in making Marvel movies, and they recorded the motions of the singers and stuff from ABBA, and now they have virtual concerts going around.
In the old days, artificial intelligence was always related to stuff like Einstein was doing, with math.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. Like, that's a good
And
use
now
of
it's
AI is
gotten
when you're
into
doing something
art.
that's a ton of numbers and a ton of data that a human's going to make mistakes if they try to do it for 3 weeks straight.
Right.
Like, that makes sense. Medical, physics, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But now they're just going to use it to hide the auto tune and put fake ghost vocals in.
I think they use it just for companies to save money no matter what the hell they're doing. They're just going to eliminate the human need at all. We need humans for it.
Replace talent.
We'll get robots to move the stuff around. We'll get, the AI to manufacture the music and the artwork for records and movies and everything else.
And it can
there's
save
been complaints from
harmony,
actors
yeah.
that don't want their likenesses used because they could literally simulate all the actors who are dead
Wait a minute now.
when they're younger.
We're going to have the CoCoNation AI. We won't have to show up. We can go 12 hours.
Once again, that ruins the creativity. I get to make stupid mistakes live on air and light my hair on fire. Like you're
right. I get to be a jerk sometimes. I mean,
you're gonna miss me pronouncing names.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, we could program an AI to do that. That's the thing, though. It's to the point where all creativity could be done in the not too distant future by AI. What use do we have waking up in the morning if you have nothing creative to do? What jobs are going to replace this? Because you've got robotics taking care of stuff too, and you got self-driving cars. So I'm not even going to have fun driving anymore. Like, where does this end?
Right.
And what do humans have to do that's actually fun or enjoyable to do at that point? I know Elon Musk keeps claiming, "Oh, we'll have a lot of free time to do stuff." Yeah, well, you'll be broke because you're not making any money because you won't have a job. So I don't.
Well,
see
and
where that's
what
an
kind of
advantage.
progress? Because you've never thought about anything or accomplished anything.
Yeah,
So
the
what
computer's
are
going to be all
actually-
doing it. This is where the Terminator starts. Starts thinking on its own, and what do they need? These stupid humans that are just sitting around, playing retro games or whatever.
Get rid of them. Save the energy. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
This is a way bigger topic than I was planning on it being, but it's kind of
Okay. So what's going on with Subetha?
well. He's been going through some of the stuff that Steve Bjork did for the Model 1 and 3, and of course, because since Steve passed away, I'm kind of covering his stuff, even if it's not specifically CoCo related for every story. So in this case, Alan, in contact with Roger Taylor, did some research on some of the programs. We mentioned some of these programs before. This is stuff he did for the Model 1 back in 1980, 79. And in this particular case here, he's actually found the source code for a couple of these that Steve wrote in BASIC for people's software. And so you've got the biorhythm program here, and here's the actual original source for the Model 1 and 3. You can convert this over to the CoCo fairly easily. There's some graphic stuff you have to twiddle a bit, but basically it'll work. And here's the perpetual calendar. So this is actually source code that Steve wrote way back in 1980 for the Model 1 and 3, before he even got onto the CoCo. So that was one that kind of good bit of an update. And then getting in further with Roger Taylor, of course, has been going through all this stuff here. He took a bit of a side here. So, of course, Steve had published the one text file, or not published, but had in his possession the text file, 2 text files just explaining the deluxe CoCo. And he was not part of the list of people that actually had them, so he got a third party somehow. One was more of an early speculation, some questions about it, and then he had one kind of talking about when it was going to be released, because he actually had the price and everything else that was going to be done. So Roger's now, in case you don't know, Roger's the author of the one of the CoCo 3 cores for the Mister and also the Matchbox CoCo that Bill Noble has, which is kind of the same thing. And he's now ported the Deluxe, just like Tim did for MAME. He's got the Deluxe actually up and running on the Mister CoCo project and on the Matchbox CoCo project. And he does a little bit of playing around here. Now, unfortunately, he's just recording the sound from his camera phone, so it's not too easy to hear, but he does a quick little demo of Advanced Basic booting up. He's got the interrupt system working on there too, and then he's actually got a little bit of the AY chip stuff running, so I'll play that 59-second video. Don't know how well this is going to come through. It's pretty quiet. But you can see there's the boot screen where it's prompting whether you want basic or you want to try to do a DOS command from disk. And now he's going through the front end that's built into the Mr. CoCo thing and the Mr. itself. Just select a disk image. And he's got some general stuff he does for testing on a variety of CoCo-based machines. And now he's going to run his little Deluxe program.
Looks like Ron Deluxe there, don't it?
You can see there's a general sound testing, but now he's going to do the... Yeah, it's too faint to hear. I can't really hear it. A little bit there.
Now that's what AI music should sound like.
Yeah, there you go.
Properly random. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, for, you know, A equals 1 to 255, sound R&D 255, comma 1. Yeah, basically.
Oh no, my PRNG algorithm gained sentience.
So it's good that he's got actually got the Matchbox and the Mister now be able to run if you get his paid for CoCo 3 core or his cores, that he actually has a Deluxe up and running. Probably not 100% done. He kind of admits that, and I think even Tim, like, there's a few bits on the one control register that are touched in basic ROMs, but they're not documented and we have no idea. So we have to have somebody look at the hardware to figure out what the heck's going on there. And once again, if you're interested in helping support Roger on his stuff of going through all of Steve Bjork's stuff, both hardware and software stuff, his Model 1 and 3 stuff, his CoCo stuff, etc., you want to support his efforts because he spent a fair bit of money on acquiring this stuff to make sure it actually went to somebody that's actually going to take the time to go through it all and document it and make copies of it, etc., then feel free to join Roger's Patreon. He's several levels there. And he has other projects like Netmate. Ron, did you get a chance to ever try his new Netmate to see what's different?
I did, and but you know, it's been a little while, so I don't remember. I can't report anything to you.
Okay.
I'll have to do it again.
Yeah, maybe make a little video you can throw up in Ron's garage. We can show it off there.
Yeah, maybe.
He's done a ton of CoCo projects in the past, including games in the 90s that he did. He did the first 609 game ever. He did the Projector 3, which is 609 based video file format viewing system for, like, you know, GIFs and Atari ST pictures and Amiga pictures and all kinds of stuff. So he's done a lot for the CoCo community over 30 years. Next up, this is the one I was referring to before, and this is the Brazilian YouTube channel Tropical Retro that did the history rundown of the CP400, and this is the one where they actually have it translated to English, and that is a good use of AI, is auto-translating stuff between languages. That's one I don't have a complaint with.
Welcome to our channel. Once again, we'll embark on a journey through the peculiar history of Brazilian computing. This time, we'll explore the CP400, the most successful Brazilian clone of the TRS-80 color computer. It's another tale intertwining global influence with Brazil's unique perspective during the protectionist era of the 1980s. The video will be divided into two parts. The first will delve into the history of the TRS-80 color, and the second will dive into the details of the CP400. If you'd like to skip straight to the second part, you can use YouTube's chapter feature or jump directly to the timestamp that's appearing now.
Anyway, I'm not going to play the whole thing here because it's 7 minutes, and he actually goes through a little bit of gameplay and stuff at the end too, but it kind of goes through. We showed a little bit of the video last time, but because this has the actual English speak over part here, it is a lot more interesting. And there's a lot of good history stuff here. There's a few things I did not know. So I would highly recommend it if you're interested in the history of the CP400. I know Brian Weezer brought his CP400 to CoCoFEST last year to show us what it actually looked like in person. But it's a very interesting video. I would highly recommend it.
Does it have a sound chip?
No, it's basically a clone of a CoCo 1, just a different keyboard, and the cartridge connector is quite different. Well, actually, I shouldn't say quite different. It's much smaller, but it's the same pinouts. Next up, we have some Jim Gary stuff. Now, this is not mentioned in the game section because this is actually educational software, though not to the level of calculus like we saw earlier. And so he's been converting these French Alice series of programs called Ecology, the Cycle of Life. And they originally were in France in French. And he's converted it not only to the MC10, but he's also converted it to English. And he got his first entry here, which is a 4K program called Bio. Now, this listed the software it's being from Infogrames, which, of course, is a company that is still going these days, I believe. That does a lot of modern PC gaming and stuff. Now, I went to Moby Games, and the earliest stuff they mentioned from Infogrames there, I think, is 85 or 86. This is from 84. So is this the same company just doing much earlier stuff that, Moby Games is not aware of for the Alice in France? Does anybody know much of the history of Infogrames here that might know that kind of thing? Because I found that kind of intriguing, that Infogrames might got its start on an MC10 clone. Which, considering the stuff they published since, that's a pretty big jump.
Is your voice going south?
Yeah. I'm out of water.
Yeah, starts 83.
We need an AI version of Curtis.
Yeah.
Right.
One retarded AI, I tell you.
Please hold.
So
by the way, Jim
Infogrames-
Gary is saying Infogrames started on the Alice. That was the first development platform they ever worked on. I did not know that. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, Wiki shows 1983, so that's early.
So I'll just play a little bit of this one, and then he actually ended up converting the whole suite, which has a more lengthy video, which I'll play a little clip of that too, but here's just kind of give you an idea. So this would have been the original 4K Alice, the VDG chip, not the later Alice 90s, etc. Yeah, a little bit of animation too, which is kind of cool.
That's no ordinary rabbit.
Yeah. Fox says bing, 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 bing.
There, you can kind of get an idea for that there. So, and this is where you converted the entire suite, which is all the 4K games, and it's Ecology Cycle de Vie. I wish Jim was actually on here to pronounce this stuff because he probably knows French a hell of a lot better than I do. So I think that's the same one, but basically this goes into a lot further. And these were originally a separate set of a bunch of 4K programs. Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this latest version that you've done here combines it into a single program that can run on a 16K upgraded machine without having to load each segment from tape individually. And then the other one, he posted a link here to a French page that actually shows the original Alice version with screenshots, as well as pictures of the manual cover page, the original cassettes they were on, etc., where it actually mentions the Infogrames. And I will show that. Cool. So here you can see, like, he's got some screenshots, and you can kind of hover the mouse over to. Now, I think this is a little bit later version of the Alice because that doesn't look at the same font, at least from what I can tell. Same graphics type mode though. But here you can actually see like the original cover and the big Infogrames on the bottom of the cassette there. And we mentioned specifically the Alice. And here's the original cassette case. It was a 2 cassette set. And
is Grames the word game in French?
I have no idea. Maybe Jim can answer that since he knows a lot more about the history here than I do. He does say, yeah, you merged 6 4K programs into one single one. But yeah, I'm assuming that some of you on the panel here who have played more modern games are probably familiar with Infogrames, right?
I've never heard of
it before. They're around. I don't remember which games, but I do remember the name.
Yeah, because they make modern PC and games that have been for decades.
I've got to go look now. Why do I remember them?
Well, I'll cheat. I didn't have this queued up, but I'll just hit Moby Games. And let's do Infogrames.
Bunch of Sega games, bunch of PlayStation games, GameCube games, Xbox games. Yeah, they're all over.
So here's a little bit of the founding of it in 84. Why is it showing Gremlin? Is that a merger or something?
So known as.
Anyway, 243 games from 84 to 2023, including stuff on Linux, Windows, Mac, Xbox, GameCube, PlayStation. So they've done a ton.
Etc.
Sorry, was that Nick?
They were more of a distributor, not a software place.
Yeah, I mean, that could be even on the Alice. Like maybe the stuff was programmed by somebody else and they were just like the retailer that did the reselling of it. I don't know.
Yes.
Or maybe they started as a software house and became more of a distributor. I'm not sure.
Video holding company, as they say. They now own Atari, not the other way around. Interesting.
Like, let's just take a look at the latest one we got here, which is Reloaded Super Digital Deluxe Edition from last year.
Reload, is that Neutroid?
Oh, they're going to sue you now, Nick.
No, he's suing them.
Screenshots. Let's see what we got here. Oh, they just got covers? That's silly.
Bye, guys. I got to go. It's been
Okay.
nice.
Good day.
You know, it's going to be a short show because I won't be going on to that. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Anyway, yeah, it's a major developer or major reseller, whatever the current state of the company is. But the fact that they got started in the Alice, that's pretty mind-blowing to me. Jim says they have merged with the Atari Soft division.
And I think they were a French company.
I do remember that. Like, even in the PC, there was mentioned that they were from France.
So that would probably explain why they went to the Alice.
Yeah.
Or started there. Yeah, exactly.
But if you go to the view all here, can I change this order? Like the first games listed, you'll see there's not a single Alice game mentioned here. But they got the ZX Spectrum, the Commodore 64, and Stream, etc. So I'm guessing from what Jim has mentioned here too that they started in the Alice, and this would be their slightly later stuff.
Right, because the reference I saw said 83, so we're missing a year at least.
Yeah.
So Infogrames Entertainment SA was created in June 1983. Let's see, French video game development, publishing, and distribution company. Founded, let's see, it became Atari SA in 2009.
Okay. Yeah, so it looks like Moby Games has got stuff since after the founding and is missing all the Alice stuff that actually got the company started. So might be worthwhile submitting some of this. Pardon me? A potty pigeon? Yeah. Which version would you like to see? Actually, let's show screenshots of
I'm not sure I want to see either.
Well, it's an adequate description of a pigeon. Let's see.
Yeah, they only got C64 versions on here, though it was on multiple platforms. You have
That
a
looks
twig.
like-
That sounds awesome.
That looks like it could be VDG'd.
Yeah.
I'm guessing this is a bombing game.
Yeah, is it like a jet plane chasing birds or something? I don't
Well,
know.
you got a pigeon bombing a car and a plane trying to kill the pigeon. I think I can see where this is going.
Hey, interesting that the Infogrames actually started in the Alice. That's pretty impressive. Next up, and this is one I was alluding to earlier here. User Landy on YouTube is an American YouTube channel. So he posted a video of him exploring British computer museums from an American's perspective. And he did two that I'm familiar with. I mean, I've never been to them, but I'm quite familiar with them from watching on live streams, etc. The first one is the Cambridge Center for Computing History, which is where, you know, those two shows that are happening this year, we talked about it during the upcoming shows segment. Also where the Dragon Meetup is every year. And then he also went to the cave, the Retro Collective cave that Neil of This Week in Retro, which is a podcast show that was originally started by Boat of the Amigos and Neil from Neil's Man Cave is his original, or Retro Man Cave, I should say, his original title for the channel. And he actually runs that museum, and that's an interactive museum. So he actually does kind of walks you through some of it and also how to get there if you want to go visit yourself. Both of those.
He covers the trains. It's good.
Yeah, he did cover that. Literally, he does.
It's surprisingly not easy to get there, from what he says.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
Especially the latter one, like the Neil's the Cave here. Like you know, one bus stop is like 4 miles away or something like that. So
Yeah.
you have to try to catch something else to get close. But yeah, he goes to the Center Museum History. So I'll just play a little clip here, and then I'll see if I can find where he has the dragon, which he actually mentions.
I like that huge CPU.
Both companies called Cambridge their home, and the curators have done a good job chronicling the evolution of their products. The lobby is also home to the world's largest microprocessor, the Mega Processor. Designed and built by Cambridge local James Newman, the Mega Processor is a way for people to get up close and personal with the architecture of a CPU. Fans of blinking lights will love watching the logic units working in real time, and it's not just for show. You can test it out by playing a game of Tetris. After a proper warm-up from the lobby's opening act, it was time to head down the hallway and see the main event. The center's main gallery houses the majority of the museum's interactive collection, which stretches from the dawn of data processing to our modern wireless era. A majority of the computers on display are functional, which is pretty impressive given the rarity of certain specimens. Sections of the hall are dedicated to various eras and facets of computing, like video games, office work, computer graphics, and portable computing. While my primary motivation for visiting the center was seeing and using British and European computers, its scope goes well beyond the hometown heroes. Their mission is to present an overall history of computing from its earliest days, and manufacturers from across the globe are represented in contexts that explain how they competed and evolved over time.
So it looks like the museum actually is really good even on its own without the special events that, like Dragon meetups, etc. So that's something. Once I make it to a Dragon meetup, I'm definitely going to want to finish touring the rest of the museum too. Yeah, so I can find where the Dragon showed up here. And they have video game console sections too. So if you're more into the gaming side of things, you can go through that. Arcade stuff. Oh, there's a Dragon.
The British computing revolution are all on hand to help jog your childhood memories, or give you a glimpse of what you might have missed. Mind a round of Chucky Egg on the Dragon 32? This was easily the most exciting part for me. I could finally get some one-on-one time with machines I've never used before. Each system has a curated list of games to try.
Anyway, like I said, there's a lot of stuff to see here. I've not been to the one in Silicon Valley. That the VCF West, is that the West one that's in Silicon Valley?
Yes, Computing History Museum.
Do you know, like, I know you said you haven't really toured that museum, but is it as extensive as this, or?
It's a good sized building. I think it used to be the Silicon Graphics building, if I'm right. It belonged to one of those workstation companies.
Like an IRIX or something, or Sun or something like that, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like I said, it's pretty big, large building. The VCF stuff's always upstairs, and the downstairs is where all the venue stuff is. So
okay.
And it's just down the block from Google. Google's like 4 blocks away, down around the corner. So it's kind of in the middle of things.
Okay. And then, as he calls it, the Colossal Cave Adventure, which I really thought maybe somebody made a cave to resemble the adventure game, but that's not. He was talking about Neil's Man Cave. We'll go past all the how do you get there, which is a pretty extensive part of the video. So this is the building that Neil's Man Cave is in, which doesn't look like a computer retro museum at all. But,
and it's surprisingly in the middle of nowhere.
Upon my arrival, I was greeted by Neil
Start Hard
and
or
his
something like, I can't remember the name
Dan
of the town.
and Holly. They were expecting me, for reasons I'll get into later. Other guests received a similar welcome and a suggestion for a place to start their day in the cave. Neil knew I would be very interested in the day's special event, a hands-on preview of Thunder Helix. It's an arcade-style attack helicopter sim in the vein of LHX Attack Chopper, Desert Strike, and Gunship 2000. The goals are easy to grasp. Attack the enemy, rescue the friendlies, and bask in retro-style
I think this is an Amiga
3D
game. It might be an
environments.
early PC game.
I was able to jump right in and start
Like a
blowing
modern-
up some targets at a silky
on
smooth 60 frames
older
per
PC
second.
hardware.
Playing on a CRT was icing on the cake. Thunder Helix should be available for early access on Steam at this point, so check it
Okay,
out.
on a PC then.
After a few sorties of desert chopper action, I was ready to explore the rest of the cave. The day wasn't fully booked, but there was still a decent crowd of folks and families enjoying everything on offer. Speakers were bleeping and blooping, keyboards were clacking, joysticks were jumping. There's so much stuff that it felt a bit overwhelming. I caught up on the life and times of Alan Sugar thanks to an exhibit dedicated to the Amstrad founder. I marveled at the stacks of magazines and books in the library. I thumbed through the tons of titles in the Recreation Video Game Shop, which scores an S for stupendous. Neil's inspiration is the ubiquitous UK retailer W.H. Smith, where many a lad bought their cassettes and diskettes.
We do have those
back
up here in
the day.
Canada, but they're basically strictly
We don't have
bookstores.
Smiths
And
in
we're
the US,
back at that time.
so I'll have to take the word of the many visitors who say Neil's nailed the look. But the homage isn't completely lost on me, because those slatted walls and shelves remind me of Babbage's, my own defunct software store. But form is nothing without function, and Neil went all the way by stocking the shelves with real games. You can grab a box off the shelf, tear off the shrink wrap, and open palm slam it into a system to get an instant hit of
I
nostalgia.
bet not.
Or you can scan its barcode and play it on the Mr. Multi-System demo kiosk.
That gives you a bit of an idea of that. And I don't know if you guys have not seen Neil. I think he does show up as a photo in here somewhere. Yeah, there we are.
Quite well presented, anyway.
That's Neil on the left, and they have a weekly show called This Week in Retro.
Yeah.
I've actually been on shows on the Amigos with Neil, so I've actually talked to him a little bit, trying to get him to cover the Dragon a little bit more. He's done a couple of videos on Dragons, but... And the host of the podcast you're watching right now is actually on the right there, so... But yeah, these both look like really cool places to go to. There are a lot of hands-on stuff. You actually get to play with the machines. You get to play with the software, kind of like the Vintage Geek Museum. If you arrange with them ahead of time, you can actually go in and check out the old magazines and stuff. It's not stuff locked behind glass type thing. And Neil has special events like he mentioned on yesterday I think is when they released the latest episode of This Week in Retro Tech. They had an actual private company event at the cave. So like some company reserved the cave for the entire day for the staff to come and have a little party type thing. So that would be fun too. So if and when I ever get to some of these shows in Europe, I'm going to have to try to, or into the UK, I should say, I'm going to have to see if I can stay long enough to actually hit both of them. Now, because of how out of the way this one is, I think I might rent a car, even if I have to drive on the wrong side of the road, which I've had a little bit of practice in Ireland a few years back, but yeah, I don't think I want to deal with the train station myself.
No, it's the right side of the road. It's all you guys on the wrong side.
Nah.
Yeah, and our
You
driveways
spell
go,
things right, Nick, but you drive on the wrong side of the road.
your driveways go the wrong way around the building.
We also have no further need to keep our swords from hanging out in the middle of the road. So we don't need to be on the left side of the road anymore.
Yeah. Actually, to be honest, it only took me about a day and a half to get used to it. It wasn't that difficult. The first day was rough. I'll fully admit that.
They call it the stateside swerve. when you find there's an accident and you swerve to the wrong side of the road because that's where you belong.
Yeah. Anyway, if you're ever taking a vacation in the UK here, there's definitely a couple places to check out that look really, really good. And I know Neil's a really feeling guy. I've talked to him. I don't know any of the people at the Academic Computing Museum, except I think one of the Dragon guys is now one of the main organizers there too. So there is somebody I would have talked to when we had our Dragon special. So I do look forward. I do plan on doing this sometime in the next decade. Hopefully less, but we'll see. And the last one here, unfortunately, this is one that does not have the ability to do a translation automatically of the video. This is a Polish site covering the Dragon 32. And the guy seems to know, from what little bits I can pick out, seems to know the machine fairly well. He actually recaps it and does a fairly long video on, getting it up and running type thing. Then he does some demos of some games at the end. I would really like if this was one that was translatable to English, because I would really like to hear some of the stuff he's saying. I won't play some of the games in here, and it's all in Polish. But if anybody knows Polish, and maybe you can translate and just let us know if there's anything special that we should know about what was mentioned in the video. I'd really be curious to see what was there. And it's almost an hour long, so it's a decent size one.
Well, we're not going to know he's swearing when he sets his hair on fire.
Well, he knows how to solder, so he's way beyond me already. I need AI for soldering. That's what I need.
Oh, did you see the little solder finger pinky thingy on? It's a quick little device that you can use. You can puts on the back of your hand. It feeds the solder up through the thing, and you actually use one finger to put the solder down, and then you're penciling the soldering iron against it, and so you can. Yeah, it's nifty. You might even manage to not burn your hair off if you use it.
Yeah, I just burn my fingers instead. Awesome. Hey, that's all I've got for the news this week. So, holy cow, a lot of people went to sleep. Half their panels disappeared.
Yeah, right? Yeah, killed them off.
Well, I've been busy editing that Nitrous 9 screenshot.
Didn't you get back to your game, Nick?
Hey? Oh, I'm going to do that, yeah. But yeah, I just thought I'd just modify the, resize the icons so I can show that off. if you want me to.
Sure. Like I said, I'm not going to pay too much attention to it until after the fest. So,
Okay.
but it's good to get some feedback.
Yeah, we'll just see what people say. They might think this sucks. So I will attempt to share my screen. Okay, how's that?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Now it's
Like
really
seashell.
not that much different. All I've done is just tidied up the bars, all the bars and stuff, and squared a few things up. Tried to modernize the toolbar at the top, changed the font a bit, and I've resized. The idea of this is what would a M shell look like if it was done for an 80 column screen, and forget about the 40. Well, I mean, it's still 40, of course. It'll be wider in 40, but this is using designing it for an 80 column screen. So it looks a bit more professional, in my opinion.
I like the grayscale on the top bar versus bars,
Nice in contrast, easy to read.
There was too much horizontal stuff going on up near the top of the screen.
Exactly. So
yeah, that's actually one of the ones I did agree with Nick when he showed me this.
He's talking about this.
Yeah, the dark gray, the directory bar.
Yeah, that's right. I just went for a clean, solid color there. Changed the gadgets on the side, moved the help thing. We said, well, you had it here before. I think last time I showed it to you, Curtis, I moved it down here, but I've listened to your
yeah, there's plans for that already. So
I've moved it up to there. Yeah, generally just a tidy up, just trying to give it a bit more of a Steve Jobs touch, being fussy about where all the lines and the fonts and all that are.
Yeah. I mean, from looking at this one, the only thing that's aesthetically, well, it's two things aesthetically not pleasing to me personally, but I may not be in the majority here.
Well, we know you're wrong, but anyway.
Well, I can guess Jobs would never let you change a font mid-screen. So the top line has to be the same font as the other lines.
Yeah, I know, but I had to do that top line a bit smaller because of I added this
room. Yeah.
Like to really analyze this, I need to see it with the background. Like, did you want a black background around it like this?
No. This would be with the gray. It's just this view
in space. Okay.
Yeah, or border, I should say. Sorry, border.
Yeah. No, the border would be gray. This viewer doesn't show.
Because I need to see what that title bar, the white with black text on it, what that looks like with a gray background. To fully analyze that. The other thing that looks a little off to me, and I know it's to get extra space for the icons and the actual display, is that the left bar is a different size than the right bar surrounding the window, and that just bugs me.
Yeah, I did that just to get it all evened up. But the thing is, the thicker bar is to get the same proportionality so that the bottom bar looks the same as the side bar, but that's not a slide bar.
Will that do anything? Can you just take it away?
Oh, no, it never did before either.
That's right, but I just to graphically even it up, just have space to the left of all of that to make up for the space to the right of bonk.
Well, you could do that, but I didn't want to have another thick bar on like this one on the left because
no bar.
Well, I did think of that originally. That I did have no bar, but Curtis suggested
you start to lose the 3D look. Like if you have like the left half has no 3D look and the right half has a 3D look, it just looks odd to me. Like you get to be consistent. Either you're going to do flat or you're going to do 3D.
Then I would argue make the left bar wide enough to encompass the DD-H1DO stuff.
Have the drives and the printer and the trash can on top of the bar.
And then do your 3D dropping off into the icons.
See, this will have a gray border all the way around as well. So if you didn't have anything there, that sort of looks like it's floating out with the border.
Right.
Whereas if you have a black border like you're seeing now, you don't need the bar on the left. But we won't.
Well, no, but even if you had a gray border, you would have the white stripe to start the bar on the left. but then all the icons would be in the bar, and then you would have your 3D
Yeah.
dropping off of the bar onto the icon screen. I don't know.
It's just trying to make it look nice. That's all, really.
Yeah.
It does nothing except just try to keep everything.
It
And
certainly
later on-
helped.
And later on, you can have that if that bar like included the drives, that would be you could make that adjustable widthwise.
Well, what you could do is make
In the
this
future.
the whole square.
I'm glad
area-
you guys are volunteering to write all this code changes. Go for it.
Right. We'll have it all turned in by next Tuesday. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So maybe you can make this entire little area to be a scrollable area that allows you.
Yeah,
to
because
scroll.
like if you did
put as
something like
much-
that, you could theoretically get more drives. And like right now we have a limit of 5 because it's fixed.
5, that's
Right.
right.
And some people have more than 5 drives if you have RAM drives, hard drives, floppy drives.
Yeah, so I mean that's an idea, because you can get rid of that and just have that as being a up and down slidable drive bar.
And I almost thought that turned into its own little window.
Right.
Yeah,
That-
it's
that
almost like
floats on
its
top
own
of it.
little window. Yeah.
This is where we creep features here.
Yeah, and that's why I ignore them all and just do what I want to do. So
This is about trying to make things better.
Right.
it's funny because Jim Gary says resize the icon. So I don't know if he means he prefers the fat mode on the regular ones or if he's talking
I
about.
have resized them. They
Like I
are
know
hard-
I'll mention to Rick here that Nick agrees with Rick that he prefers the narrow icons.
Yeah, I prefer the narrow. These are narrowed.
I am not. I prefer the wider ones myself, but that's personal preference. Like maybe well, that's why I added the feature. Now you can pick which one you want. You can set the default
Right.
and away you go.
Do what you like. Exactly. And they
Yeah,
do convert between the two widths. No.
Well, that's the other thing too. I mean, there is an option I could add that I don't have in there now, that it has an alternate set of 48 by 24 icons, full detail. Like right now, it just pixel doubles them all,
Right.
horizontally. I could add it in now. It's going to slow down G Shell. Anytime it has to load in icons for a particular directory, it's going to slow it down because it has to load in 3 times the amount of data it normally does. Because right now it loads in narrow, and then internally in RAM, pixel doubles it for a second buffer. If I create a 24 by 24 for the people who are running on composite or whatever and don't want to make unreadable text here, or if they want to do the 48 by 24 but full detailed ones, then I have to load in a 48 by 24 buffer and a 24 by 24 buffer. It won't take any more RAM than it does now because that's what it's doing with the internal pixel doubling, but it will be slower to load this type of in. And like I always try to give the illusion that the CoCo is really quick at this kind of thing, even though it's not. That is an option though. I could have it. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to like actually create all these other icons in high res again and redraw them all.
That's all right. That's what Eric goes for.
No, I think Nick's for it because it was his idea. I mean, like if you look back at the history of Windows and the Mac, they did get to that point where they're actually allowing alternate sized icons, and then they gradually got them so that they're actually fully scalar internally with algorithms.
I wouldn't go that far. That they had 8 megahertz and higher to play with. This is 2 megahertz. We've got to stay within the fact that it's a 2 megahertz computer.
Yeah,
and it doesn't have any type of graphics acceleration to speak of.
No, so you don't want to. You're not trying to make something that looks just like a a Mac OS X or
an
Windows.
Amiga Workbench or whatever. Yeah,
And I mean they're on faster hardware. That's cheating. We're trying to do this in 2 megahertz. So
1.78 technically, but
trying to pass off the illusion that it looks like it's on a far more powerful computer. That's the fun.
well, that's exactly what I've been doing. Like I've spent so much time optimizing even byte get put buffers, even from what the level 2 patches from Kevin Darling did, to give that illusion that it draws everything fairly quick. Like it takes less than a second to fill a screen with icons once the initial load's done. The initial loading from disk as it's going and finding, okay, this icon is needed for this particular program file. Once they're loaded in and you go back to this directory, it's just drawing quick. Actually, what needs to be sped up here the most is the text drawing, because the description of each icon below is actually a 6 by 8 pixel font, unlike the menu bar. Well, the original one, because Nick's changed this one. And that requires, bit shifting and stuff because it doesn't fit evenly on byte boundaries all the time on a 4-color screen. So it's definitely slower. And I probably should unroll that somewhat to speed that up since we have room now. Because that's the only thing that's kind of shattering the speed illusion on here.
Yeah. Anyway, that was my little bit of fun.
Like it.
Okay. Well, we've crossed that line to the 5-hour mark. So
Ooh,
woohoo!
We're clear to go.
Yep. So what do you
Now we
say
can get the show really started.
I missed out. I missed out on the first hour. Can we just?
Oh yeah, we got to redo that.
And do that. Yeah.
It's called YouTube.
It's called Rewind on YouTube. Yeah.
But that would mean I have to watch the show twice. Oh,
Yeah,
once is
exactly.
bad enough.
We want to get those
Once
view
is
counts
bad
up.
enough.
So go for it, Nick.
All right. So let's run the outro and get out of here. Or my cat's eating me.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server. CoCo forever.
All right.
Okay.
That's it. 3 weeks to CoCoFEST.
Yep.
Right.
All right. Well, bye, everybody.
All right.
See y'all next
Bye,
week.
everybody.
Bye bye.